The twisted dragon roared in the sky, and 3 different dragon types burst out of its 3 heads, shooting attacks at the pets in front of it. Against such terrifying attacks, all 6 people chose to escape, but at this moment, the 4-winged icebird and UFO octopus directly blocked their retreat route. Either they were attacked by the twisted dragon's breath or they retreated to bear the icebird and the UFO octopus attacks. Unfortunately for them, the latter's attacks were all control skills, so they would basically be dead if they got hit. At the moment of crisis, there was simply no time to think about it. Compared with the control skills, the 3 pets directly chose to withstand the twisted dragon's breath under the command of their owners. They burst forth with their strongest attack and faced the twisted dragon's attack. The dragon's breath collided with their skills and destroyed them in an instant, severely injuring the 3 pets in the process. Without giving the opponents a chance to retrieve the pets, the twisted dragon directly rushed over with bloody light gushing out of its body. It then swallowed the 3 severely injured pets, causing its size and aura to skyrocket once more. B*TCH, D*MNU both. Don't let us catch you, or else we'll definitely make you regret coming to this life. The 3 men cursed loudly, so furious that they simply wanted to tear the 2 sluts apart. Although they still had other commander pets, they were far from the main battle pets that had just died, both in terms of level and matching moves. The water ghost sisters twisted their bodies in the distance, laughing brightly. "Oh, we've been begging for death for years. Why don't you come over if you have the ability?" They had already discovered that, after their pets were transformed by that mysterious blood-colored power, the twisted dragon had stopped attacking them. Now, it was 3 to 6, and coupled with their control skills, the opponents would undoubtedly die. The sight of their voluptuous bodies twisting seductively made the other parties even more furious, but they were completely helpless and could only grit their teeth in hatred. Moreover, the water ghost sisters kept drawing the twisted dragon to them as they commanded the 4-winged icebird and the UFO octopus to attack the 3 men, whose main battle pets had already died. B*TCH. The 3 men cursed and had no choice but to throw out pets with life-saving skills like the snake lizard to resist the damage on them. "Hey, hidden friend, we are willing to hand over all the treasures on us, as long as you are willing to let us go. Otherwise, even if we die, we'll destroy all the treasures before that," the young man shouted. However, there was no movement in the surroundings except for the roars of the dragon and the sounds of fighting. The young man gritted his teeth and glanced meaningfully at the young woman and the bearded middle-aged man who were not far away. Both of them nodded in understanding. Once the 2 understood his intentions, the young man shouted again, "Liu Xianggan, the 3 of you go and restrain the 2SL*TS. Let's get rid of them, or else they'll keep interfering with us from leaving." Liu Xiong'an was the name of the man leading the 3-man group. The 3 were so furious they simply wanted to tear the water ghost sisters into pieces. Upon hearing this, he commanded his only commander pet left without hesitation, and it rushed to contain the icebird and UFO octopus. As they were waiting for the young man to come help them, the other 3 people had already ridden their pets and slid away. "Lu Mingzi, you're despicable. We've been brothers for 10 years, yet you actually betrayed me." He glared daggers at the fleeing young man and let out a hysterical roar. "Being despicable is the safe pass for the despicable. I'm sorry, my good brother. We'll all die if we don't run." The young man chuckled slightly and turned to leave with the other 2 on his blue-winged dog. What a sorrowful and depressing scene. Peals of laughter erupted from deep within the water ghost sisters. This plot was truly a sight of behold. On Liu Xiong'an and the other 2 people's side, their last commander pet rushed forward but was doomed since the supposed support had run away. The 3 people returned to their senses and directly decided to abandon the 3 pets. They released their 3 warlords and prepared to escape. "It's not so easy to run," the water ghost sisters sneered coldly, commanding their 2 pets, which were protecting them, to chase after the pets. Although they were not main battle pets, as commanders, they were still powerful enough to hunt down these 3 people. B*TCH. The 3 men cursed loudly while running away, but they had to release some pets with life-saving skills or damage-blocking characteristics to defend themselves against the commander pets chasing them. Just when they were feeling exhausted by the commander pets wildly chasing them, 3 dark spears flew out from their shadows and pierced through their hearts. The 3 people had been so preoccupied with the immediate danger that they had forgotten about the other group of hidden enemies. The Water Ghost sisters did not expect this to happen and originally wanted to kill the 3 people by themselves. They exchanged glances and finally chose to bow and cup their fists respectfully. "Thank you, Senior, for your life-saving grace. We are willing to reciprocate with all the treasures on us." On the other side, while hiding in the dark, Chen Ruoxue glanced teasingly at Su Bai. "What do you plan to do with those 2 beautiful sisters? Do you want to keep them as subordinates? I can't compete with their figures." "Nonsense. I'm not interested in them at all. You can just use the 1,000 variations skill." He stopped himself halfway but was still too late. "Haha, have you finally exposed yourself?" Chen Ruoxue glared at him. She knew his intentions for the 1,000 variations skill was not so simple. "Please believe that I only love you. This idea is only incidental. Besides, this skill is really very useful. I didn't lie to you." Su Bai blushed and quibbled. Who would not want a girlfriend who could go through 1,000 changes? However, he did not say it out loud. B*LLSH*T. "I'll settle this with you later. For now, let's talk about how we should deal with this matter here." Chen Ruoxue glared at him again. How could she not know what was going on in his mind? When the Water Ghost sisters did not hear a response after a long time, their faces changed slightly, but they still smiled and said, "If this senior doesn't mind, we are willing to follow you wholeheartedly." At this moment, a blood-colored light burst forth, and the twisted dragon directly exploded and turned into a bloody light which slowly disappeared. The Water Ghost sisters were stunned on the spot, staring speechlessly with widened eyes. What was this kind of method? He managed to kill the mid-level monarch twisted dragon in an instant, and they had not even felt any spiritual power fluctuations or skill attacks. Killing a dragon out of thin air was too terrifying. After the death of the twisted dragon, the pure blood power which had accumulated on the blood dragon directly allowed it to break through to the mid-level commander. "How do you feel?" Su Bai asked his pet dragon, which was wrapped around his wrist. It was inevitable to kill the twisted dragon. He had planned it a long time ago. The first dragon blood of his pet consumed its origin. In order to restore and strengthen the twisted dragon, icebird, and UFO octopus, it had directly lost 1/3 of its origin. Right after swallowing the twisted dragon, its origin was restored instantly and even improved. This was because the twisted dragon was much more powerful to his pet than any other creatures to it. Bai, a new dragon skill has been awakened, the soaring dragon. I can accelerate and hide, and my physical strength has been improved a lot, too. The blood dragon responded to him telepathically. Not bad. He nodded with a smile. This skill was considered an extra gain. Combined with the dragon's Sea of Bloodlight Wave and Sea of Blood Whale Swallow, which it had obtained before its advancement and evolution, its attack methods were now multidimensional. "It's almost time for me to perform," he said, walking up. "What treasures do you have?" He revealed himself and spoke indifferently. The Water Ghost sisters, whose hearts had been beating profusely, were extremely shocked to see Su Bai's revelation and then shocked by his youthful appearance. They thought that he would at least be a middle-aged man, who was powerful enough to use such methods, and truly did not expect such a handsome youth to show up. Even if he played with them, it would not seem to be a loss for them. The 2 sisters actually wanted him to play with them. Luckily, he was unaware of their thoughts, or else he would definitely lament about this D*MN superficial world. "Speak." His gaze became even more indifferent. His indifference made him even more handsome in the eyes of the 2 sisters, but they dared not to make a mistake and quickly replied, "Senior, other than the spiritual plants and treasures obtained in this sleeping dragon abyss, we also have the tears of life, which we accidentally obtained in the depths of an abandoned blood crystal vein. Laws of life are contained in it, which can be used to treat injuries, as well as enhance beauty, bring back youth, and increase longevity. The others are just knickknacks which aren't worth much money." As the 2 spoke, they took out all the treasures in their backpacks and placed them on the ground before them. Although Su Bai did not bring any pets with him, the sisters did not dare to inconvenience him after seeing the monarch twisted dragon die just like that. "Bring me the tears of life," said Su Bai coldly. Okay. The elder sister nodded and brought it to him, bending over and offering it with both hands. He gently took the tears of life with his gloved hand and nodded. From such a close distance, he could see the voluptuous figures of the two sisters, their large breasts and hips almost bursting at the seams. He looked at the piece of round light emerald appearance of the tears of life in his hand and concentrated on the lines of fireflies in front of his eyes. Introduction: this is the remaining crystal nucleus after the death of an ancient tree demon which grew for 100,000 years. The long passage of time finally changed it into a tears of life containing only one broken law of life, which has the effect of healing, beautifying, and reinvigorating. It can be used to advance the level of a wood contract book. Go and clean up the battlefield, then take those three people's backpacks and sort them out. There's some valuable spiritual grass that you can pick nearby. I'll come and collect it later. Subai instructed and kept the tears of life. This was considered a very good harvest for him. Okay. The sisters nodded quickly, already immersed in their roles of his servants. He turned around and walked over to look at the bleeding flesh devourer. Other than its rotting stench, it was basically useless. Next, he turned to look at the sleeping dragon at the peak emperor grade. It had also decayed and was useless. Even though he had already expected this, he still came to look and was inevitably disappointed. Disregarding this place, he chased after the three people who had escaped, determined to catch Lu Mingze and the others. They should have been besieged by the group of evolved mutated flesh devourers, and the time should be up now. In fact, Subai quite admired the young man. He was a formidable and ruthless character, who did things efficiently without leaving a sloppy mess. It was also thanks to him that Subai saved himself a lot of trouble. If he had not attacked the Water Ghost Sisters, he would have been unable to attack the sleeping dragon so well even after infecting it, but it was a completely different matter when the Water Ghost Sisters turned traitors. In the end, it was because of their betrayal that he had been able to kill the three men. After leaving the site of the Water Ghost Sisters, he released his blood dragon and chased after the three people. Subai followed their trail up to the Scarlet Mist. What surprised him was that Lu Mingze and the young woman were still alive, while the bearded man had already died. Lu Mingze's face was downcast and gloomy at the moment. He had never imagined that things would come to this within half a day. Although there were fewer monsters, their strengths had more than doubled. What exactly was going on? Mingze, I'll fight them for you. You can leave. Otherwise, neither of us will survive. The young woman exhaled softly upon seeing the increasingly dangerous situation. Auntie, what nonsense are you saying? I won't leave you behind. Lu Mingze shouted. Don't be like that. I know you love me. I love you, too. Run away quickly and don't let me down. The young woman smiled miserably at him, then she rushed to the depths of the Scarlet Mist with her pet. Auntie, come back. Lu Mingze roared hysterically at her. At this moment, a blood-colored dragon's breath strafed him without mercy. Lu Mingze hurriedly released a snake lizard to save his life, but because he was too immersed, his reaction was a bit too slow. Before he could fully escape, one of his arms was brushed off by the dragon's breath. Wow, you even acted out a scene of love in a movie for me. Don't think that I didn't see the smirk at the corner of your mouth. I'm afraid your aunt also knows that you are a beast, but she didn't want to destroy the image of you in her heart, so she went ahead and committed suicide. Subai rode his dragon and revealed his figure in the mist. He was actually a little touched, up until he saw this young man's smirk. It's you. You hid your strength and your dragon pet. Lu Mingze glared at him. The sight of the huge dragon in the mist suddenly made his heart sink to the pits. The most terrifying thing was that those flesh devourers were turning a blind eye to this blood-colored dragon. As for the aunt who had rushed out to die for him, he really did not care. After snatching her and having a taste of her, he had already grown tired of her. It was only right that she died in his place at this moment. Nothing else mattered as long as he could escape alive. Let me go and everything will be easy to discuss. I still have a lot of treasures and women outside. Let me leave and all those will be yours. I can also become your subordinate, and we can work together to conspire a great undertaking. Lu Mingze quickly tried to convince him. Sorry, I just want your dog life. Subai shook his head. A sea of blood appeared out of nowhere and trapped Lu Mingze inside. The dragon flicked its tail and spread a bloody light wave over. Upon seeing this, the young man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly released 2 more pets to save his life. Alas, all these were in vain inside the sea of blood. As the bloody light wave passed, everything turned into scarlet mist which exploded. Lu Mingze's sinful life was now over. There were only 2 backpacks to be found, while the bearded man's seemed to have been destroyed before he died. Still, it did not matter as long as these people died, for they had already seen the appearances of the cub and big demon. Although he could change his appearance, he had no way of changing his pets. Back to the main area, he kept his dragon and walked over to the water ghost sisters. Instead of running away, they had obediently executed his order and laid all the spiritual plants and treasures before him. He glanced at the top-quality devil fruit. It was unfortunately only tier 3 and had yet to reach tier 4. "Are there no other spiritual plants?" he asked coldly. "No, all the spiritual plants above the warlord grade are here already." The 2 sisters shook their heads, looking at him with doe eyes and their hands placed uneasily behind their backs. They knew that the time to decide their destiny had arrived. "In that case, you can leave in that direction." Subai nodded and pointed to the direction opposite where Lu Mingze and the others had fled. The 2 of them froze for a moment in disbelief. Was he really letting them go? They deeply understood just how attractive they were, and they even came as a pair. Almost all men wanted to be intimate with them, and a majority wanted to keep them captive. The reason why they had become like this was that they refused to become a man's casual play toy. Now that he was letting them go, they still dared not to move. "Why? Do you want to die, instead?" Subai sneered coldly at them. "Senior, are you really letting us go?" The sisters were still in disbelief. "Get lost quickly or await your death," said Subai indifferently before proceeding to ignore them. He turned around to pack up the spiritual plants they had arranged. Upon realizing that he was really letting them go, the 2 could not help but feel disappointed, but they still hurriedly bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, Senior, for your life-saving grace." They rode on their pets and left without looking back. Subai placed the spiritual plants into boxes and then into his backpack. He started counting his harvest mentally. The lack of chaos in the 2 sisters' contract books meant that they had not killed many people. Since they had not seen any secrets of his, it was fine to let them go. "Our harvest this time is pretty good, it should be enough to participate in the auction, right?" Chen Ruoxue walked over and spoke joyously. This time, she had really been carried by her boyfriend. "It's not enough after excluding the spiritual plants we want to use. The rest will only be worth 5 or 6 billion, which isn't sufficient for us to participate in the auction." Subai shook his head. The prices of these spiritual plants were very easy to estimate. First was the level, then the attribute. The common warlord spiritual plants started at a minimum price of 100,000 yuan and could be sold as high as 4 or 5 million. The price of commander spiritual plants was between 5 million and 50 million. If the spiritual plant reached the sovereign level, its price would start at 50 million, since it was not available in normal markets and could only be bought in professional Pet Tamer markets. The prices of different attribute spiritual plants also varied greatly. All the spiritual plants in his possession were worth about 1.3 billion yuan, but more than half of them had to be kept for their use. Improving the strength of their pets was the top priority, so no one would foolishly choose to exchange the strength of their pets just for money. "That's okay. With this high-level commander devil fruit, my big demon's promotion and evolution are basically guaranteed. The strength of my 1000-face fox can also be improved. Let's refine a little when we return, then set out to find spiritual plants or materials for the cub and the dino's promotion. We still have half a month left, so there's no hurry," said Chen Ruoxue. "Yes, you're right. Let's take it slowly and not worry too much. It's okay to participate in the secondary auction, too." Subai finished packing everything up and stood up to hug Chen Ruoxue's shoulder. "Let's get out of here quickly. This place is too dark and gloomy. You must be hungry, too, right? We'll find a sunny place and cook a delicious meal." She hugged his waist and leaned on him. "All right. I've truly had enough of this place. Let's use a different route on our way out. Nodding, Subai released his pet dragon and supported his girlfriend. He then changed his appearance again using the 1,000 variations skill. Roar Tilda his pet roared and turned into a 100-meter dragon before it rose in the sky. Woo Tilda, it feels amazing to ride a dragon, screamed Chen Ruoshua happily. Yes, it is fantastic. Subai hugged her and took a deep breath of the fragrance on her body. The dragon passed through the scarlet mist without any hindrance. The flesh devourers had already started to devour one another after being invaded by the stone dragon blood. Subai hoped that a real flesh devourer could eventually be born. The stronger it became after being infected by his pet, the happier he would be. After all, he wanted a strong worker. The blood dragon flew to the edge of the abyss and landed. Subai kept it in his contract book and released Purple Jade. Howl Tilda finally the sky is bright. It feels so comfortable. The cub raised its round head to the sky and let out a long howl against the blazing sun. It hated the environment of the sleeping dragon abyss the most. The couple also took deep breaths, letting fresh air fill their lungs. They then deactivated their internal breath skill. Although it was cold outside, they still felt a lot more comfortable. Let's leave this place and find somewhere to cook and eat. My stomach is grumbling. Subai patted the cub. Chen Ruoshue took out a piece of chocolate from her backpack and broke it apart. She fed it to him and gently asked, "What do you want to eat? Why don't I make it for you? Just take it as a repayment for carrying me earlier. I want a bowl of fried pork with rice." "Oh, I have rice in my backpack." He finished half of the chocolate in one bite but still felt ravenous. "Okay. Jade, find a river. I want to grill fish on a slab." Chen Ruoshua nodded and finished the remaining half of the chocolate. "Howl. I want to eat grilled fish like a big carp." The cub raised its head. Jade said that she wants to eat grilled fish like a big carp. Subai translated for Chen Ruoshua. They enjoyed the joyous feeling of life as if they were a married couple with their pets. "Then hurry up and find a river." Chen Ruoshua rubbed the cub's head. She released Big Demon and asked it to fly up to look for a nearby river. "Here." Big Demon flew into the sky while snickering sinisterly. "Hee hee." 10 minutes later, it flew down and waved two little clawed fingers in one direction as it reported to its master. "There is a lake in that direction, but it is blocked by ice." Chen Ruoshue took out her hand from Subai's pocket, pointed in a direction, and quickly put it back to warm her fingers. The wind was blowing relentlessly on the wasteland, and the sub-zero temperature made them tremble. The shield could not keep them warm from the cold weather. "Jade, run faster. Let's go and build a shelter, it's too cold outside." Subai thought it was good outside, but now he wanted to hurry up and build a fire. "Howl. Oh, yes, sir." Nodding, the cub sped up with a surge of spiritual power. As it ran forward, Subai suddenly remembered something. "Ruoshua, don't you have the skill to protect against the cold? Why are you still crying in the cold here without using the skill? I just want to hug you, can't I? You are so slow." Chen Ruoshua rolled her eyes and tightened her grip. Subai really wanted to tell her to give him the skill, but there was no way he could use another summoner skill. It took half an hour for them to reach the edge of the lake. "Jade, hurry up and build a house with your vine whip. It should be strong enough to keep out the wind." Subai jumped off the cub's back and said while releasing the dino to hug it for warmth. Chen Ruoshua also came over to hug the dino. In the winter, the little tyrant was a walking warm baby. Little tyrant, Sigma, turned A, it was dazed. "Why are these two humans hugging me the moment I came out?" After thinking about it, it turned its head and hugged Chen Ruoshua. Oh, she was warming herself up with its heat. It mobilized a bit of aura to heat up the surrounding area. Once the cub finished building the temporary house, Subai patted the dino. "Make a fire quickly." "Roar." "Okay, it's my turn." The little tyrant raised its claw and summoned a fireball, which it threw in the middle of the room. The flame swayed and exuded bursts of heat. Subai warmed his hands at the fire and took out a tent from his backpack. This rattan house still had a few cracks, and it was naturally more comfortable to sleep inside a tent. Chen Ruoxue took out some kitchen utensils to prepare for cooking. Because the backpack space was relatively large, the two had specially brought along kitchen utensils. After all, the probability of spending the night in the wilderness was very high. I'll take Xiao Bai to catch some fish. You can set up the tent and then catch a pheasant, a wild boar, or deer, she said after installing the kitchenware. No problem. Su Bai made an okay gesture. Howl. I want to catch some fish, too. The cub licked his cheek and ran out after Chen Ruoxue. Su Bai shook his head and asked the little tyrant to help him set up the tent. Let's go take a stroll in the wasteland. He finished setting up the tent and patted the dino. Raw tilde a bai, don't worry. I'm here, so nothing will happen. The dino walked ahead with its head held high. After walking some distance in the wasteland, he finally saw this cute seeker deer. Tyrant, it's your turn. I want something to eat. Don't burn it into inedible charcoal. He patted the dino. Raw. Don't worry, I will kill it with one blow. With a lift of its claw, a piece of granite quickly rotated which turned into a shuttle-shaped dart. With a roar, it raised its claw and released the dart. The dart silently approached the leisurely grazing seeker deer. With a puff, it pierced right through the deer's head. The careless deer did not evade the attack and fell straight into its pool of blood. Walking over, Su Bai took out a dagger and cut off its antler and hind leg, leaving behind the rest. Before long, the monsters in the wasteland would eat up the rest of this deer, without leaving a drop of blood behind. After cleaning up the venison by the lake, he returned to the shelter. You're back. The meal is about done, it's just lacking your meat. Chen Ruoxue smiled. This is venison, it's pretty good. If we can't finish it, we can put the rest inside the backpack. Su Bai put the meat on the rattan table constructed casually by the cub. He then sat down and waited to dig in. After half an hour, the fragrant dishes were finally ready. Su Bai and his pets sat around the table, where the potions and medicinal cakes had already been placed. Hey, your cooking has become much better than before. He took a mouthful of venison and remarked in surprise. Chimph, of course. Hurry up and eat. Chen Ruoxue snorted. They were ready to dig in. The cub and the other pets started devouring the food specially made for them on the table after finishing their medicinal cakes. I'm so full. Su Bai stood up and stretched lazily. Jade, come wash the plates with your spiritual power. Chen Ruoxue put the plates away and asked the pets for help. Dusk is still 3 hours away, what are you going to do? She came over and asked. Warm myself by the fire and wait until dark to go to bed. I feel so tired now, I don't want to do anything. Su Bai yawned while lying in the rattan hammock. He had just let the cub put vegetation sensing around the area, so it could report to him if it discovered anything. Okay, it'll be nice to sleep for a while, so I won't be passed out at night. Nodding, Chen Ruoxue took Su Bai's backpack and started tidying it carefully. Time passed quickly and it was soon night time. The two finished eating and went to sleep in their sleeping bags in the tent. When they woke up early the next morning, they found that the doorway had been sealed by a layer of snow which was 10 centimeters thick. The cub and the other pets were all fast asleep on the ground. It's snowing, no wonder it got colder late last night, said Chen Ruoxue while watching the snow-white scenery outside. You don't look so good, what happened? Su Bai walked over and asked with some concern. He had not noticed it earlier inside the tent. I'm okay. Maybe my period is about to come and my stomach has to bear the cold. I just feel a little uncomfortable, but Jade can treat me. She shook her head. Lass, come and treat Ruoxue. He helped Chen Ruoxue sit down beside him before turning around and rummaging in his backpack for a long time. He took out a bag of brown sugar and quickly poured her a cup of sweetened water. While Chen Ruoxue was drinking it, he found another coat of hers and put it on her. I just look a little pale, but it's nothing serious. Chen Ruoxue drank the sweetened water with a gentle smile on her face. Su Bai made another cup for her and layered her with another piece of clothing, which made her touched and quite amused. It's okay. Let's take a break here and don't worry, said Su Bai. Let's go back to the bloodthirsty vine bazaar first, I'm fine. Chen Ruoxue insisted. Okay, I'll feed breakfast to the pets and then we can go. Subai looked at his girlfriend's gradually ruddying face and nodded. This place was indeed not suitable for permanent lodging. Are you all right? Do you want me to buy you some medicine? He helped his girlfriend sit down on the bed, her hands still a bit icy-cold. A pet tamer's body was stronger than ordinary people, but they were not immune to sickness. Subai felt very distressed upon seeing how pale Chen Ruoshua was. Generally speaking, the pet tamer's backfeeding by pets showed an exponential increase, so the physical condition in the early stages was not much better than that of ordinary people. My stomach still hurts a bit. I will be fine after sleeping for a while, said Chen Ruoshua weakly. Take a good rest. The dino will stay here with you. I'll go out and buy you some medicine and supplements. He helped her to the bed and covered her with the quilt. All right. Come back soon. Chen Ruoshua nodded gently and said with her bare hand dragging Subai's hand. Don't worry, I will be back soon. Nodding, he instructed the dino to take good care of her and then put on his backpack to go out with the cub. As a junior trainer, although most of his contact was on pet knowledge, he could still handle common situations like other humans. Hence, he knew what medicine to purchase. After buying some medicine at the pharmacy, he went to buy supplements as well. Instead of going back immediately, he went to a relatively lousy incubation house to borrow equipment for concocting medicine. You used it for half an hour. It's a total of 3,000 yuan. The owner of the incubation house looked at his watch and said, There you go. Subai threw 3 spirit crystals to the person and left without looking back. The rental fee in the Scarlet Wilderness was too outrageous. When he returned to the hotel, Chen Ruoshua was still lying in bed, looking up at the ceiling. When Subai entered, she smiled at him. Didn't you say that you'd be back soon? I feel like you have been outside for a long time. I went to get something done along the way, so I got delayed by a bit, but it can help make you feel better soon. He put his purchases to the side and walked up to his girlfriend. What did you do? Asked Chen Ruoshua curiously, reaching out from the bed to hold his hand. Actually, I'm almost better now. I want to hold you to sleep so that it'll be all right. Do you really think I'm your pillow? Your hands are still so cold. Hold me later. Let me do something first. Subai squeezed her hand worriedly. He put her hand in the quilt and then turned to Big Demon, which was floating in the distance helplessly. Xiaobai, come over. I'll give you a chance to heal your master. Big Demon felt very entangled and lost. It knew that Chen Ruoshua was sick and wanted to help her, but it happened to be a ghost pet with a cold and gloomy aura. It was not only useless even if it got close to her but would also make her feel more uncomfortable. Hee. It looked up at Subai with its big round eyes, seemingly asking if he was telling the truth. Of course. As long as you drink this potion and evolve successfully, the backfeeding you give to Ruoshua can heal her. Subai took a bottle of dark purple potion and said. This was the potion he had just gone out to prepare. This catalytic agent was formulated with raw materials such as the dragon soul fruit on top of the high-level commander devil fruit. Its catalytic success rate could be said to be close to 100%, for the raw material grades were too high. Big Demon reached the peak warlord in August and had been on the verge of breaking through for the past few months. It took you half an hour to prepare this potion. Chen Ruoshua came to a realization. Subai had actually thought of such a different way to treat her. Mathematical intersection symbol. Big Demon felt that Subai's words were extremely reliable. It ran over to hug him affectionately, indicating that he was so smart. Come and drink this. He opened the potion. It opened its mouth wide, waiting for him to pour the potion's content inside. Subai raised his hand and poured the potion's content into its mouth, which Big Demon swallowed with a loud gurgling sound. As soon as it swallowed the potion, a real cold and gloomy power burst forth on its body. At the same time, its body shape slowly grew, though its skin color remained the same. Suddenly, a black spiritual vortex appeared beside it, consuming the spiritual power in the void rapidly. In the end, all the surrounding spiritual vortex integrated into its body and then its aura completely stabilized at lower-level commander. Big Demon let out a joyous laughter. Not only had it evolved, it had also broken through smoothly. The potion formulated by Su-Bai was very effective, indeed. Nodding in satisfaction, he examined the ghost pet's specific data. Name, race, super big demon monster, gender, male, level, low-level commander, attribute, ghost, features, passive, void. This allows the super big demon to ignore any real objects. It can shuttle freely and, at the same time, ignore physical attacks. Skills: Scary Ghost Shadow, Ghost Claw, Concealment, Hypnosis, Shadow Energy Ball, Hidden Shadow, Shadow Curse, Deception, Spear of Darkness, Phantom Clone, Restrained, all physical attacks. Weakness: Spirit Attribute, Evolution Direction, Little Devil Big Demon, Super Big Demon, Night Devil King. Introduction: As the Lord of the Night, it loves scaring people the most. Sometimes it is even scared of its own reflection in the mirror. It has a scary face but is actually a softie inside. Su-Bai glanced at Super Big Demon's evolution and promotion. It had only awakened one skill instead of two, the Phantom Clone. However, this was normal once he thought about it. Super Big Demon only had 4 evolutionary types, and its potential was also much lower than that of the cub, so it was only natural. Generally speaking, pet evolution would awaken a skill, but the advancement was not a given. It only happened sometimes, and not only had a certain relationship with the potential of a pet but also depended on luck. Of course, he did not care about Super Big Demon's situation and was most concerned about Chen Ruoshua's. The feedback from the evolution of Super Big Demon and the success of the advancement should be enough to cure and improve her physique. "How are you? Feeling much better?" Su-Bai walked over and asked with concern. "I feel much better. My stomach no longer hurts, and my body no longer feels weak. I just feel a little sleepy. I should be fine after sleeping," said Chen Ruoshua with a smile. "Good. Let me feed the pets first." He finally felt relieved. He took off his coat after feeding the pets with their lunch and snuggled with her in bed. "Okay, go to sleep." He hugged his girlfriend and spoke softly. Chen Ruoshua hugged him back with a happy smile on her face. "I don't want to get better now that you're taking such good care of me. With the backfeeding from Super Big Demon, I feel like I will have fewer chances of being sick in the future. It feels like I have lost so many things at once. Good girl, go to sleep." Su-Bai patted her back. "Don't worry, I'll definitely take care of you forever." When the two opened their eyes again, it was already night. "How do you feel? Do you feel better?" asked Su-Bai, looking at the pretty face in his arms. "I feel all right now, just a little hungry." Chen Ruoshua turned over and lay on her boyfriend's chest, smiling sweetly. "I feel so blessed now. Thank you." She lowered her head and kissed the boy. Su-Bai responded with a gentle and deep kiss, savoring her sweetness and softness. After the kiss, the two stopped where it should. Su-Bai then arranged Chen Ruoshua's clothes which had been messed up by him. He grinned and asked gently, "What do you want to eat tonight, my precious lady?" While still lying in his arms, Chen Ruoshua looked up and thought for a while. She then said, "I want to eat beef tripe. I wonder if there's any in the market." "Yes, I saw it when I went out earlier, but you must take your medicine before eating that. After all, you've just recovered." Su-Bai hugged her slender and soft willowy waist over the sweater and sat up. "Then feed me," Chen Ruoshua said coquettishly. "No problem, I'm happy to serve my little cutie." Chuckling, he put a coat on her first before he got up from the bed and prepared medicine for her. After drinking the medicine, Chen Ruoshua walked to the dressing table and said, "Wait for me, I will tidy up and comb my hair. Then we can go out to eat." "Okay, I also have something to do." Su-Bai nodded. He glanced down at the pets to see what they were doing. The cub was playing the single-player game Minecraft with the baby fox. The dino was sitting on the ground, gnawing on an oar as it read the encyclopedia of 10,000 ways to eat or in front of him. It would nod its head from time to time, indicating its approval of the book's content. Su-Bai originally thought that they would be bored, but they were all having a great time by themselves. As for when the little tyrant had learned to recognize characters, it was a month ago when he was preparing for the professional Pet Tamer licensure exam. During that time, because of the dragon and his own reasons, they had temporarily been unable to take risks in the wilderness. Hence, seeing how bored the pets were at home, Subai taught the dragon, fox, and Dino how to read and write, transforming them from illiterate pets to literate ones. In fact, it was a good thing that they learned to read. Subai had heard of some pet learning institutions in the Alliance, and there was even a gymnasium built entirely by pets. He planned to send all his pets there to study once he had time. Seeing that they were busying themselves, he did not bother them. Instead, he took out the Tears of Life from his backpack and intended to upgrade his contract book. "Are you going to promote your contract book?" Chen Ruoxue asked while combing her hair. "Yes, this Tears of Life is quite useless if we just leave it." He nodded. Upon raising his hand to summon the contract book, the emerald pages opened for him and he put the Tears of Life inside. As the contract book flashed with green light, the Tears of Life turned into green energy and erased the contract book. Subai's contract book released a strong green light and the aura of law. At the same time, it emitted 4 light groups which melded into the 4 pets' bodies. The light slowly dissipated and Subai's contract book appeared once again. Its aura had now completely changed now that it was a 1-star golden contract book. The aura it exuded was no longer the original wood attribute but a similar, more advanced breath. Upon taking a closer look, a line of fireflies appeared in front of his eyes. Introduction: the contract book of life has been promoted from wood type. It is more advanced than the wood contract book, and the laws of contract are also much stronger. Unless voluntarily, the pets in this contract book cannot be taken away by others. At the same time, it has a stronger recovery ability than the original wood contract book and can help wood pets understand the law faster. Every time this contract book is promoted by a major level, it will have 1 extra page compared to the regular contract book. At the same time, its promotion difficulty will be more difficult than when it was still a wood contract book, but when it reaches the top level, the perfection of the law of life will undergo amazing changes. This change was completely out of his expectations. He originally wanted to promote the contract book to a gold level and did not expect this to happen. Moreover, this book of life was much more impressive than the previous contract book. The simple fact that 1 extra contract page would be added every time it was promoted was already powerful enough. This was an extra page under normal circumstances, not an extra page from swallowing others' contract book. Generally speaking, the promotion of a bronze and silver contract book by 1 star would only open 1 contract page, and when it was promoted to a 3-star silver contract book, it only had 6 contract pages. After reaching the gold level, every 1-star promotion would add 2 contract pages to the book. Subai's current contract book was 1-star gold, so under normal circumstances, he should have 8 pages, but he now had 9. Although this was rather useless, it still showed that his contract book was unique and stronger than ordinary people. The higher the level of a contract book, the more effects it had, and the higher the strength of the summoner skills. "Your contract book has mutated?" Chen Ruoxue's eyes widened. "It seems to have mutated into the contract book of life because of the Tears of Life. Its law of contract has become stronger as well." Subai nodded. "Wow, then going into the sleeping dragon abyss was worth it this time. The reward is amazing," she said happily. She lifted her chin and asked, "How is it? The suggestion I made was correct, wasn't it?" "It's very good." He kept the contract book and nodded fiercely. "Howl. Bye, quickly put me into the contract book. I want to feel my new home." The cub raised its head and looked up at him. As a wood pet, it would feel the greatest change in the new contract book. Roar. The dino also wanted to see its new home. The other 3 pets expressed their will to see their new home via a telepathic message. Hee. Big Demon also wanted to see. It flew over to join in on the fun. Subai. Why was it joining in? All right. Nodding, he kept all 4 into his contract book. He also wanted to see the changes in the pet space. As for Big Demon that was just joining in on the fun, it could naturally only watch. The contract book could not keep a pet without a contract, at least not for the gold contract book. The cub's pet space in its page was pale green and exuded a strong breath of life. After Purple Jade entered it, It bounced around for a while inspecting its surroundings and then rolled on the ground to play with its tail. The dino's pet space was like the inside of a volcanic magma, exuding terrifying heat and flames. It rolled happily inside, not forgetting to gnaw on two oars in its claws. The fox's pet space was a dreamy color, while the dragon's was a sea of blood. Subai quickly understood that this evolution was the most suitable space for pets to live in according to their attributes. This change was unexpected to him, for this was a power that only the more advanced contract book had. He had actually obtained it in advance, and it looked like it had evolved very well, too. However, no matter how much this space evolved, it was only a nest for the pets to stay. It could not be transformed into a real world or anything. Look at you, you're smiling so happily. Is there any surprise in your pet space? Chen Ruoxue came over and asked with a smile. She passed the lipstick in her hand to Subai, motioning for him to put lipstick on her. Of course, you should have heard that the pet space in high-level contract books will evolve according to a pet's attribute, right? Subai nodded and put lipstick on her while talking. No way. Your pet space can do that already, she asked in surprise. Yes, I only found out once they went in that the space in the contract pages had evolved. He nodded. Wow, you are too lucky to come across this kind of thing. I'm so envious. Chen Ruoxue sighed. You are the main reason behind it. If you didn't propose that we go to the sleeping dragon abyss, I wouldn't obtain this tears of life. You must have the ability to make your husband prosper. He smiled and touched her small face. Of course, but I'm still very envious, so let's go to dinner soon. Chen Ruoxue kept the lipstick. Then let's go, I'm hungry, too. Subai had not eaten a good meal yet today. Are you not bringing the cub and the others out together? Asked his girlfriend. They said that they like their new home very much, and they're not interested in steaming tripe. He spread his hands. All right, then, I will keep Xiao Bai in my contract book, too, lest it reveal my strength. I'll just bring along Chio Chio, Chen Ruoxue exclaimed. Hee hee. So love has disappeared. The evolved super big demon looked at her speechlessly. However, Chen Ruoxue still kept it into her contract book, for she knew that it did not want to eat and only wanted to go to crowded places to make fun of and frighten people. The majority of people in the bloodthirsty Vine Bazaar were evil, so she could not let it cause trouble. After packing, the two set out to eat beef tripe hot pot with the thousand-face fox. Soon, they came to the hot pot restaurant, which was very crowded. When they arrived, a table of people just happened to be leaving in the corner of the second floor, so they quickly rushed over. I originally thought there would be no seats, but someone just happened to leave as we arrived. We got lucky, said Chen Ruoxue as she sat down. However, she was shocked immediately after reading the menu. Wow, the hot pot is so expensive. The base and tripe already cost 3,000 yuan, and everything else is charged as well. It's normal. This is Scarlet Wilderness, and not the Blue Planet, so everything is much more expensive here. Subai was already accustomed to it. You're right. Haha. I have already forgotten our current worth. Chen Ruoxue laughed again, remembering that she was now a billionaire. After ordering food, the waiter soon brought the hot pot up. As soon as the waiter turned on the fire, the aroma of tripe slowly wafted over. I can't wait anymore, I'm so hungry. Subai swallowed his saliva and stared ravenously at the uncooked tripe. Here. Eat this fried dough to satisfy your hunger first. The tripe will be cooked in 2 minutes, so let's increase the fire strength. Aware that he had yet to eat lunch, Chen Ruoxue handed him a plate of fried dough. Soon, the calm red oil noodles began boiling inside the hot pot, and red oil bubbled up. Subai could not endure it anymore and picked up 5 skewers of steamed tripe. Beef tripes tasted particularly good when eaten in large quantities and torn apart. The spicy flavor of the hot pot, the flavor of the sauce, and the chewiness of the tripe made for an endless aftertaste. Waiter, another 50 skewers of beef tripe. Soon, Subai raised his hand and called for another serving. He and Chen Ruoxue had already eaten up 50 skewers of beef tripe in 10 minutes. With the first 50 beef skewers sitting in their stomachs, they started eating more slowly. How is it? What do you think of the beef tripe here? Asked Subai while eating. It's very good, but the hot pot base is still underdone. It's not as good as other places. Chen Ruoxue commented while eating. You're right, but the deliciousness of the beef tripe has covered this flaw. He took a sip of his drink and continued eating the tripe. While they ate and talked quietly, the occupants of the table beside them drank and talked loudly. Old Wang, do you want to take a stroll in the Thorns Forest? I heard that the ice and snow have melted there recently, so the sky is full of sunshine. Some divine pet might have even been born there. Think about it. The Blood Lake previously was also full of red light in the sky. Didn't it signify the birth of a divine dragon? Don't listen to those people's nonsense. How could the Thorns Forest possibly have a divine pet? We've never even seen the so-called divine dragon at the Blood Lake. You guys talk as if you have personally witnessed it. Of course not, but that Blood Lake must have given birth to a divine pet. It is rumored that the Saint Dragon Slayers are looking around for it, too. How could it be fake? Did you hear that? The occupants of the table beside us are talking about the Thorns Forest. On the way here, I heard people saying that as well. Do you want to go and take a look? Chen Ruoxue whispered. I don't know. We can't just believe these rumors. Let's go to the Hunter Union tomorrow. The information there is relatively more reliable, said Su Bai while eating. The Thorns Forest was also considered a relic, but people regarded it more as a treasure place with many spiritual plants. After all, although it was under the guise of relics, no one had dug up any relics there for so many years. Yes, we are not in a hurry, anyway. Let's wait and see. Chen Ruoxue also nodded. After eating for a while, she put her hands on the table, raised her chin, and looked at her boyfriend. She then whispered, I want to drink alcohol. Su Bai put down a meatball and pinched her cheek. You just recovered, silly. Be a good girl and eat. Don't drink alcohol. No, I insist on drinking alcohol. She pouted, her pink glossy lips making her look even more attractive. I have never drunk alcohol before, my parents won't let me drink at home. I want to experience the taste of alcohol, and my body has fully recovered, too. It'll be all right. I'll just drink half a bottle of beer, okay? She blinked her eyes at Su Bai. When he did not object, she quickly went over to get a drink. She opened the bottle of beer and poured 2 glasses full a little excitedly. She placed 1 cup in front of her boyfriend and then took a sip of the beer before raising her glass and saying, Cheers. Let's down this cup of beer. I will accompany you to the end of the world. Cheers. Su Bai raised his cup and smiled. Since she wanted to drink, he would not stop her. Anyway, she could not get drunk with half a bottle of beer. However, 10 minutes later, he took back this thought. Chen Ruoxue's face was flushed and her actions were quite sluggish. She was an obvious lightweight. Boss, how much is the total amount? Su Bai raised his hand. It's 12,000 yuan in total. The boss glanced at Chen Ruoxue and smiled inexplicably. There you go. He took out 12 spirit crystals from his backpack and helped his girlfriend up. Okay, goodbye. The nearest hotel is on the left. The boss chuckled and showed an understanding expression. Su Bai was too lazy to bother explaining himself to the boss. I told you not to drink, look at what happened. Are you satisfied now? He wrapped his arms around the girl and scolded. Boyfie, I'm not drunk. Let go of me. I will walk in a straight line for you to see, Chen Ruoxue yelled. Come, walk in a straight line for me. Su Bai released her from his arms and only grabbed one of her hands. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone to film it down as a souvenir. Before she could take 2 steps forward, she fell to the ground. He hastily put his phone in his pocket and helped her back to the hotel. He really could not understand why half a bottle of beer could cause so much trouble, but he would definitely not let her drink in the future. Back in the hotel, he helped her to the edge of the bed and tried waking her up. Ruoxue, can you take a shower and change clothes by yourself? If you don't speak, I'll change your clothes and help you take a shower. He shook her again. After receiving no response from her, he had no choice but to help her get up. Her whole body smelled of hot pot, and she could not possibly sleep like this. Yes, he was still looking forward to it very much. He had never seen his girlfriend's body under the light. After finding her pajamas and a change of underwear, he began helping her take off her clothes and a bath. One by one, he took off his girlfriend's clothes, revealing her attractive figure. Inevitably, his heartbeat sped up and his palms sweated. It was so enticing. After taking off her bra and underwear, he stared at the picturesque scene in front of him and, subconsciously nodding, swallowed his saliva. His girlfriend was too beautiful and had such a great body. After swallowing his saliva, he supported into the bathroom. He did not dare to take off his clothes, or else he would be unable to suppress his desires. He did not want to do the most important thing while she was unconscious. That kind of wonderful thing must be done at the right time and place. In the bathroom, he experienced the most thrilling and enticing thing in his life so far, but it was also an absolute test of his endurance. Finally, half an hour later, he finished bathing Chen Ruoxue and putting clothes on her. No longer able to resist it, he turned around and rushed into the bathroom. In the blink of an eye, the next morning came. Chen Ruoxue opened her eyes and looked at her pajamas, feeling like something was wrong. She then looked at her underwear and sat up straight, startled and blushing scarlet. However, when she examined her body carefully, she was even more shocked. At the moment, her heart was full of emotions. It's still early, so go to bed for a while more. Subai turned over and mumbled this. Did you bathe and change my clothes for me last night? She flipped her boyfriend over and looked at him, still blushing. Although they had already slept together, they had yet to reach the final step, and she had never been fully naked in front of him. Of course, who else could it be? Your hair was so hard to wash, and you kept moving your head and refusing to cooperate, too. Subai opened his eyes and grinned. Then, did you do anything else? Her face turned redder, and she wanted to wrap herself in the quilt. Of course, my eyes were blessed by my future wife's perfect figure. The boy smirked. Stop it. You're shameless to take advantage of me. She felt so shy that she could not help but pick up the quilt and cover her face. Subai hugged her tightly and chuckled with her in his arms. Do you still want to drink next time? Never again. My innocence is gone. You have to repay me for the rest of your life, or else I won't let you go. Chen Ruoxue hugged Subai's waist and buried her face in his arms. She was too embarrassed, with this being the first time she had experienced such a thing. Don't worry, I will be responsible. I'll always be responsible for you and will always like you, Chen Ruoxue. Subai held her face with a happy smile. After a while, she finally calmed down. Forget it. Anyway, I've been planted in your hands for all my life. She hammered his chest fiercely. I am the one who is planted in your hands. Look at me, I'm such a beautiful young man, but you've already captured me, OF. I'm just kidding. Babe, can you take your pretty small hand away from me? Subai laughed. Stop it, let's get up now. There are other things to do today. Chen Ruoxue glanced at her boyfriend and got up to get dressed. Subai stopped lazing in bed and got up to wash his face and brush his teeth. When he was about to feed his pets, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Chen Ruoxue walked over and opened the door. Waya. Wait, you are? She was shocked to see the person standing at the door. She then immediately realized that this could not be the real Waya whom she had met before. Hello, who are you? I'm here to find my boyfriend, Subai. Waya looked at her and asked with a smile. She was tall and sexy, and her gestures directly revealed a sense of elegance and charm. Her whole body was overflowing with wild beauty, such that even women would be moved at the sight of her. Subai was about to explain, but Chen Ruoxue spoke first while smiling. You should be Senior Waya, as Subai said, one of the 12 dragon slayers. What is the matter? Naturally, she would not choose to doubt her boyfriend just because of a word from a strange woman. They had been classmates since the first year of high school, and she had a better understanding of his character more than anyone else. Her reaction surprised Waya, but she did not respond to Chen Ruoxue's words. Instead, she snapped a finger to swap out a card with a looming phantom humanoid elf in it. With another light tap, a fantasy force burst forth from the card and hit the couple, but it was soon returned to the card. Seeing this result, Waya was shocked senseless. There was a trace of disbelief on her face. How could this be possible? Subai stared at her indifferently and spoke unhappily. Senior Wei, didn't you promise not to disturb me anymore? If you break your promise so easily, then I can do the same in the future. Without waiting for them to speak, she answered her own question. This is one of the 9 great Pet Tamer divine skills in the Spirit Alliance, the collection of cards. I can turn all pets into cards and use their skills and power at my will without their consent. How is it? Isn't it powerful? Upon hearing this, Subai showed a hint of surprise on his face. It turned out to be a summoner divine skill. No wonder this woman was called the Queen of Cards. This skill could indeed be called divine, it was so powerful, being able to turn a pet into a card and use its skills at will. This skill absolutely occupied a natural advantage in battles. Because the pet's will was insignificant, it meant she could even contract a flesh devourer, a monster without consciousness but with terrifying strength. If she could control such a monster, it would be too terrifying. It was indeed a divine skill that could only be nurtured by the origin of a world. What is a summoner divine skill? Chen Ruoxue was confused. When a world is destroyed, its world origin can conceive a divine skill. In other words, every divine skill is only born from the destruction of a world. Moreover, the divine skills are unique and can only be inherited, not copied. He explained to her. Upon hearing this explanation, Chen Ruoxue's mouth opened slightly and she sucked in a cold breath. This news had subverted her view of the world. Boy, you seem quite knowledgeable. Wei chuckled slightly and walked over to the girl's side. As long as you worship me as your teacher and leave him to me, I promise to designate you as my heiress to this summoner divine skill. At that time, you can soar to the sky and do whatever you want. Hey, Senior Wei, are you done? Is it that interesting to keep testing our feelings for each other? You will eventually find out that there is true love in this world, but you have only never experienced it before. Subai was speechless. He understood this woman's intentions and was disgusted by her actions. It made him very uncomfortable that the relationship between him and Chen Ruoxue was being tested by others. With a bang, he was directly pasted to the wall. Dust scattered and settled, but he only felt like his body was about to be ripped apart. You know nothing. Keep barking and I will end you, said Wei indifferently with narrowed eyes. She raised her hand to collect the rapidly spinning card in the air. Are you okay? Chen Ruoxue rushed over to look at her boyfriend, who was currently stuck in the wall. See cough, cough, cough. I can't die. Subai reached out to grab hold of Chen Ruoxue, who pulled him out of the wall. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grimaced. With the backfeeding of his 4 pets, coupled with their life-sharing, his physique was much better than that of people at the same level. You can actually move. Wei glanced at him in surprise. Old auntie, why are you flying in a rage out of humiliation? He murmured softly. Having learned a lot of things about this woman from his master, he actually sympathized with her and hoped that she could walk out of her past. Thus, he wanted to stimulate her at the moment. Wei was not evil and would not kill him. Old auntie. Wei's head whipped up the moment she heard the boy's words. She glared at him with murderous intent as if she could kill him at any time. You must be tired of living, kid. Apologize right now, or else I will kill her. Wei pinned Chen Ruoxue's pet with a card and directly pulled the girl into her arms, pinching her slender snow-white neck with one hand. If you have the ability, come and fight me. Apologize. Wei squeezed Chen Ruoxue's neck. I'm sorry, I was wrong. My mouth is full of shit. Subai immediately bowed and apologized to her. Wei smiled. Weren't you just acting tough and domineering as if nothing could scare you? Come and show that act to me again. Sorry, it was all my fault, I was wrong. Wei, you're a fairy, not an old auntie. I am full of B*LLSH*T. Let me hit myself. He slapped his own mouth. He may not care about his life and death, but Chen Ruoxue's life mattered to him. If the woman really flew into rage and involved his girlfriend, his heart would break. So you know your mistake now? Spoken words are like splashed water, though. They can't be so easily taken back. You have to compensate me. Wei Yue touched the girl's smooth and white neck and smiled. What do you want? He asked in a deep voice. Rumor has it that in the depths of the Thorns Forest's ruins is a rainbow flower. At this time of the year, it will release lofty sunrays, but I have never found it. You can look for it and bring it to me as a reward, and then I will release your lovely girlfriend. Wei Yue glanced up thoughtfully and smiled. Su Bai's face darkened. Even you said that it's just a rumor, how can I possibly find it? You are purposely out to get me. I don't care. If you can't find it, don't even think about returning to your lovely girlfriend. Maybe you can find her when you defeat me. The elegantly smiling Wei Yue snapped a finger, and out flew a card which brought her and Chen Ruoxue away. Once you find the rainbow flower, remember to find me at the green bamboo residence in the center of the market. If it's past New Year's Day, I may not be there anymore. Don't vent at will, too, or else the Emperor Bloodthirsty Vine will wake up and you'll never see your girlfriend again. *MN. Su Bai was hopping mad. That crazy woman had released the card as a trick. She understood his actions but gave him a problem so he could prove the existence of true love. I wouldn't have gotten myself involved if I had known that this would happen. He felt like he was always asking for trouble. In the end, when the cub was released, it stared at the messy house in a daze. Hal Tilda Bai, what happened? I can feel how irritated you are. The cub went over to pat his back. He closed his eyes and took 2 deep breaths. I'm fine, let's go to the Thorns Forest. When he surpassed that woman one day, he would get even with her. Howl. Cute expression, don't be sad. You still have me, your lovely girl. I will always love you and will never leave you. Purple Jade licked his face. All right, let's go to the Thorns Forest first. Su Bai gently caressed the cub's head and said. This matter was not serious enough for him to be sad. Wei Yue was not so despicable that she would do anything to Chen Ruoxue. He soon left the Bloodthirsty Vine Bazaar with the cub. After finding some information, he understood what was going on inside the Thorns Forest. Every 4 years in the winter, 10 feet of multicolored sunlight would appear at that place and cast colorful rays of light across the entire forest. Some people said that it was a natural phenomenon, but the legend described the place as a relic with various treasures inside. It was also rumored that in the depths of the relic grew the rainbow flower which caused the glorious glow. Although he did not know the truth and what was going on, he still decided to check it out. If the rainbow forest was real, he would pluck it. Otherwise, he would return to Wei Yue. At that time, she would probably release Chen Ruoxue if her interest had faded. After all, he was still too weak and could only be manipulated by others. It just so happened that going to the Thorns Forest could improve his strength as well as promote the cub to a commander. Although it was impossible for the cub to defeat Wei Yue as a commander, its strength could still increase little by little. As the saying went, a journey of 1,000 miles began with a single step, and without accumulation of small currents, rivers and oceans could not form. Hence, they would slowly work hard and eventually stand at the pinnacle. After walking out of the Bloodthirsty Vine Bazaar, Su Bai rode the cub in the direction of the Thorns Forest. The cold wind blew sharply against him like a knife as his pet rushed forth, leaving a string of beautiful footprints on the snowy ground. After walking 7 or 8 kilometers, he paused and looked at the void behind him. How long are you going to keep hiding? I've already selected the cemetery, so why don't you come out and die now? His icy eyes were even more ruthless in the wind and snow. The north wind rustled and messed up his short hair. Don't toot your own horn. Since you've already found the cemetery, we will help you dig a grave. 5 people appeared from the void along with the sound of an arrogant voice. 5 people surrounded him tightly with a peak high-level warlord, the bloodthirsty hunting wolf. Little boy, I will give you a chance. Be good and offer all your valuables, then we can let you choose how you want to die. The man leading the group sneered. They had killed dozens of boys like this one. However, Su Bai simply ignored him and did not even bother getting off the back of the cub. He just glanced at them indifferently and summoned his gold contract book. When the pages of the book turned, a blood-colored dragon emerged. It spread a sea of blood with a diameter of more than 300 meters and shrouded all of them in it. A commander dragon pet. Before they finished speaking, a scarlet color swept past them before turning into blood mist. When they died, their expressions were still full of shock. No, why was he still riding a cute cat when he had a dragon like that? As the sea of blood disappeared, the blood dragon shrank and wrapped itself around his waist. Let's go. Subai threw the battle gains into his backpack and patted the cub's head lightly. Having comprehended wood control, Purple Jade's detection ability had greatly increased. After leaving the bloodthirsty vine bazaar, it noticed people following them, but Subai only exposed those people after finding them a good cemetery spot. Howl. In the end, the cemetery was for them. The cub raised its head high and sped up. After 5 p.m., Subai finally arrived at the Thorns Forest. From a distance, he could see 10 feet of glow coming from within it. Strangely, snow had obviously fallen into the Thorns Forest, but no residual snow could be seen, and it still seemed like summer. Jade, do you feel any difference in this forest? He caressed his pet. The cub blinked and explored its surroundings with forest's rhythm. After a long time, it gently shook its head and said telepathically, "There seems to be nothing special about it. Besides the rich aura of wood attribute, I can't sense anything else." I see. Let's go first and check out the situation. Subai nodded, not surprised by this. If Purple Jade could sense it so casually, this place would not exist for so long. As its name suggested, the Thorns Forest did not have trees and was made up of various thorns. These thorns were covered with barbs, some of which highly poisonous, making it a relatively dangerous place. However, it posed no danger to a wood attribute pet. In particular, now that the cub had comprehended the wood control, it could easily control the thorns and open a path. Subai went straight to the location where the 10 feet of sunlight was emitting. After arriving, he found many other explorers looking for clues nearby. The sunlight was obviously emitted from here as seen in the distance, but after standing there, the sunlight seemed to be emitting from another spot. Different people saw different positions, making all the explorers feel puzzled and unable to figure it out. However, apart from the rays of light in the forest, no other special place could be seen. Some people tried digging into the ground with their pets, while some tried to destroy the forest directly by setting fire. However, everything they did was to no avail. Over time, more people regarded this place as a scenic spot. Those who came did not believe in hearsay and thought themselves to be luckier. Subai stood there for a while, carefully inspecting the situation of each nearby tree, but did not find anything unusual. The only thing was that the entire Thorns Forest seemed to be composed of countless thorns, but in fact, it was a whole composition. In other words, the entire Thorns Forest was actually just a huge thorn. However, this did not seem to be useful information, for there were many forests like this in nature, such as the banyan trees. Let's go and look in that direction. Subai patted the cub and pointed to where the new sunlight was emitting in the distance. Since the rays of light always changed position, he would follow them and see what he could find. Although some people had already been doing this for a long time, they had yet to gain anything. Rather than looking for some relics, it was better to find some spiritual plants in this Thorns Forest. He was completely disappointed about this place. He decided to eat some dry food for dinner while the pets fed on medicinal cakes. His original plan to make new potions for the fox after eating dinner today had been disturbed by Wei Ya's sudden arrival. Howl. Bye, what do you want to eat? I will go and catch it for you. After finishing its potion, Purple Jade walked over and blinked at the sight of him eating dry food. The dino, fox, and dragon also gathered and leaned on him. Even if Subai said he wanted to eat a phoenix, they would catch it for him. Thank you, guys, but no need, this is enough. He smiled and caressed their heads. After his meal, the blood dragon shrank and wrapped itself around his wrist again. Subai then kept the mewling fox and little tyrant into his contract book. In the cold night breeze, he slowly fell asleep while holding the cub. The next day, he no longer looked around blindly but pulled out the wood poison attribute light balls from the spiritual grass nearby. He then infused these light balls into the cub's vines. After a long time of not using his ability to pick up light balls, he found that this ability had greatly improved. Previously, he could only pick up a few attribute light balls at a time, but now he could pick up lots of them at one time. For example, he could only pick up 4 or 5 attribute light balls for the vines at a time previously. Now, he could pick up all 1/3 of the light balls of a vine. This ability of his had not just improved by half. The cub unleashed a vine with thick cyan thorns which was as big as Subai's arm after being infused with several attribute light balls. Strengthen +1/+1. After infusing the vines with a few more light balls, they became as thick as his thigh, and their color changed from light green to emerald green, then from dark green to deep green. Once their color reached deep green, Subai infused them with more light balls, squeezing them full. I feel like they're going to explode if you keep stuffing them. The cub blinked at him. It's all right, just control it a bit. He gently caressed his pet's head. With the integration of more light balls, the vines finally changed again. In the end, they became thicker in size, reaching a terrifying degree of 1 meter thickness. Their whole body was deep dark with bright metallic luster, and sharp purple barbs grew out from them as well. Wow, they're so thick and big. Too big, in fact. I don't think I can control them anymore. The cub looked at the terrifying and hideous giant vines in front of it. They were too big and thick, even more so than itself. It's okay. Just get used to this. You can always control them. Subai looked at the vines in satisfaction. Their strength was probably reaching a high-level monarch. Subai dared to conclude that no ordinary monarch fire pet could destroy these vines. Wow. You are awesome. I love you. The cub licked his face happily. Come here and release some vines before we continue, said Subai with a smile. Howl Tilda okay. The cub quickly released some more vines. While searching for possible relics in this forest via anomalies, he incessantly strengthened the cub's vines. Everyone else who was on a treasure hunt in this thorns forest felt like something was wrong with the boy. At first, they could not understand what he was doing, and it was not until the entire thorns forest withered 2 days later that they had come to a realization. It turned out that the surrounding thorns forest had been withering day by day. 3 days later, he looked at the thorns forest, which had completely withered, and bowed deeply. Sorry, he felt guilty. Howl. I'm sorry, I'm the one who is guilty. Our Bai is not at fault. The cub also bowed and apologized silently. All its vines in the thorns domain had been strengthened by Subai into huge vines with purple barbs and metallic luster. Moreover, because the cub's thorns domain was currently only 70 meters in size, the thickening of the vines at that time actually caused some others to be unable to emerge. At this moment, the 10 feet light rays above the forest suddenly shrank and turned into a rainbow flower. F***CK. The rainbow flower is real. It has actually appeared. Oh, my god. What the F***CK? We actually had to make the entire forest wither before the rainbow flower appeared. The other people returned to their senses from the shock of seeing the 9-colored rainbow flower in the sky. It was actually real. At that moment, countless people with flying pets began rushing toward the rainbow flower as they started melee fights. Very soon, pets died, and humans bled. Finally, someone managed to get close to the rainbow flower, but he actually passed right through it. It was intangible. He could only see the flower but could not touch it. F***CK. Stop fighting. We can't even touch this rainbow flower, someone shouted. Many people stopped fighting, while some really tried to touch the flower. Indeed, it was untouchable. The rainbow flower? Subai stared at the 9-colored rainbow flower in the sky. He had caused this to happen. Upon taking a closer look, a line of small fireflies appeared before his eyes. This is a projection of the 9-colored rainbow flower. The Real rainbow flower is located in the depths of the rainbow ruins. It was condensed because of the lack of power to seal the rainbow ruins. Lack of power? Subai looked at the profile in front of him. He had used the light balls to wither the thorns forest and made the rainbow flower emerge. Thinking about it this way, he understood that he must quickly kill all the remaining light balls in the thorns forest. Although the cub's vine whip had reached its limit and could no longer absorb the light balls, It did not matter as the light balls would automatically dissipate in less than a minute. A few hours later, the entire thorns forest was withered completely, and the projection of the 9-colored rainbow flower in the sky suddenly fell into the thorns forest and turned into a door frame hundreds of meters tall. The door frame was light blue and looked like an ice carving, with dense and primitive patterns engraved on it. Inside the door frame was a 9-colored spatial vortex. This was obviously a space door. What the F***CK? The gate of the ruins has really appeared. Rainbow ruins, here I come. The adventurers in the Thorns Forest were so excited that they jumped into the spatial gate one after another. Seeing them jump inside one by one, Subai shouted in reminder, "Be careful of danger inside. If you go in, you will be killed." However, as soon as his voice fell, someone sneered. "Coward! Since I dare to come into the wilderness, how could I be afraid of death? How can I climb to the pinnacle of a pet tamer without risking my life?" After speaking, this person jumped into the spatial door. Everyone else also sneered and jumped in without hesitation. Seeing this, Subai shook his head helplessly. Since they had chosen to go in, he just hoped that they would not regret their choice in the future. He said this because he knew the meaning of the patterns on the door. It meant that the ruins would only remain open for 30 minutes, and only one person would come out alive after entering. After almost everyone had entered, he followed. In fact, he was not sure if anyone who went in had a monarch pet. After all, with the pet book, there was no way to estimate the opponent's strength before fighting. After entering the Rainbow Gate, only one person could come out. If there was someone with a monarch pet, he would be in great danger. However, he did not worry so much and directly went in. No matter what, he really wanted to obtain the rainbow flower in exchange for Chen Ruoxue. After entering the spatial door, he thought that he would come into a space full of spiritual energy and treasures, but the real situation was not like this. He found that he had come to a ruthless world made of light blue ice. In the center of this world was a large humanoid ice statue. Information of the status soon popped up in front of his eyes. This was a candidate base for the successor of a card family which had already gone extinct. This candidate base belonged to the ice card family. Just touching this statue would activate the so-called candidate system. Subai walked over and touched the huge statue. He was then directly teleported to an arena. Opposite him stood a strange burly middle-aged. Beside the man was a peak high-level wood monster, the multicolored tree. Not long after, 9 other people appeared in the ring. Once the 10 people appeared on the ring, a strange voice sounded out of thin air. Although he could not understand it, he could understand the meaning. Once the battle begins, there can only be one living person to be promoted. Multicolored tree, use wood poison. Without a word, the middle-aged man on the opposite side issued an order to attack Subai, who was closest to him. Upon receiving the owner's order, the multicolored tree rushed to him without a word and spat out a dark green acid. At the same time, other people also launched fierce attacks. Howl. Hash, you are looking for death. How dare you try to hit my Arbai? Suffer under my lightning whip. Letting out a furious howl, the cub unleashed a huge vine whip and swept over. The attack directed toward them exploded into thin air, while the vine whip swept across and directly sliced the multicolored tree in half. F***CK. This is a vine whip. The middle-aged man's eyes widened at the unprecedented sight of such a terrifying attack in his entire life. Hey, since only one person can walk out alive, then let them all disappear. Subai sighed. Since these people had chosen to come in, they had to bear the consequences of their choice. Howl. Nodding, terrifying spiritual power erupted from the cub's body, followed by its thorns domain. The thick horrible vines cleaned the place in just a few seconds. The cub picked up 10 backpacks with its spiritual power, cleaned the blood on them, and handed all to him. Subai nodded and stuffed them into his space backpack. He wanted to dissuade those people from coming in because they were too weak and were mostly at the warlord grade or had just reached the commander grade. The Thorns Forest was an unpopular place, so the people who had come were naturally weaker. He did not want them to enter because he did not want to bully the weak, but since those people refused to listen to his advice, he had no other choice. In fact, as the person said, Those who dared to come to the Scarlet Wilderness had already understood what they were facing. Soon, he was taken away by the power of teleportation, and he appeared on a new ring. 9 more people appeared one after another, and the game started with the same rule of only one person leaving alive. Brothers, this person appeared first, which means he finished the previous game the fastest. He is definitely the strongest here. Let's kill him first and then fight fairly among ourselves. At the beginning of the battle, a coquettish woman in her 20s pointed to him as she spoke. Hearing this, Subai looked up at her and the others and slowly smirked. It's not that I look down on you, but nothing will change even if you attack me together. You are all trash. Brothers, did you hear that? Kill him, shouted the coquettish woman. Flame dog, kill him. Pharmacy rabbit, use poisonous kiss. A group of people commanded their pets to rush toward Subai. Howl. Hash, a bunch of garbage. Purple jade howled disdainfully and summoned its thorns domain from the ground. Countless terrifying vines entangled the area like giant pythons and strangled every pet alive. From beginning to end, they were helpless, for they did not have any means of defense against these terrifying vines. With a groan, the coquettish woman knelt and begged, "Big boss, don't kill me. I can do anything, I can do everything you ask me to do. As long as you don't kill me, you will be my master from now on." Terrified by this scene, she revealed not the slightest bit of viciousness in her attempt to survive. "Jade, what are you doing?" Subai frowned. "Howl. I just wanna see if she can continue being arrogant." The cub ended her life with a vine whip and stuck out its tongue. "The next time you do this, you can go to the contract book and reflect on yourself," he said angrily. "I was wrong, I won't do it next time." Purple jade lowered its head and stuck out its tongue again. Subai remained silent and collected the war gains by himself. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, he had already gone through 8 trials. It took effort and energy from the first spike to the last. At the 8th stage, he even needed to release the dino to defeat the stronger opponents. In fact, Subai knew that he had picked up a bargain, and all he was facing was a bunch of crooked men. If the people here were really of the same level as written on the door and were heirs of the Card family, he would have fallen down a long time ago. Fortunately, the Card family had perished. Now, Subai was a little curious about what he would obtain after passing the test. Could it be a treasure of that Card family? Could it be a card or a pet egg? With the power of teleportation coming again, he appeared on a new ring. This circular ring was much larger than the previous ones, with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer. This time, it was not 10 people but rather only 5. Each of them, however, was strong and had commander pets. After the precious battles, he already realized this method was feasible. The weird beeping did not indicate how many people were on the ring and only said that only one person could leave alive in the end. Moreover, Subai, who had passed the previous round the fastest, managed to conceal himself as soon as he arrived at this ring. The other 4 people had arrived at almost the same time, but none used detection pets to examine the situation, helping him perfect his hiding. Although he could still easily defeat them without hiding, why could he not do so in a more relaxed way? Subai was not stupid, either. This was a place of life and death, so he naturally had to pass with the safest and most effective way. In fact, he had already discovered this method in the first few levels, but had not used it until the 9th level, just in case he encountered some stronger opponents with some methods he did not know of. After the plan was successfully implemented, he sat down at the edge of the ring and watched them fight. Usually, at least 2 main commander battle pets and stronger support pets would have formed their combat system. The pets released by the 4 people on the ring were all low-level commanders, and none of their attributes restrained the other. As soon as the prompt sounded, they were able to fight with the nearest person tacitly. Subai observed both sides, but there was nothing good to watch on the left side. An earth demon ape and flame turtle were fighting with a dragon lizard and a golden shell holy armor. They were evenly matched and would probably fight for a long time. However, the battle on the other side was a bit more interesting. The main battle pets on one side were the aquamarine and the forest deer, and the main battle pets on the other were the dragon spider and the cicada. It stood to reason that the side with the forest deer should be stronger. After all, it had a great advantage with its domain, but the forest deer's pet tamer did not have the desire to attack and only defended passively. Subai glanced at a mustached man, who seemed to be 27 or 28 years old. From time to time, he paid attention to the situation on the other side. It seemed that there was no result there yet, and he would not attack here, either. Soon, half an hour passed. The dragon lizard and the golden shell holy armor's pet tamer was caught by his opponent and quickly lost. In the end, all his final efforts were expended and he was killed off. Brother, how about we kill him first and then fight against each other? At this time, the forest deer's pet tamer suggested this with a smile. Of course, kill him first to prevent him from making trouble. The pet tamer of the dragon spider smiled. In his opinion, the guy, who had been crushed by him, was not a threat. He was afraid that the other two would join forces, so this suggestion was much to his liking. Despicable. You agreed to have a fair duel. Upon hearing this, the pet tamer who had just won yelled. Despicable? Yes, I'm despicable, but what? The pet tamer of the poisonous dragon spider sneered. I've never promised you a fair duel, brother. Since you accused an innocent man like that without foundation, you'd have to pay for it. The forest deer's pet tamer smiled. 2B*ST*RDS, I will haunt you even in my death. Hee, then go ahead and die. If you have the ability, why don't you beg and see if anyone will come to your rescue? A series of terrifying attacks hit the two pets, which had just consumed a lot of energy. The battle soon ended, and the poor guy was killed without any suspense. Boy, it's time to send you on the road now. Don't worry, I'll take it easy on you. The pet tamer of the poisonous dragon spider said with a sinister chuckle. Really? Could you please say it again? The forest deer's pet tamer smiled and opened his contract book to release a unihorned bloodlion, which was 3 meters in height and 6 or 7 meters in width, that exuded a powerful aura of a mid-level commander. You actually hid your strength. You are despicable. Your morals are non-existent. The face of the poisonous dragon spider's summoner changed drastically, and he cursed angrily. Despicable? So what? I like seeing your expression. It's full of anger yet helplessness. It really makes me feel so happy. The forest deer's pet tamer laughed. You. The poisonous dragon spider's pet tamer thought that the statement sounded very familiar. Once the battle began, the forest deer activated a pasture domain and the aquamarine supplemented its control. The Bloodfire dual attribute unihorned bloodlion's terrifying attack was unparalleled, and its large-scale assault had rendered the opponents unable to fight back. Arth. Die. The pet tamer of the poisonous dragon spider uttered an angry roar and opened his contract book to release several snake lizards with tail-docking characteristics that could resist the opponent's attack. He rushed to the front with the pets and unleashed 2 attacks, swearing to bite off a piece of the opponent's meat. He succeeded and directly crippled the bloodlion, but then he was also killed by the forest deer and the aquamarine because he had rushed too far. Why bother? So what if you maim my unihorned bloodlion? You're still doomed to die. The man shrugged and looked at the empty arena, enjoying the taste of victory. At this moment, a sea of blood, a purgatory, and a forest of thorns descended at the same time. These terrifying attacks came and killed the pets around him in the blink of an eye. Danger had come unexpectedly when he was the most relaxed. Having been too careless, he could not even dodge these attacks and was killed almost instantly. The sneak attacks of the 3 pets were not something he could resist. Impossible. You are despicable and shameless. You've actually been hiding since the beginning. After being stunned for a long time, the guy finally returned to his senses. He flew into a rage and scolded loudly. F***ck. This guy was too despicable. He actually attacked and disregarded morals. How could someone be more shameless than he was to hide from the beginning and prepare for a sneak attack? He was too careless and had not checked the surrounding situation at all, taking for granted that there would only be 4 of them here. In the end, he had been attacked when he was most relaxed. The attacker was really too shameless and despicable. Despicable? I'm despicable, but so what? Why don't you have Hades sue me? Following Subai's voice, a fireball fell on the little tyrant and turned him into ashes. However, having learned some lessons from the past, he no longer dared to be careless. Only after making a defensive formation did he send out the dino to help collect the battle gains. Roar. Bye, I'm a little scared. The little tyrant looked at him after taking the battle gains. It was afraid of being attacked, especially since human society was so terrifying. Subai was also scared, but fortunately, a force of teleportation soon came and carried him away. He was feeling a little excited now. Should he not be in the inheritance section next? However, this was not the case. He was teleported to an arena again, and there was another woman, who appeared almost at the same time as him. Next to her was a commander psychic snake and a spirit pet. On Subai's side were the cub, the dino, and the dragon. Since he was not afraid of being exposed here, he decided to play it safe and did not bother taking back his pet dragon. A complete dragon pet. The woman on the opposite side sank to the ground when she saw the 100-meter ancestor blood dragon, which was standing behind Subai. Its mysterious and terrifying draconic aura made her palpitate in fear. Subai glanced at the woman, who looked to be in her 20s. In her set of tights, she looked slender and well-proportioned. Her long, jet-black hair naturally fell down on her waist, and her delicate disposition called for affection. Especially after she put on a faint expression of despair, it was even harder to resist holding her and protecting her in his arms. He remained silent and waited for reactions from the other. At the same time, he asked the cub to detect if anyone was hiding around him. Howl tilde I did not detect anything. Bye. The cub confirmed. He nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, the strange prompt sounded, indicating that only one person could go out alive. What surprised him was that there were only the two of them in the last level. It made sense, though, upon thinking carefully about it. It should be the last level, and he and the woman in front were the only ones left in the Rainbow Gate. Can you wait a while and let me write a suicide note first? The woman on the other side exhaled and asked. Subai glanced at her and nodded. Thank you. My name is Cheng Wu. I hope that my name can be made known before I die, Cheng Wu said softly. She then took out a paper and pen from her backpack and began writing a suicide note. I might be the one to die. Subai smiled. Impossible. I only have this commander psychic blood snake. Although it is very strong, it can never be your opponent, especially your blood dragon. The ancestor aura it is exuding is too terrifying. This should be the divine pet from the blood lake which caused a big commotion some time ago. I did not expect to see it here. I guess it is a blessing in disguise. Cheng Wu shook her head gently while writing her suicide note. Yes, that's my dragon. Subai spread his hands. A long silence ensued and Cheng Wu finally finished writing her suicide note. She sighed again and said, It'd be great if I didn't enter this Rainbow Gate. If I had known how cruel the battles inside would be, I wouldn't have come in so hastily. There is no choice. You already came in. He shrugged. The woman was silent for a while. Why are you such a conversation killer? She stood up and walked over before handing the suicide note to him. Mail it to this place for me, please. Since young, I have not had a father. My mother raised me alone with painstaking efforts, but not only did I fail to make her enjoy a blissful life, I could not even send her off on her deathbed. I'm really unfilial. As she spoke, she squatted and wailed loudly. Her cry was miserable and sorrowful, making people's hearts break upon hearing it. It summoned the urge to help her up and hold her in comfort. However, Subai did not do that. He already had a girlfriend and did not touch her despite how pretty she was. After a long time, she stood up and bowed to him again. Please deliver it for me. This is the last thing I am leaving behind for my mother. Don't worry, it will be delivered. He nodded expressionlessly. She nodded and said again, in return, I will give you two things, which is also a last gift for myself. After speaking, she suddenly started dancing. Her dance steps were graceful, sexy, and beautiful, leaving him full of admiration. Coupled with her beautiful face, she could only be described with a single word, alluring. After the dance was over, she slowly walked to him and said in a small and gentle voice, This second gift is to myself. I've never been in love since I came to this world for 25 years, let alone experience the love between men and women. I am still a virgin, but I don't want to leave with a virgin body. You don't need to have any guilt in your heart or any worries. I'm just repaying you for agreeing to send my suicide note. There won't be a second person here who knows what will happen. Everything will disappear after my death, just like a passing glance." As she spoke, she started taking off her clothes. When she finished speaking, she was left with only a set of lace underwear. Her soft skin accelerated his heartbeat, and she advanced toward him with a sweet and piteous smile. Subai pushed a dagger into her body and took 2st.ps back. "I'm sorry, I already have a girlfriend. I love her very much, so your conspiracy can't possibly succeed." Cheng Wu stared at him incredulously. "Impossible. You are an eunuch. You must be an eunuch." She could not believe that this man was able to resist her seduction. No one but an eunuch could resist it. "You are the eunuch. Your entire family are all eunuchs." He drew out his dagger and yelled angrily. "I don't believe that there is such an innocent man in the world. You must be an eunuch." Cheng Wu clutched her belly and fell to the ground. After knowing that her opponent was someone who had the almost invincible ancestor blood dragon, she decided to fight life and death in another way. Her bond skill with the psychic snake was called bewitchment. As long as she could make her opponent fall in love with her through that, she could bewitch the opponent and achieve the effect of control. Previously, she had used this trick to kill many men who were stronger than her. Thus, after she understood that she could not defeat Subai, she began building a miserable persona in order to shake the youth's heart quickly. Eventually, she wanted to make him fall in love with her completely through the mournful mingling of their physical bodies, thus realizing a turn of the tables. Alas, this was ridiculous to Subai, for by checking the data of the psychic snake, he had already found out about this bond skill. In fact, even if he did not notice it, he would never betray Chen Ruoxue. Other people could not understand his feelings for her. As someone who had transmigrated, she had once slipped through his fingers on Earth. It was a mistake which could never be recovered once missed. At that time, he had wanted to work harder to enter the same university as the girl, and she had also indicated her desire for him to work hard and enter the same college. Unfortunately, he always felt that there was still a lot of time. Until the end, everything was too late. Later, in college, Chen Ruoxue had visited him many times, but when she became more beautiful and elegant, Subai felt that he was unworthy and dared not to see her anymore. In the end, they drifted away, and he dared not even send her a goodbye greeting. That was what Subai had regretted most in the first 2 decades. When he returned to his senses and started working hard, everything was too late. Thus, after he traveled to this parallel world, he had been working desperately. After confirming his relationship with Chen Ruoxue, his feelings for her were much deeper than most people thought. His feelings had been brewed over 2 lifetimes. The feeling of losing someone over half a lifetime and then regaining her was not something others could understand. Subai's spirit could, therefore, overcome all physical temptations. Although he did not say it, he loved his girlfriend deeply. Raw. Are you really not a eunuch? How could you refuse a girl who wanted to throw herself into your arms? Based on human aesthetics, she should be a beauty, shouldn't she? The dino asked as it fired a spark to burn everything. Subai, taking a deep breath, he glanced at the dino and replied, "This is called love. I hope that you can understand it one day." The dino disagreed. Things like love could not be eaten. It wanted to be a tyrant with chambers of imperial concubines. Subai took a look at the suicide note in his hand. It was a legit suicide note, which she had probably written seriously after having a premonition that she might fail. He placed it in his backpack, too, still prepared to deliver it for her. With the arrival of a teleportation force, Subai left this place and reappeared in front of an altar. In the center of the altar was a brightly blooming 9-colored rainbow flower, surrounded by various figures and monster statues. Subai looked at this altar and heaved a deep sigh of relief. This test was finally over. Although the time experienced was short, it left a deep memory on him. With his advent, a series of weird voices passed on to him. "May I invite the heir to please choose your pet egg?" The rainbow flower projected a light and shadow in front of it, revealing an ice dragon and an ice phoenix. They exuded the mysterious aura of ancient relics, but Subai received a message that he could only choose one. After thinking about it, he chose the Ice Phoenix. Since he already had a dragon, it was pretty good to have an Ice Phoenix. As he made his choice, the rainbow flower shone brightly, and 2 half-a-meter-high ice crystal eggs carved out of ice cubes appeared at the center of the altar. Following this, the ice statues emitted rays of light into the 2 eggs and slowly awakened them, causing simple yet mysterious patterns to appear on their hard shells. Subai quickly understood that the origin of these 2 eggs was being injected through a unique technology. Gradually, he discovered that the origin of one of the eggs was stronger than the other. That egg was the Ice Phoenix which Subai had chosen. Finally, as the origin was injected, the Ice Phoenix egg exuded a ray of light which touched his forehead. He felt a pain in his wrist, and a drop of blood was forcibly extracted and blended into the Ice Phoenix egg. Looking down at his wrist, an Ice Phoenix had suddenly appeared there. At this time, both eggs floated out of thin air and hovered in front of him, together with 16 diamond-shaped crystals. Then a strange message appeared in his head, which he immediately understood the meaning of. From today onward, you will be the last heir of the Card clan. You will inherit the will of my clan and both unparalleled pets, the Ice Phoenix and the Ice Dragon. With these, you will massacre the Chaos clan. Because you have inherited both the Ice Phoenix and the Ice Dragon, you will also be slaughtered when you encounter the Chaos clan. Subai, fortunately, the card world had not been destroyed by humans, or else he would be put in a difficult position for inheriting the 2 pet eggs. He knew of the Chaos clan because his master's enemies were from it. Their appearances looked like aliens, and it was said that many worlds had been destroyed by them. Subai shook his head and decided to stop thinking about this. He hurriedly searched around for any other treasures but stopped regretfully after a while. As he walked forward and plucked the rainbow flower, a force of teleportation struck him. He reappeared on a mountain far away in the Thorns Forest. While he stood there, the rainbow gate in the center of the Thorns Forest disappeared, along with the rays of sunshine. A large number of people had gathered in the middle of the forest, probably awaiting the people who had finished the adventure to come out. Subai kept the rainbow flower and looked up at the snow still falling from the sky. He lent himself to the oncoming cold wind, letting the snow fall on his body and the wind to mess up his hair. After a while, he kept the other pets and rode on the cub. He said softly, "Jade, let's return to the bloodthirsty vine bazaar." "Howl. Arbai, do you need me to help you open the shield?" The cub raised its head and asked. "Thank you, but no, I'll open it myself in a while." Subai shook his head, he wanted to feel the snow on him. Nodding, the cub walked into the depths of the snow with graceful catwalks. At this time, it was the late afternoon, and the sky was about to turn dark. Subai did not choose to stop but moved against the wind to advance in the night, instead. He wanted to return quickly to the bloodthirsty vine bazaar and let the snow calm his mood on the way. As the light gradually dissipated, the blood moon hung high in the night sky. The bloody scarlet moon shed wisps of blood and changed the color of everything in this world. If one looked carefully at the scarlet moon in the sky, cracks on its surface could be seen, which appeared to be divided into pieces. Soon, the moon set and the sun rose. Light shone on the earth, and the heavy snow which had fallen all night long finally stopped. Purple jade sashayed to the green bamboo residence in the center of the bloodthirsty vine bazaar. Taking a deep breath, Subai got off the cub's back and walked up to knock on the door. Bang bang bang. Soon someone came to open the door. It was a little girl who was a few years old. She looked up at Subai and said crispy, "Sister Wei Ye asked me to bring you in." "Thank you." He nodded and walked in with the cub. The girl closed the door and led the way. Her eyes were fixed on the cub all the way, obviously wanting to touch it. Alas, the cub did not let her touch it. Subai soon arrived at the main hall. Walking inside, he saw Chen Ruoxue and Wei Ye from a distance. For some reason, his girlfriend's eyes changed when she saw him. It became 100 times gentler than before. He smiled gently at her, signaling her not to be afraid and that he would take her away soon. Then he turned to look at Wei Ye as he took out a crystal box from his backpack. He bowed and greeted the woman, "Senior Wei Ye, this is the rainbow flower. Please stop making things difficult for Ruoshua and just let her go. I was wrong that day. My mouth is full of shit. I mentioned things that upset you. In fact, I just wanted to tell you that we could always get by in life. Sometimes, putting yourself in pain won't make others change their minds, and they may even think you are silly. After speaking, he opened the crystal box and handed it over. Inside the box was a rainbow flower glowing with 9 colored rays. Wei Ya glanced at the rainbow flower without much surprise in her eyes, as if she had expected him to be able to obtain it. On the contrary, her gaze changed from the previous looks of contemptuous, dalliance, and seductiveness to seriousness and admiration. She stared at him in silence for a few seconds before nodding slowly. Thank you. Your girlfriend is here, you can take her away at any time. Besides, I don't think that you have a place to live here. I'll give this green bamboo residence to you. Thank you, but no need, we are leaving. Su Bai looked at Wei Ya, hoping that she could walk out of her previous emotions as soon as possible. Shaking his head, he walked over and pulled Chen Ruoshua up. Don't be afraid, we are all right. He squeezed her hand and smiled. Yes, Senior Wei Ya was very good to me. Don't worry. Chen Ruoshua nodded and let him pull her away. Once he left, Wei Ya suddenly cried and then burst out laughing. She took out a bottle of strong wine and drank it all. Her heart was burning like this wine. All the emotions over the years were consumed with this bottle of wine, and she understood that the boy was right. Despite her being sad for so many years, that person had never come to see her. Instead, he had married a new flame and climbed up to a high position. Every year, she returned to the place where they had their first date, but that person had never once appeared. On the other side, Su Bai took Chen Ruoshua and quickly returned to the hotel room. Just as he wanted to talk to her, she suddenly leaped forward and embraced his neck, kissing him deeply. Her gesture was warm, gentle, and affectionate. Su Bai was stunned for a moment. Although he did not understand why she had suddenly kissed him, he quickly responded warmly to her, enjoying the wonderful tenderness. After a long time, the two people finally separated. He looked at the girl in his arms and asked with a smile, "My lady's mouth is so sweet, I feel that I can kiss you for another half an hour." Chen Ruoshua rolled her eyes and finally leaned gently in his arms. She whispered, "I saw everything you did in the Rainbow Gate and am very happy. The person I love turns out to love me deeply, too." In fact, she did not know before how deeply Su Bai loved her, for she had even forced him to confess to her initially. She liked him very much, to the point where she had no desire to look at other men as long as he was there. She could not identify any specific reason, she just liked him. Oftentimes, there was no reason behind falling for someone. After being captured by Wei Ya, she thought the woman would threaten Su by using her, but things were not as she thought. Wei Ya did not do anything and just led her to follow the boy quietly. The Rainbow Gate had been closed off to others after the inheritance of the Ice Card clan, but Card Queen could enter. She was a woman who had obtained the inheritance of the Ice Card clan, as well as the original divine skills bred by the world origin when the card world was destroyed. Even if the fragments of the card world had been integrated into the Blood Moon world, she still had the ability to enter it. Thus, they had clearly seen everything the boy did inside, including Cheng Wu's seduction. Chen Ruoshua had been deeply moved by the boy and was convinced that she would only marry him in this life. Su Bai was stunned upon hearing this. "You were following me all the way?" He was not worried about the exposure of his attribute light balls, for he had opened a shield to cover this act a long time ago. "Yes." She looked up at him, her eyes gentle. She knew that the boy was not an eunuch, so she was even more moved. "The reason why I didn't kill Cheng Wu the first time was I wanted to deal with her in the simplest way. I had no other intentions. Please don't misunderstand me," he explained quickly. "Do you think I'm stupid?" She scoffed, but in her heart, she still felt that he was silly and cute to misinterpret the emotions in her eyes. "Bai, enough. I can't watch you two show off your love anymore. Remember that you are my pet tamer. Have some sense of shame." The cub let out a cry of dissatisfaction. What the hell? As soon as the two entered the room, they had started doing such shameful things as if it did not even exist. "Su Bai, I will give you an extra meal later." "Thank you, my little cutie." Subai looked at Purple Jade and told it this. Howl. Yes, that's more like it. After all, I've worked very hard as well. The cub nodded in satisfaction, praising him for being a sensible boy. By the way, come here and I will give you something. Subai took Chen Ruoxue and sat down on the bed. What is it? She asked curiously. Look, this is the ice dragon egg or the white egg. How do you like it? He put the ice dragon egg he had harvested in the ruins before her. Chen Ruoxue blinked at Subai and asked, I will like everything you give me, but is it okay for you to give me valuable things? Your brother is about to become a pet tamer. Give this to him, instead. Just take it. This egg is a pair with my ice phoenix egg. I thought I could only take one, but who knew that both could be taken away by me? The ice phoenix egg is already bound to me. It just so happens that you want a dragon, so this egg is yours now. A white ice dragon goes well with you. As for my brother, you don't have to worry about him. I don't want to give him this egg. What he wants is a pet to help him with research. There will be one such egg at the auction house, so we have to obtain it at that time. You are already mine, so this pet egg is automatically yours. Subai hugged her shoulders and smiled. In fact, 1 or 2 dragon pets were good, but if more were raised, he might be unable to raise them well and would exhaust a lot of energy. For him, the little blood dragon was very strong as it was an ancestor blood dragon, so there was no need to raise another dragon. This was also why he had chosen the ice phoenix initially. All right. Thank you, hubby. Chen Ruoxue raised her head to kiss him, her cheeks blushing. Upon hearing her call him husband, Subai was stunned for a moment and looked at her foolishly. Can you call me that again? The girl's face flushed and she called that again in a soft voice. Howl. The cub stared at them with a disgusted expression and quickly moved away. These two are too disgusting. Chapter 164, Tilda winking smiley. Bai's deliberateness. Wait. I want to tell you something, Chen Ruoxue said, holding his hand. What's the matter? He looked up at her. She held his face in her hand. Do you hate Senior Wei Ya very much? No, I don't hate her at all. Subai shook his head. Actually, she's very kind. Did you see those cute girls in the green bamboo residence? Many of them are orphans, but she brought them back and raised them herself so that they can live independently once they return to human society. The reason why she's like that is she's been hurt by her love. She fell into a vicious circle and couldn't get out. Although it's very bad of her to test other couples without permission, she would give rewards as long as they truly love each other. I believe that this incident should allow her to get out of the vicious cycle. Chen Ruoxue hugged Subai's arm and said. He looked at her and asked, do you want to worship her as your master? Yes, Senior Wei Ya is actually quite pitiful, I want to help her. Of course, that is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I want to become stronger. I don't want to be just a pretty face like in the Sleeping Dragon Abyss last time. I felt so useless then and could only watch you solve the problems, unable to do anything. It felt very uncomfortable. Can you understand it? She looked at him as she spoke softly. Of course, I can understand. If you want to help her, I won't stop you. Subai thought for a while and nodded. He understood that Chen Ruoxue had always been a very strong girl and would never be just a pretty face. What she wanted was to fight side by side with him. If she stayed with him all the time, she would only become just a pretty face in the end, but that was definitely not what she wanted. What she wanted was to climb the peak with him instead of being led by him to the peak. Also, he understood that, even though they loved each other deeply, they should not stick together every day. Sometimes, distance could strengthen the love. Thank you. Chen Ruoxue hugged him tightly. She was so happy that he understood her. Since you want to become her apprentice, I will take you there now. He hugged his girlfriend. Although he was reluctant to part with her, it was still for the better. Okay. Chen Ruoxue nodded. It was not easy for her to make this decision, for she did not want to leave Subai, either. Howl. Tilda, Zai human beings are so weird. They just said that they won't ever go back to the green bamboo residence. The cub glanced at its owner in dissatisfaction. Subai, Soon after arriving at the green bamboo residence, he knocked on the door gently. One of the little girls opened the door and revealed a hint of joy upon seeing the cub. "What's the matter?" she asked crisply. "We're here to find Senior Wei. Chen Ruoxue touched her head and smiled. "Okay, come in with me. Sister Wei has been sitting in the room for a long time." The little girl nodded and told them. Walking into the main hall, Subai saw the woman still sitting in the original position, with 7 or 8 empty wine bottles on the table, as well as a half-emptied wine bottle in her hand. Seeing the two of them, she took another sip of wine and then threw it away irritably. Why was she still not drunk? "Are you here to stay?" The green bamboo residence is very large. You can choose to stay in any other place, except for the house I live in and the neighboring small building. "No, Ruoxue came here to pay her respects to you as a master, but we should wait until you are sober before coming back." "I'm sober." She waved her hand and turned to look at him. "You are letting her worship me as a master? Are you not afraid that I will ruin her? I have nothing to disagree with. You are not a bad person, and I respect her decision." He spread his hands. "Then hurry up and pay respects to me. I've decided to accept you as my last disciple." Wei touched Chen Ruoxue's small face. Nodding, the latter walked over to pay apprenticeship to the former. "Master, please accept Ruoxue as your disciple." Wei glanced at the girl and walked over to help her up. "Get up. You will be my only disciple from here on." "Yes, master." Chen Ruoxue smiled at the older woman. "Ruoxue, take good care of Senior Wei. I will go out now." Subai stopped disturbing them and turned around to leave. At the door, the little girl carefully touched the cub's tail. When she saw him suddenly come out, she jumped, then lowered her head, and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, I just found it cute and wanted to touch it. I didn't do anything bad to it." "It's okay. I didn't blame you." He shook his head. "Can you take me to find a larger, unoccupied place?" "Yes, Sister Wei said that you can choose whatever place you want." "I will take you to choose one. I know a very gorgeous and large house that you can stay in," said the little girl crisply. "Okay, thank you." He smiled and nodded. Soon, the little girl took him to a 2-story diamond villa. "This is a house carved from a large piece of crystal. How is it? Does it look good?" asked the little girl. Subai nodded. Big Shots were too headstrong, but he did not dare to live here, afraid that the dino could not help but chew the house. In the end, he chose an ordinary wooden house made of golden Chinese cedar. After entering the house, he released the pets, which looked around the new environment curiously. "Don't walk around, come and help organize things." Subai looked at them. "Raw. Can I eat this backpack?" The little tyrant glanced at Subai. "No, you can't eat the backpack, but there may be a lot of ores in it." He spread his hands and looked at his pet. "Raw. What can I help you with? I'm the best at lending a helping hand." The dino patted its chest and walked over to help. The cub, the dragon, and the fox were not as dramatic as he was and came over quietly to help. The first thing to do was to count how many backpacks there were. After clearing out all the backpacks, Subai was shocked that there were as many as 420. Of course, this quantity and the number of people were not equal, but this was also normal, since not everyone had a space backpack. Moreover, some people might not even carry the backpacks when gathering the battle gains, while others might even be transported away without a chance to gather the battle gains. "Okay. Let's start to sort the contents of the backpacks. Put them here according to their attributes." After he finished speaking, he began organizing his backpack. The pets also began picking up backpacks to organize. After a while, the treasures could no longer be placed in his backpack. He found another backpack and began packing them according to their types. Most of them were servant or warlord items which were not particularly valuable. Because the people who went into the Thorns Forest were not strong, they naturally did not have any treasures. Gradually, Subai realized something was wrong. Why were there fewer and fewer treasures of the fire, earth, and wood attributes? "Jade, tyrant, move your butts away now." He glared at them. "Howl. Abai, what are you doing? Don't interrupt my work, okay?" The cub groaned in dissatisfaction. It could not possibly move its butt. Roar. I've been working so seriously here, how could you interrupt me? Wouldn't your conscience hurt? The dino did not want to move its butt, either. Anyway, its elder sister had taken the lead to steal those things. Yes, my conscience hurts very much. Subai sneered sarcastically and walked over to pick up the backpack behind the dino. He then walked over to the cub and picked up the other backpack hidden behind it. This is the result of your serious work. I'm so touched. He looked at the two and emptied the backpacks. Treasures piled up like small hills at once. The little tyrant lowered its head in embarrassment. It put its small claw behind its back and cried softly. Working is so tiring, we should at least be given small rewards. Howl. Tilda winking smiley, these are all mine, stupid Arbai. You promised to reward me. If you are going to sell them today, then sell me along. Anyway, you don't love us. All your thoughts are on your ruoshue. If I knew, I wouldn't give you flowers to make your confession successful. The cub rushed over to hold its treasures. It was like a big tabby cat protecting its dried fish as it glared at him with a very fierce look. Subai, buddy, you even know how to use moral arguments now? You really deserve to be my good pet. Did I ever say that I wouldn't leave some for you? He glanced sideways at the cub. Many of these you took aren't suitable for your use. They'll make you weaker instead of stronger. Although they can satiate your mouth and tongue for a while, it will be extremely difficult to advance afterward because of them. If you don't believe what I said, then you can try eating some, I won't stop you. Once he finished speaking, he resumed organizing the stuff. Roar. All right. I won't hide it anymore. Arbai, choose some for me to become stronger. The dino roared in annoyance, then took out a backpack from under its buttocks, and threw it in front of Subai. Howl. I'll give it to you. I'll give everything to you. Stupid Arbai, you might as well starve us to death. The cub threw two backpacks out of its space pendant and looked at him irritably. They realized that they did not even have the confidence to eat things if they left Subai's side. This must be a conspiracy that he had carried out against them since they were young. Subai was shocked upon seeing the two backpacks which were thrown out by the two pets. It turned out that the ones he found were deliberately exposed by the two. When did his pets become so smart? At this time, the dragon and the fox both lowered their heads and quietly placed a backpack each in front of him. You two have also learned the bad ways, it makes me sad. Subai looked at the fox and the dragon. He had always treated them as good babies. I'm sorry. Both pets quickly apologized. He shook his head helplessly and looked at the group of naughty pets. Continue sorting out the stuff. I will select things suitable for you to eat as snacks. Roar. Don't worry, Arbai. I will work hard this time and will definitely not sneak stuff away this time. The dino roared reassuringly as it patted its chest. The four pets no longer held ulterior motives and started working earnestly, letting the classification work progress smoothly. While guiding them, Subai helped pick out suitable items for them to eat. He also selected some special spiritual plants and treasures for separate storage. Even with the help of his pets, he spent 2 or 3 hours organizing items. Still, he felt very happy. According to his estimation, the combined value of these things should be between 1 and 1.5 billion. That should be enough money to participate in the auction a few days later. However, it was a pity that, although there were many good rare spiritual plants here, very few were helpful for the cub's promotion. The main reason was that most were at warlord grade and only few were at commander grade. Hence, a majority of the items were useless. The pets were not worried about that, though, and were more than happy with the snacks chosen by him. Heaving a deep sigh, he took out the ice phoenix and ice dragon eggs. Although the dragon egg now belonged to Chen Ruoshue, it was still with him for the time being. Both eggs were 50 centimeters high and looked like ice crystals with dragon and phoenix carvings. Subai examined the 2 eggs. As the inheritance pets of a clan, their origins were almost full. However, because he had chosen the ice phoenix egg, its origin was more abundant than the ice dragon egg, its breath was also more powerful. The 16 ice crystals were ice treasures called snow ice crystals. They could be used as food for hatched pets and to make incubation fluid. Su Bai took out a piece of snow ice crystal and rolled out its attribute light balls, fusing them into the ice phoenix egg. Since its origin was already full, it took only 2 ice crystals to make the origin completely saturated. After that, he added the origin of the ice dragon egg. Because it lacked a lot of origin, it took 5 ice crystals to make the egg reach a full state. With this done, he found 2 incubators and carefully placed the eggs inside. He put the eggs on the table and then took out a paper and pen to begin writing the incubation manual as well as the approximate cultivation for the 2 pets. Knock knock. He was halfway done when there was a knock at the door. Without looking up, he directly said, "The door is unlocked. Come in by yourself." The door opened and Chen Ruoxue came in with her master. She glanced at the treasures piled up in the house and walked to her boyfriend, smiling. "Are you writing the incubation manual?" "Yes, I just finished sorting out these battle gains, and now I'm writing the incubation manual as well as the general direction of cultivation for the ice dragon egg." Su Bai nodded. "All these things should gather enough money for the auction, shouldn't they?" Chen Ruoxue glanced at the tower of things and asked. "They should be enough. If you want to sell them, I can handle it for you first." Wei Yue looked around and spoke. "Thank you very much, then." Su Bai thanked the woman and then looked at his girlfriend. "When are you guys leaving? Are you leaving now?" "No, I will still be here before New Year's Day. After that, I must go out to practice with my master. I don't know how long I will be gone for, but it won't be too long. After all, I still have to participate in the competition and take the college entrance examination." Chen Ruoxue shook her head. "I see. That's good, we still have 10 days left. We can use the time to hatch these 2 eggs. Once they are hatched, I can write the corresponding breeding manual for you." Su Bai smiled and nodded. Nothing much, but she gave me something. "Look at this." Chen Ruoxue sat on her boyfriend's lap and took out a mobile phone from her pocket to show it to him. "This is a special mobile phone. I can only send messages and make calls to my mobile phone, but unlike other phones, this has a connection even if I'm not in the same world. Plus, it enables direct communication without needing electromagnetic satellites for signal transfer. How is it? It's amazing, isn't it? Do you want one?" She dangled the black mobile phone in front of him before finally placing it in his hand. "Is it so magical?" Su Bai picked it up and played with it for a while. Compared to a normal phone, it only had basic communications functions and had no other. "Of course," Chen Ruoxue said with a smile. "Thank you, wifey." He reached out to hug her and planted a kiss on her lips. Chen Ruoxue blushed, not only because Su Bai had kissed her but also because she had suddenly felt a foreign object touching her thigh. "It's daytime now." She quickly stood up. "Haha. Let's go buy materials to incubate our pets." Su Bai rubbed his nose awkwardly. He was not a eunuch, so it was impossible to sit still and not be aroused. "Then let's go." The girl rolled her eyes. Alas, the 2 did not manage to leave because Wei Yue sent someone over to talk to them. "Hello, I am Liu Dong, the manager of the Bloodthirsty Vine Bazaar. Master Wei Yue sent me over. May I ask what items you want to sell?" The man speaking had a crew cut. He looked expressionlessly at him. "The items are inside the house. Sorry for the trouble, but is it just the 3 of you? It might take quite a while." Su Bai nodded and motioned inside. "Don't worry. We are all professionals and work very fast," Liu Dong said. Su Bai opened the door and pointed to the things in the living room. "This is everything. Can I trouble you with calculating how much they are worth?" "All this?" Liu Dong glanced at the treasures piled up in the house, his expression no longer blank. "Yes, including these backpacks and their contents." Su Bai nodded. Liu Dong and the 2 staff behind him were shocked. There were already 400 to 500 space backpacks, let alone the Tower of Treasures. How many people did this seemingly gentle younger brother in front of them kill? "Sorry, I take back what I said earlier. I estimated the wrong number. I have to call some more people to help. Please wait a moment." Liu Dong smiled apologetically. He did not want to provoke this kind of murderous existence. "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry." Su Bai shook his head and handed him a list of materials. May I ask if you have the items on this list? Liu Dong sent someone back to call more help, then smiled, and took a look at Su Bai's list of materials. He could not help but frown. The materials listed were all so precious, and some were even items at the secondary auction. What's the matter? You don't have them? Su Bai quickly asked upon seeing his frown. If the incubation materials were not available, it would be more troublesome. It was very likely that they could not hatch the Ice Phoenix and Ice Dragon eggs before New Year's Day. No. Although some materials are more precious, they can still be found. I will arrange it and send the materials to you before dark, okay? Liu Dong said with a smile. After thinking about it, he still decided to help Su Bai. This youth had deep relationships with the Card Queen and was also a lunatic who had killed people without blinking. He could not afford to provoke such a person. Thank you. Nodding, Su Bai sat on a bench with Chen Ruoxue and waited for these people to finish counting the treasures. It took 2 hours. In fact, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon when the tallying ended. It's done. The total value is 1,349,980,000. Let's count it as 1,350,000,000 yuan. Liu Dong walked to him and spoke with a smile. That's great. Excluding the price of the incubation materials, it will be exactly 1,250,000,000 yuan. Su Bai nodded. The incubation materials worth nearly 100 million had just been delivered. They were so expensive because the incubation materials Su Bai had chosen this time were all of very high grades and many were dragon materials. Moreover, several kinds of materials were sold at the secondary auction with a starting price of tens of millions, so the total price could not possibly be cheap. This had an advantage of allowing the pets to leave the juvenile stage directly inside the egg. The pets could then grow faster in the early stages without affecting their potential. He had not done this for the other pets' incubation naturally because of his poverty. Such an approach could only be done by the rich and powerful. All right then. May I ask if I should turn them into blood origin crystals and send them over? Liu Dong asked. No, deposit everything at your side first. We can settle the amount after the latest auction. It may not be enough by then. Su Bai shook his head. Sure, no problem. This is the VIP room number plate for the auction. The auction will start in 2 days, and you can enter the venue with this. Liu Dong quickly took out a number plate, his fear rising to a higher level. This was obviously an annihilation. This boy had actually killed numerous people and obtained so many treasures for the auction. Deep inside, he simply wanted to get away quickly from the youth. Thank you so much. Why don't you come in for a cup of tea and rest? Asked Su Bai politely. No. Work is very busy, so I'll take my leave first. Liu Dong rejected and hurriedly turned to leave. Wow, you're so bad. You obviously knew that he misunderstood you, yet you continued playing tricks on the poor guy. After Liu Dong left, Chen Ruoxue patted him on the shoulder and chided. I didn't do that on purpose. I couldn't possibly explain the Rainbow Gate incident, could I? My tone of voice was very ordinary, too, Su Bai said, shrugging. You just wanted to scare him. A murderous madman who has killed countless people is even more terrifying when speaking in a calm tone, chastised Chen Ruoxue. Ha ha ha. It's not my fault. Anyway, if we add the 1.3 billion that we just earned to our original asset, the 5.6 billion worth of spiritual plants, it should be more than enough for us to participate in the auction, Su Bai said with a smile. When it got dark, instead of preparing the incubation fluid, he rested after having a meal with his girlfriend. In the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning. Su Bai and Chen Ruoxue got up and prepared the incubation fluid together. Don't you find it difficult to breathe? Su Bai exasperatedly glanced down at the cub, which was sleeping face down on the blanket with its paws exposed. It was lying on the carpet in a twisted posture. Jade, it's time to get up. Chen Ruoxue knelt and rubbed the cub's ear. The cub suddenly jumped up and pressed the girl on the carpet, holding and pressing against her neck. Howl! Why are you under me? Where is the guy who put me in a quilt earlier? Come out. Was it you, stupid Abai? The cub stared at Chen Ruoxue. Could it be this girl who had stuffed it under the quilt moments ago? At the thought of this, it pushed its paws down on the girl's chest and rubbed it vigorously. Since she was its owner's girlfriend, it could not hit her and could only settle the scores with her through this. Rubbing her chest a few times was not too much, was it? Where did you sleepwalk to? You walked over there in your sleep, yet you're blaming others for covering you with the quilt. Ruoshua just touched your ear to make sure you're not dead, then you pounced on her. Hurry up and release her. Subai's face turned gloomy and dark. Howl. Really? The cub tilted its head and looked at the innocent girl under its paws. It seemed that it had really made a mistake. Howl. Oh, thinking of this, Purple Jade quickly kissed Chen Ruoshua. It then coquettish as it jumped off the girl. Haha. You're so cute. Chen Ruoshua rubbed its cat head. Howl. I want to eat. The cub looked at its owner and blinked. What a glutton. Sober up first and then eat later. Subai rolled his eyes. If a peak warlord pet blamed others for covering itself with a quilt in its sleep, then it was not even comparable to a kitten. Howl. Fine. I won't eat then. I will sleep, so don't disturb me. The cub fell back down, lying on the blanket like a corpse, obviously waiting for him to come and coax it. Too lazy to bother paying attention to his useless cat, Subai took Chen Ruoshua along to prepare the incubation fluid. His girlfriend's hands-on ability was not beneath his, and she started dispensing the potion according to the detailed steps given by him. While preparing the Ice Phoenix's incubation fluid, Subai glanced over to check on Chen Ruoshua from time to time. His movements were slow but methodical. After grinding and extracting each piece of raw material, he started mixing according to the corresponding proportion. It took about 2 hours before he finished preparing a bucket of incubation agents. The liquid was extremely cold, with a temperature of 200 degrees Celsius below zero, which was much colder than liquid nitrogen. The moment it was made, the temperature in the room dropped by several degrees. Without the ability to keep warm, he shivered. Who told you not to choose the warming skill back then? Do you regret it now? Chen Ruoshua glanced at him, unable to feel the cold thanks to the cold-resistant skill. I had no other choice. I chose the heat insulation skill because I plan to enter a purgatory volcano with Tyrant so that we can look for purgatory fire. He sighed. Then hurry up and keep warm with your Tyrant. I'm done here, she exclaimed. Subai had the same intention. He turned around, only to see a chubby cat face, which scared him so much he almost smashed it. What are you doing? He heaved a deep sigh and stared at the cub incredulously. Howl. Bye, you can hold me to keep warm, but this little cutie of yours is now hungry. Can you feed me? The cub blinked at him and licked his cheek. Then come with me. Subai raised his hand to caress its ear. He did not prevent the cub from licking his cheek because it was very clean. Other than medicinal cakes, spiritual plants, and spiritual fruits, it had never once eaten anything disgusting. Also, it felt itchy and comfortable when Purple Jade licked his face. Howl. Thank you, bye. The cub followed him and walked forward with graceful catwalks, much like a proud little princess. When he came to the middle of the living room, Subai released the dino, fox, and dragon from their pet spaces. Compared to the cub, the others liked the environment in the contract book. Although the space was somewhat narrow, they could sleep very comfortably inside. He took their medicinal cakes from his backpack and fed them to his pets. Raw. Bye, are you adding another partner to us? The little tyrant asked while stuffing medicinal cakes in its mouth. Yes, it's an ice phoenix. I hope that you can all live with it in harmony. He nodded. Howl. I'm already used to it. You're a playboy. Telling us to work hard together is just a cover-up. You're just greedy for other pets. The cub did not even look up while eating. Raw. I hate ice pets and flight pet. The dino glared fiercely ahead, very distinct about its dislikes. Subai, Mule Tilda, I will get along with my new friend. The fox nodded while it ate. Raw Tilda, don't worry, I will never bully the new partner. The little blood dragon was also very amicable. After feeding his pets, he was about to go see if Chen Ruoshua's incubation fluid was finished when there was a sudden spiritual fluctuation behind him. He turned to see a dreamy whirlpool of spiritual power surrounding the baby fox. It was about to advance. Subai was a little surprised because he had just replaced its potion ointment with a raw material made of the dream-come-true fruit 4 days ago. He did not expect that it would break through so soon. Soon, the spiritual vortex around the mewling fox slowly melded into its body, and it broke through to the mid-level warlord. Wow, you're amazing. After this auction, I will buy you 2 good skills. You can also take part in future battles from here on. Subai knelt and caressed the fox joyously. Mule Tilda, I also wanna help you soon. It licked his hand as it acted cute. You can do it. He took out a box of energy ointment and fed it personally. This was his reward for every pet that broke through. Howl. Oh, the cub held the remaining bowl of energy ointment in front of its owner, then lay down and looked at him with its mouth open. Glancing at Purple Jade helplessly, he poured the remaining ointment into its mouth and sent it away. Okay, go play by yourselves, but you're not allowed to demolish the house. I'm going to do something. After feeding the mewling fox, he stood up and reminded the 4 pets. He turned and went to Chen Ruoshua's side. Oh, there you are. I'm done preparing the incubation fluid. Can you take a look? She smiled slightly upon seeing him. It's of high quality. We can directly start to hatch our pets now. Subai nodded. Subai and Chen Ruoshua turned around and brought the eggs onto the table. They slowly poured the hatching liquid into the eggs until it was more than 10 centimeters higher than the eggs. Looking in from the container, the entire eggs were soaked in transparent light blue incubation liquid. Both appeared beautiful and dreamy. Okay, next is the most important step. Subai exhaled and smiled. The most important step was naturally the contract, which was simplest when they were still eggs. Okay. Chen Ruoshua smiled and nodded. With a snap of his fingers, Subai's contract book appeared. The pages of the book turned before finally stopping at page 5. His current contract book had 9 pages in total, and 5 pages were blank. According to his thoughts, the contract page radiated a faint light, and a 6-point star array flashed into a green streamer before plunging into the ice phoenix egg. Faint green light flashed on the ice phoenix egg, indicating that the aura inside had been awakened by itself. Chen Ruoshua completed the contract at almost the same time as him, having successfully awakened the aura in the egg. Okay, now we just need to wait patiently and add hatching fluid to them from time to time. They should hatch in 7 or 8 days. The level of hatching fluid we used this time is high enough and there should be no accidents, said Subai. Okay, then. Let's eat. I'm hungry. I have yet to have breakfast. Chen Ruoshua stretched and hugged him coquettishly. Then let's go, I'll take you to dinner. Subai laughed and carried his girlfriend. You can only carry me to the door, said Chen Ruoshua with her arms around his neck. At the door, he put her down and held her hand. They were ready to go out to the streets for breakfast. This was when the little girl ran over and said crisply, Brother, Sister Wei Ye asked you to come over to eat. Oh, thank you. Subai nodded and did not refuse. Upon arriving, he saw a table filled with hearty meals. Wei Ye greeted Chen Ruoshua and beckoned her to come over. Come join me for breakfast. Sit beside me, lass. You will accompany me later to buy some things. Okay, my mistress. Chen Ruoshua nodded. When there are no outsiders, I prefer you to call me sister. Wei Ye held her hand and smiled. Okay, sister. She smiled and sat down beside the woman. Feeling like a light bulb, Subai also sat and began wolfing down his breakfast. After eating, he did not disturb the two. Smiling slightly, he said, I will take my leave now. Are you not coming along? Wei Ye glanced at him. No, I have to go back and prepare some things. He shook his head. He and Chen Ruoshua were stuck together every day and were not short of time. Furthermore, he felt a little awkward around the older woman. His girlfriend smiled apologetically at him, indicating that she would go back soon. Back in his room, Subai tidied his backpack and then began to write a cultivation manual for Chen Ruoshua. It included the direction of cultivation methods for the super big demon and the 1000-face fox. Time flew quickly, and the number of people in the Bloodthirsty Vine Bazaar increased geometrically over the last 2 days. The people were packed like sardines inside. The emperor monster, Bloodthirsty Vine, which had been sleeping underneath, was also awakened to maintain the operation of the entire bazaar. In the blink of an eye, it was already 2 days later. Early in the morning, Subai woke up from his sleep. He looked up and saw Chen Ruoxue sleeping next to him with her head in his arms, one hand on his waist, and her long legs curled around one of his legs. Is it very late already? Is it time to get up? Woken up by his movement, the girl turned around and lay on his chest. She hugged him as if he were a pillow. She then grumbled coquettishly like a baby. Holding her so close early in the morning made his whole body burn. He hugged her waist and said, "Get up quickly. Today is the first day of the auction." Perhaps she felt the reaction of his moving hand and body. Chen Ruoxue quickly woke up and patted his hand away, preventing it from reaching into her clothes. She then scolded him. "It's early in the morning. Be a little calmer. Let's get up and go participate in the auction." Subai took away his hand regretfully and began to prepare. He was also looking forward to today's auction. Soon after, the two of them finished breakfast and then took the cub and Chiu Chiu to the auction venue. "Please show me your number plate." The staff looked at Subai with a smile. Not everyone could enter this auction, and a special number plate issued by the auction house must be presented in order to enter. Upon seeing the number plate, the staff's eyes lit up and he bowed. "Please come in. You are in room 9 on the 2nd floor. He nodded and took Chen Ruoxue to the 2nd floor. This auction was very large, covering an area of 500 to 600 square meters. The 1st floor was full of ordinary auction seats, where the middle of the room showcased the booth of auction items. Meanwhile, the 2nd floor was the VIP room, where only the people specially invited by the auction or with a worth of over 1 billion could enter. "This private room is exquisite, but it's a bit small," he complained. This private room was only 6 or 7 square meters in size, with a sofa, a coffee table, and an auction bidder. "This room is for us to watch the auction, not for you to enjoy." "It's already not bad," said Chen Ruoxue as she sat on the sofa. The side of the private room facing the auction booth was made of special glass, which allowed them to see outside clearly from the inside but not from the inside to the outside. Sitting on the sofa, he could clearly see the auction booth and most of the people on the 1st floor. "The auction will start in about half an hour. Let's wait slowly." He looked at his watch and said. In a short while, someone sent fruit and tea, as well as a detailed auction list. Unlike the previous auction list, every auction item on this list had a detailed introduction and starting bid. "It seems like there are more auction items than we thought," he said, looking at the thick auction list in his hand. "This is natural. This auction is only held every 5 years. Chen Ruoxue nodded. "Do you have anything you want?" he asked after looking at the auction list. "Not for the time being. Super Big Demon just broke through to the commander level, so I don't really need anything. You can bid as much as you want. I will tell you if I see anything I want." She shrugged. "Okay, then." Half an hour passed, and when almost every participant had arrived, the auction officially began. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited Scarlet Auction is back again after 5 years. This time, we've prepared many fascinating and rare treasures. I will introduce them to you one by one later. Now, I announce the official start of the auction. Sexy ladies appeared at the auction desk and waved to everyone with snow-white gloves. The opening ceremony of the auction was very direct and fast. After a few words, the auction officially began. Soon the first item was brought up. It was quite large and was covered by a red cloth. According to our past practice, this year's first auction item is still a humanoid pet which everyone is looking forward to. It is a rare witch cat of the monster and demon family, with 1,000 changes characteristics. The auction lady opened the red cloth while talking, revealing a beautiful and slender black cat inside. It had a pair of round emerald eyes, and instead of being afraid of the numerous people staring at it, it just stretched lazily in the cage. This witch cat has completely undergone professional training and can do everything. With its 1,000 changes characteristic, it is equivalent to a changeable girlfriend who is obedient to you. Not only can it help you fight, It can also help you relax as your wife when you are tired. The lady giggled and instructed the witch cat to change. Meow Tilda letting out a lazy cry, the witch cat's body flashed with bright light. It suddenly turned into a cute cat-eared girl. With its big eyes, it lazily looked at the group of perverts under the stage. As the girl instructed it to change again, it became a tall and sexy cat-eared girl. F***CK. Our Wei is dead. This witch cat is mine. I will buy it even if it bankrupts my family. Isn't this more interesting than a woman? Don't bother snatching. This witch cat is mine. Whoever snatches it can fight with me. For a moment, the quiet auction room got as noisy as the vegetable market. Too many people were attracted by this ever-changing cat. Do you want to buy it, boyfie? Asked Chen Ruoxue with a grin. They are just a bunch of perverts. I am not perverted to that degree. Su Bai said without any shame. However, in his heart, he was already belittling the witch cat. After all, he already had a girlfriend with 1,000 variations. Me. Didn't you think like that, too, when you hid the fact that contracting a 1,000-face fox would turn me into a girlfriend capable of transforming? Chen Ruoxue glared at him. Ha ha. I didn't expect that to happen, either. He laughed, alleviating his embarrassment. Be quiet, everyone. This witch cat isn't only a dark attribute pet but also a very rare variety of the 1,000 changes characteristic. Hence, the starting bid for it is 10 million, and each bid must increase by more than 1 million. The auction time is 3 minutes. I announce the bidding for it is now open. The lady on stage announced with a smile. As the bidding began, everyone started pressing their auction bidder frantically. Because there were too many people participating, it was impossible for everyone to call out their bids like a small auction. Instead, they directly input their bids into the auction bidders in front of them. The big screen on stage displayed the current highest bid, and the lady would also read it aloud. It seems that everyone is quite satisfied with our witch cat. A high bid of 30 million has appeared in such a short time. There are still 2 minutes left. Is there any increase in the price? This is a rare 1,000 changes cat, the only one in the auction. The lady smiled and made the witch cat constantly change its appearance. Wow, the boss of VIP seat number 7 has bid 35 million. It will be his in 30 seconds. Does anyone have a higher bid? Let us congratulate VIP 7 for winning our lovely witch cat at a price of 37 million. In the end, the witch cat was sold at triple the original price. Although many people liked this witch cat very much, they all retreated in the face of money. Soon, the second collection began. It was a bunny pet this time. The custom of the Scarlet Auction was to present pets which could transform into humans for the first 3 biddings. As the auction slowly carried on, the items became more and more precious. Su Bai did not make any moves yet because he was waiting for the latter items. The 20th item is a skill jade, 1,000 miles icebound. This is a high-level ice-based skill jade with a very high upper limit. If the strength is strong enough, it can even freeze a planet. The starting bid is 30 million, the bidding time is still 3 minutes, said the lady on stage with a smile. Are you going to buy it? Chen Ruoxue asked while looking at Su Bai. Yes, do you want it? He picked up the auction bidder and directly pressed 50 million. This, you are really generous, but I don't want it, not even if you give it to me. I want to harvest it myself. Chen Ruoxue first complained about his carefree spending and then shook her head resolutely. Okay, but this is the most economical way. Su Bai nodded. Oh, my God. The big boss in VIP 9 is very liberal with money. He made his first bid at 50 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? You must know that a high-level skill jade such as this 1,000 miles icebound is very rare, and you may never encounter it again if you miss it now. Unfortunately, no matter how much the girl tempted the audience, no one was willing to increase the price further. They all understood that the big boss had bid 50 million as a signal to everyone else that he would definitely own this thing. Okay, time is up, let's congratulate the big boss in VIP 9. Soon the skill jade was delivered to Su Bai. He looked at Chen Ruoxue and said, You really don't want it? I already told you that I didn't want it. I'm not with you for your money. She shook her head. He nodded and put the skill jade into the backpack, which he had prepared for the unborn ice phoenix. Soon, another item was brought up. This is a fire attribute crystal of profound meaning. I don't need to say more about its value. The starting price is 50 million. There was no need to introduce the crystal of profound meaning at all. This thing was too precious. After using it, pets could directly understand the profound meaning of fire. Depending on the potential of the pet, some could understand it instantly, while others might take a while, but the result was still inevitable. This thing could not be mass-produced, it could only be born in some specific fire environment, and it often took a long time to produce one. Upon seeing this, Subai did not hesitate to press 100 million as his bid. He hoped that others could see his determination. He understood that money existed not for him to scrimp and save. At birth, we brought nothing, and at death, we took nothing. Moreover, if he did not purchase it now, he could not purchase it again once he was of a higher level, and having money would then be useless. Furthermore, he felt like the little tyrant had been unable to evolve due to the profound meaning of fire, so he was determined to win this item. Wow, everyone is fast, but now there is an interesting scene. 4 of our VIPs bid 100 million. The lady smiled. Subai's mood took a drastic plunge all of a sudden. He was not the only one determined to win the fire attribute crystal of profound meaning. There's no meaning to continue bidding now. Let them snatch it first. I will fix the tone with a single hammer blow. Subai shook his head and said. If he also participated, the competition would become more intense. Time passed slowly, and the two men had already increased the price to 300 million. Finally, when the time came, Subai pressed the OK button and bid 350 million as he originally planned. The number on the big screen jumped from 320 to 350 before finally becoming Subai's 350 million. Wow, thank goodness you are generous with your money, or else someone will have really snatched it. Chen Ruoxue patted her chest and sighed in relief. Are you complimenting or scolding me? Subai was speechless. However, it was indeed thrilling. Originally, she told him not to bid such a high amount, but he felt that other people might also play the same tactics as him, so he had directly increased the bid by 40 million. After winning the crystal of profound meaning, he was left with 2 goals in this auction. Originally, he could at most win 2 items with his earning power. However, the special elimination mechanism in the Rainbow Gate had allowed him to collect hundreds of people's battle gains, so he was suddenly a young upstart. Soon the 3rd item that he wanted was brought up. Next, we'll be presenting pet eggs. When this segment is over, the final item of this auction will be shown. Now, let's start the bidding for the first pet egg. It is a dark attribute subdragon hunting shadow dragon with a starting bid price of 10 million. Pet eggs were relatively cheap as long as they were not divine pet eggs because there was uncertainty about their birth. Also, many factors might cause pets hatched from pet eggs to be unsuitable. The most common reason was the wrong characteristics. Even if it was the same kind of monster, there were generally many characteristics. He directly bid 20 million for this one. Of course, this egg was not for him but rather for his father. It's VIP 9 again. Let us congratulate him for winning this shadow hunting dragon egg at a price of 25 million. At this time, many people noticed the 9th private room and had various plans in mind. Although Subai did not bid many times, he left a deep impression by winning everything he bid for. Next, Subai won another purple Thunderbird egg for 30 million. Soon, there was a pet egg at the finale, a green spirit queen ant egg. This was a very special kind of pet egg. After hatching a green spirit queen ant, it could be cultivated as a group attack pet, but most people chose to use it as an auxiliary pet. First of all, the green spirit ant had a strong decomposition level, with sharp teeth to decompose materials, but their strongest function was that different ant species could create different spiritual soil. Thus, this breed was especially suitable for cultivators or those who planted orchards and spiritual plants. He would give this pet egg to his younger brother as a gift. The green spirit ant did not have a strong offense, so it was very suitable for Su Yu. The starting price was 20 million. Room 3 has bid 25 million. Oh, The ninth room has bid 30 million. The lady on stage looked at the fast-changing large screen and quickly updated the news. Soon the price of the two sides skyrocketed, and the price of this green spirit queen and egg reached 60 million. Who the hell is in this ninth private room? He's so fierce, it's really interesting to encounter such big bosses. It might really be a big boss. After all, this auction is not limited to those in the Scarlet Wilderness, so many people from Blue Planet have participated, too. Who knows, but this boss is rather rich and willful. A group of people on the first floor gossiped about it because they all knew who was in room 3. Very good. Room 9 has bid 70 million. Time is up. The last pet egg belongs to VIP 9. Didn't you notice the expressions of those people? The person in room 3 seems to be a big shot. Chen Ruoxue pointed to the group of people on the first floor and noticed their entertained expressions. He's unimportant. Anyway, even if he wants to kill me, he has to find me first, said Su Bai disdainfully. He was no longer as weak as before and could conceal himself with the cub once he went out. Hence, he was no longer afraid. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door outside. Chen Ruoxue got up and opened the door. When she came back, she handed a note to Su Bai. Here, it's a threat letter. They told you to give a reply and are waiting at the door for you. Su Bai took a look at the note and only then realized that the person who had been trying to overbid him was called Liu Sha. This guy very tactfully told him about his power and strength, hoping that he would let him have the pet egg. Sneering, he replied, "Who the F***ck are you?" He was so arrogant despite having only 2 monarch pets. Can you be more civilized? Chen Ruoxue patted him angrily. I only behave in a civilized manner to civilized people, not garbage. He shrugged. Not long after, he heard the sound of a teacup breaking and a tea table tipping over in a private room opposite. Okay, very good. An angry curse ensued, sounding like rolling thunder as it expressed rage. F***ck. Listen to that, Liu Sha must have failed in the private negotiation and must have been insulted, too. Don't state the obvious, he sounds like he is about to explode. F***ck. Who the hell is in room 9 to be so fierce? He dared to mess with a big shot with a monarch pet. The group of people on the first floor were stunned. Room 9 was behaving too recklessly. Generally speaking, even if one was not persuaded by someone, they would not deliberately insult the other party and draw hatred to themselves. Those who dared to do such a thing could only show that he was not afraid of the other party and was not bothered. Those people who originally thought that the auction was boring suddenly looked forward to seeing them bump heads at the end of the auction. The next item is remarkable, and it is also one of our top treasures today. It is the 10,000-year wood pearl. We all know that there are mussels in the water that can produce pearls, but in fact there is also a wood monster called the mussel essence which produces a kind of wood pearl. This is the 10,000-year wood pearl in front of me. First of all, it has the effect of beautifying the face and delaying aging, making one look 20 years old at 40 and 30 years old at 70. Second, after tens of thousands of years of precipitation, the wood aura contained in it is not only extremely pure but also extremely high in spiritual power. For a wood pet that is stuck in its breakthrough, only one is needed to make it directly break through. Its starting bid is 50 million. This treasure has an affirmed effect for pets to break through to the monarch level. The hostess passionately spoke, showing how much she treasured this wood pearl. This was what Su Bai had been waiting for. It was the best treasure for the cub to break through, but he did not bid at the start and only watched others bid. This should be what you want, shouldn't it? Why aren't you bidding? Chen Ruoxue shook him. Have you fallen asleep? Of course not. I just don't want to be outbid by the guy opposite us. I irritated him a while ago. If I bid now, he will definitely try to outbid me. I'll wait until the end to make my move. He shook his head. You even considered this? Chen Ruoxue was momentarily speechless. Since he had already thought of this, why did he bother saying such harsh words to the other party? However, she also knew that the consequences of not speaking harshly were the same in the face of such arrogant people, as long as they did not get what they wanted. Okay, since there's only 10 seconds left, let's congratulate Let's congratulate VIP9 for winning the wood pearl at a price of 135 million. Following the lady's announcement, Subai obtained the wood pearl. The sound of a teacup breaking echoed again. Liu Shaw in the third room was about to explode in anger. He felt like he was being tricked repeatedly. D*MN it. D*MN. I must kill you. He smashed the table with a punch. On Subai's side, the things he wanted to buy had already been bought, and the rest of what he wanted was in the next, not the first, auction. Because Chen Ruoxue did not bid for anything, the two decided to look at the items and then leave. The last few auction items were all monarch treasures that Subai did not bid for. They were useless even if he bought them, as he would be unable to use any for the time being. Soon, the auction was over. Subai kept all his pets in the contract book and then put the treasures he had won in his space backpack before walking out. As soon as the two walked out of the door, they were surrounded by a group of people, headed by a muscular man who looked like a small giant with a height of 1.9 meters. My friend, you are crazy. I remember you. If you have the ability, don't leave the bloodthirsty vine bazaar. I'll take after your surname if I don't kill you. Liu Shaw pointed at Subai and shouted angrily. I don't have a son like you. Why don't you come over and try to fight me if you dare? Otherwise, get out of the way. Subai glanced at the person indifferently. Truth be told, he was really not afraid of a man who could only threaten him with his fist after failing to win the auction. I will take after your surname if I do not beat you to death today. Liu Shaw roared and rushed forward angrily. Having never received such harsh insults before, he was so angry he almost exploded. He raised his fist to beat the boy, desperate to find his reputation even if he had to pay a certain price. Alas, when he reached Subai, he suddenly stopped and squinted at the blood-colored skull ring on Chen Ruoxue's finger. D*MN, you turned out to live off a woman. If you have the ability, you can hide in this bloodthirsty vine bazaar all your life to be a toy boy. Even if Liu Shaw was about to explode in anger, he could only stop upon seeing the ring. Still, he expressed his anger by kicking a hole in the ground when he left. Let's go. Subai glanced at Liu Shaw disdainfully. He was just a bully who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. Watching him take Chen Ruoxue away, the others were shocked senseless. Liu Shaw had actually been intimidated. What happened? Why is he living off a woman? Many people were confused. Did you guys not notice that the boy's female companion was wearing a scarlet skull ring? Only Mistress Wei Ya can give such a ring, so that boy must be a freeloader. D*MN. He turned out to be a leecher. F*CK. I also want to be like him. The group of people watching the show started gossiping heatedly. Liu Dong, the person in charge of the auction sitting upstairs, showed a trace of disdain on his face. That boy is living off a girl. If you guys knew how he obtained the billions of dollars in his hand, I'm afraid you wouldn't even dare fart in front of him. Even Liu Shaw chose not to provoke such an evil spirit. How is it? Isn't it fun to freeload? Chen Ruoxue asked with a smile when they returned to the green bamboo residence. It's all right. Although they treated it disdainfully, who doesn't want to live off a woman? Subai spread his hands and explained. After chatting with Chen Ruoxue, he went to deal with the gains from today's auction. Today's auction cost him nearly 600 million, but the harvest was also very satisfying. When the next auction started tomorrow, he would not need to buy anything else other than some skill jades and spiritual plants. 2 days passed quickly, and Subai spent another 100 million winning some things in the following auction. Among his successful purchases were 3 illusion skills, namely the illusion wave, dream ray, and fixed body. The 2 attack skills and 1 control skill cost more than 100 million in total. The main reason was that the fixed body control skill was very expensive. As the final treasure of the second auction, it had cost him over 70 million. In addition, he bought 2 ice attribute skills, the instant ice seal and the ice flame. Subai let Liu Dong replace the remaining 500 million with spiritual plants, which he used to make energy potions for his pets. A bottle of better quality energy potion was very expensive for commander pets, so 500 million could only last for 3 months. Of course, Subai had the bad habit of buying good things for his pets when he had the money. It was the same as parents wanting to use the best milk powder for their babies. In fact, the cub only needed a spiritual fruit worth 8 million, but when he saw a better spiritual fruit worth 10 million, he did not hesitate to bid for it. In this way, he had reduced the money, which could have been used for half a year, to 3 months. In fact, Subai had done this deliberately. It could inspire him to take risks out of poverty. For New Year's Day, he would return home to give his brother the gifts he bought. Along the way, he also sold the 500 or 600 million spiritual plants he had obtained in the sleeping dragon abyss, as he planned on asking his parents to pay off their loan. After all, there was still a kraken nest in the manor, so the sooner they owned the manor, the better. In fact, he wanted to split the money with Chen Ruoxue, but she resolutely refused, saying that she wanted to fight on her own. In the end, Subai did not force her to accept it. Time passed slowly as he made energy potions and medicinal cakes from the spiritual plants he had purchased. His girlfriend had also been around to help. It took 5 or 6 days for him to buy the spiritual plants and make them into medicinal cakes. I'm exhausted. He stretched and groaned, feeling like his current level of potion making had already been tempered to intermediate trainer level. Who told you to spend so much money buying so many things at once? Chen Ruoxue glared as she chided him. She rubbed her sore hands and said, "Once we are married, you're not allowed to manage our savings. You are even bigger of a spendthrift than a girl. Haha. My future wife who has worked so hard, I will let you manage our savings in the future." He laughed. "Let's go and see the ice phoenix and ice dragon eggs. I saw that they're about to hatch in the morning. Yes, I'm looking forward to the birth of my white dragon." Chen Ruoxue nodded. However, they were both dumbfounded when they walked into the room where the eggs were. "Where's my ice phoenix? Where could that huge egg have gone?" Subai looked at the empty incubator and was shocked. It was obvious that the ice dragon egg was in good condition, but the ice phoenix egg had disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, there was his contract book. He opened it and turned to page 5. A light blue ice phoenix pattern was engraved on it. Yes, this phoenix had indeed hatched, but he did not know where it went. He focused his thoughts and sensed its location through the contract book. He walked away but still could not see any traces of it on the road. He quickly walked to a side close to the backyard. He stayed there and followed his sensing to a corner near the backyard. Everything was intact when he examined it. Could the phoenix have run into the backyard? Could it even run when it had just hatched? It was worth being a pet that was past the juvenile stage at birth, and he had not spent money on it in vain. Subai was about to turn around and leave when he retraced his steps. Something was wrong here. He knelt and took a look at the golden Chinese cedar floor. Although the floor was intact, it seemed like this particular piece could be removed freely. He tapped it thrice lightly, and it let out a solid sound. He covered it with his hands and tried to open it, but to no avail. It seemed like there was no problem with it. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter how well it was hidden, he could still sense its presence with the contract book. However, he was curious about why this newborn was so alert. Its action was too unpredictable. Was it due to fear of meeting people? Thinking about it, he pretended to leave but called the cub to uncover the floor with its spiritual power. As soon as the floor was uncovered, cones of ice shot out from inside. "Come out, I'm your pet tamer. I'm your partner, not your enemy." Subai snapped and reached out to grab it. Because of the contract book's rules, these ice cones fell upon touching him and were unable to inflict damage on him. Although the space under the wooden plank was quite big, it was small enough for him to grab the big bird fast and pull it out without it escaping. Quack, quack. Let me go, let me go. I'm just a stupid hen. The big bird cawed and spat ice cones to attack him, but it was to no avail. Where is our ice phoenix? Why is it an old yellow-haired hen? Subai stared at the yellow-haired old hen in his hand, stunned. Could it be that he had been played by the inheritance inside the rainbow gate? Was there actually no ice phoenix but a special old hen's egg, instead? However, the map of the contract book had indicated that this was the ice phoenix. It was impossible that he had caught the old pet with such an accurate sensing. Howl! Abai, why did you catch an old hen? Do you want to eat it? Inexplicably asked Purple Jade. He shook his head. This ice phoenix was not simple, so he would look at its data first. Name, race, ice phoenix, sex, female, level, high-level servant, attribute, ice, features, passive, frostmown. After the ice phoenix is frozen or its ice attribute hits an enemy, the damage of subsequent attacks will be tripled. Nirvana of ice. The ice phoenix can perform Nirvana of ice after its death. If the potential for success is higher, failure will disappear. Skills: camouflage, frost bolt, freeze, restrained, water and fire, weakness. Evolution direction: embryo phoenix, young phoenix, mysterious ice phoenix, crystal ice phoenix, nirvana ice phoenix, doomsday ice phoenix, embryo phoenix, young phoenix, mysterious dark phoenix, nine-headed mysterious dark phoenix, nine-headed nirvana phoenix. Introduction: this is a very cautious ice phoenix. When its mother died, it left cautious warnings and camouflage skills to it, which made the hatchling understand how dangerous and terrifying the world is. Hence, it decided to live forever as a prudent ice phoenix. This ice phoenix inherited its mother's prudent nature and it acted cautiously, disguising itself as an old hen, but was still killed because it was caught before the exits of the cave could be opened. Subai. What the hell was this? This fellow was too talented. Not only had it passed the juvenile stage as soon as it was born, it had also quietly evolved once and broken through to a high-level servant. Furthermore, it had disguised both of these points well. Without looking at its detailed data, no one would be able to determine all that from its aura. The ice phoenix kept attacking him with a furious and agitated expression, but it thought in its heart, since I can't hurt him despite attacking numerous times, he must be my real pet tamer. Why did he establish a contract with me before I was even born? Sure enough, this world is sinister. There's even a big cat on the opposite side. I'll have to think of a way to fool it into believing that I'm not tasty. The baby bird contemplated this in its heart. With a snap, it shot out a pile of ice crystal's poop. It originally did not have that because it never ate garbage, drank morning dew, or ate aura, but to confuse the cat, it had no choice but to give its best. Unfortunately, it was not yet familiar with the disguise skill and had no way of disguising the poop as a smelly thing. Howl. Disgusting. The cub took a step back in disgust, wondering what was going on. Not only was the new partner ugly, it was also disgusting. Speechless, Subai picked the bird up and glanced at it. Can you look more like an ice phoenix? Can you show off your beautiful features and lovely voice? I already know what your true body looks like, and I also know that you've evolved once and are now a high-level servant. You can't hide anything from my eyes. It's useless to disguise your skills in front of me. Quack, quack. My dearest master, please stop talking about it. Exposing myself will probably lead to my death. I don't want to die, I want to live forever. The bird flopped over and held his mouth, hurriedly saying telepathically, my dear master, as long as you promise to help me hide, I'll do my best to protect you for the rest of your life and to follow your orders. If you die, I'll guard the grave for you. Subai. I'm not dead yet, but you've already arranged the funeral for me. I beg you, dear master. This world is too dangerous. Quack, the ice phoenix's spirit transmitted. Okay. I promise you. I really don't know what warnings your mother has transmitted to you. Subai felt exasperated. The ice phoenix, which was originally so majestic, had become an old hen. The phoenix's mother was all to blame. He really wondered what kind of memory it had left behind for its offspring to become like this. Oh, my poor ice phoenix. Thinking of the possibility of flying an old hen in the sky in the future, his heart ran cold. He originally thought that he could fly the phoenix since the dragon could not be publicly exposed, but who knew that the phoenix would turn into an old hen? Okay, let me go and introduce you to the other pets. This is Purple Jade, my first pet and your eldest sister. You two must get along with each other. He threw the hen-like ice phoenix on the ground, feeling very depressed. Howl. Oh, hello. I am Purple Jade, a cutie with both wood and poison attributes. The cub smiled and waved its paw. Quack. With two bangs, the bird opened its mouth and hit the other with two hockey pucks. It was said that many monsters were good at transforming and hiding themselves, so it had to guard against all monsters and pets. Howl. Hash, go and die, stupid chicken. I'll teach you the rules here. The cub rushed forward and ruffled the hen's feathers before walking back in satisfaction. The ice phoenix stood up and limped a bit. It thought silently, yes, it's real. She hasn't transformed, but she's so strong. I must become stronger quickly. As expected, this world is too dangerous. Subai hugged the bird, feeling bad for it. Why bother? Isn't it good to be an ordinary ice phoenix? Quack, quack. I'm a hen now, my beloved master. The ice phoenix's spirit transmission responded. Subai was too lazy to bother with it. This ice phoenix had been so affected by its mother's warning that it was now paranoid. He picked it up and walked into the incubator room only to see a small white dragon circling around Chen Ruoshua's arm. It was about 30 centimeters in length and had just left the juvenile stage. However, it was subpar compared to the disguised ice phoenix. Thinking about it this way, he felt a little more balanced. Boyfie, come look at my newly hatched ice dragon. It's such a well-behaved cutie. By the way, did you not find the ice phoenix? Why bring back a hen? Chen Ruoshua saw him come in and asked with a smile, looking skeptically at the old hen in his arms. You would never imagine that this is the ice phoenix. She has disguised herself as an old hen for some reason and is unwilling to change back. He shrugged. I only heard of hens wanting to become a phoenix, not vice versa. Your ice phoenix is fascinating. She was also shocked. Quack, quack. The bird cawed twice cooperatively. Subai. Forget it. They've just hatched. Let's feed them some food first. I specially prepared their medicinal cakes and potions. Shaking his head, he placed the ice phoenix on the table and turned to get the potions. Soon, he took out the medicinal cakes and placed them in 2 bowls. Go on, these aren't poisonous. Quack. Thank you, bye. The ice phoenix's eyes immediately lit up upon smelling the food, but it did not start eating right away. Instead, it grabbed a worm from a bamboo shoot outside the window with its spiritual power to test if there was poison. After confirming that it was not poisonous, it nodded and released a dazzling blue light from its mouth. A snowball froze the worm and then it shattered into flying dust. My mother said that we can't leave any future troubles. We must completely kill those we have offended, turning them to dust. After doing all this, it took the 2 bowls and found a safe corner to start eating. Subai. Chen Ruoshua, are you sure that's an ice phoenix? Is she okay? Yes, it probably does not have any problem. Maybe it's just a little paranoid, Subai thought for a while and said. Hey, I have finished eating. Master, I will go back to the nest first. While Subai was talking, the ice phoenix quickly finished eating. It felt most vulnerable when eating, so it ate with the fastest speed. In contrast, the little ice dragon on the other side only ate a bit of food. Subai, do you want to return to the contract book? It's safe there. No. If you die, I can't come out immediately. It's not safe inside. The ice phoenix shook his head and left cautiously with its chicken tail. Sighing helplessly, he decided to leave it alone for now. He hoped that it would get rid of this problem after being in contact with the world for a while. After all, he wanted a gorgeous ice phoenix. You are leaving tomorrow, aren't you? Subai exhaled. Today was December 31st, and tomorrow was New Year's Day, which was also the day when Wei Ya would take Chen Ruoshua out to practice. Having become accustomed to sleeping with his girlfriend beside him, he felt very reluctant to see her leave. Yes, but we will see each other again soon, and you can call me anytime with the phone, too, Chen Ruoshua nodded and said. All right. Tomorrow, I also plan to return to Bayou Manor and store some things. Do you want me to bring any message for your parents? He asked. No need. I already told them that I won't be back for a long time. If I bring any message to them now, they may think that something wrong has happened to me and I am unable to return home. It'll be even more troublesome if that happens. I'll go back to see them when necessary. She shook her head in response. You're right. He nodded in agreement. She stepped forward to hold his hand and smiled at him. Let's go to dinner, future hubby. I'm hungry. Let's go then. Subai nodded, preparing to find a good restaurant for them to have a nice dinner. After a good meal, the two walked for a while and chatted a lot before returning to the room and falling asleep while they hugged each other. Once Subai and the pets fell asleep, the old hen dug a hole under a tree in the backyard and ran out. It looked at the blood moon in the night sky and thought that this world was more dangerous than it thought. Even the dragon breath was filled with the smell of death. It found a hidden place and sat down to breathe in aura, working hard to train itself. It must become stronger quickly to survive this dangerous time. Sigh. What a pity. I can't practice my skill here despite the abundance of powerful aura and can only breathe the aura painstakingly to improve my realm. However, the potion its master had given it was indeed very good. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn. The couple got up and dressed while sharing a deep kiss. They packed their bags and exhorted each other repeatedly. At 8 a.m., the three of them landed on a mountain peak outside the bloodthirsty Vine Bazaar. Protect yourself, don't get hurt. Subai looked at his girlfriend solemnly. You must remember to eat well and stop going to that kind of particularly dangerous place. Think about me, call me when you miss me, and I will do the same. Chen Ruoxue nodded and exhorted. Don't worry, I will take care of myself. He smiled softly and waved his hand. Let's go. Wei Ye took Chen Ruoxue away. Subai stood on the mountaintop and watched the two ladies drift farther and farther. Farther. He stared at the endless plain in the distance and began on his plan. Howl. I am always ready. Purple Jade howled excitedly at him. All right, then. Eat this potion. He took out a special energy potion made from the 10,000-year wood crystal. Howl Tilda letting out a howl of excitement, the cub opened its small mouth and waited for him to feed it. After the potion was poured into its mouth, it swallowed the whole thing with a few gurgling sounds. The high-concentration pure wood spiritual power in the potion was activated as the cub absorbed it. The spiritual energy rushed up into its limbs and began changing and guide its spiritual power to a more refined direction. At the moment, the cub was like a bucket which was already filled to the brim. If it wanted to hold more water, it could only compress the water. And the bucket must be able to withstand the pressure and not break apart. This was the manifestation of the pet's potential. If the potential was not good, the pet would be unable to withstand it after a few compressions. This process was bound to be accompanied by pain, but the cub had to endure it. Howl Tilda soon, the spiritual power compression reached a critical point. The cub howled as a dark green spiritual vortex appeared on its body. As the spiritual vortex slowly contracted, its aura slowly stabilized at the low-level commander, and then it slowly became stronger. This was because the 10,000-year wood pearl had a very good effect and had a definite effect on breaking through to a monarch. Although the cub's spiritual power had already been consumed and exhausted after it broke through, it still absorbed the rest afterward. Howl. Bye, I broke through. Thank you, I really love you. Tilda Purple Jade, this little milk cat, rubbed against him, expressing its full satisfaction and gratitude to him. It was all your own efforts, it had nothing to do with me. He shook his head and checked his pet's data. It was a pity that no new skills were awakened this time. The only thing he felt relieved about was the strengthening of the Holy Spirit shield. This skill had been acquired when it evolved into a sanctuary wood spirit. Originally, it only increased its ability to recover and defend itself, but now it also had an extra control-free attribute. As long as the cub could summon enough grass and wood spirits, the formed Holy Spirit shield would have better protection against control skills. At the highest realm, it could even use the Holy Spirit shield as a Holy Spirit substitute. However, to reach such a point, not only did it need a complete comprehension of the profound meaning of wood, it also needed a certain understanding of the laws of wood. For the time being, this was too difficult a feat for the cub. Subai let the cub rest here for a while so it could get acquainted with its new power. Taking advantage of the spare time, he summoned his contract book and gave the three newly bought skills, namely the Instant Ice Seal, the Ice Flame, and the 1,000 Miles Freeze, to the Ice Phoenix. He let the bird slowly ponder in the pet space, not wanting it with its serious paranoia to come out for the time being. Similarly, he imparted the three skills, Illusion Wave, Dreamray, and Fixed Body, to the others through the contract book. Once they were done pondering the skills, he would release them to practice the skills. He was looking forward to seeing the baby fox in combat. As for the prudent ice phoenix, he would not count on it for the time being and would let it do whatever it wanted. As for the dino, he had already fed it the crystal fire with profound meaning, but it had yet to show any response. Its evolution should take a few days and it might even break through to the commander grade. In fact, he had already felt the slowly growing aura of evolution in the little tyrant. It was not far from evolving into a purgatory fire thief. Because this evolution was not ordinary, he was really looking forward to it. What was meant by fire? Fuel? Life? Hope? Fire thief meant to steal fire, and the purgatory fire thief would inevitably awaken a new skill named fire thief. The first use of this skill was to steal an opponent's fire, such that the fire pet could no longer use any fire attribute skills in front of it. This skill was considered an absolute fire nemesis, which was why the Purgatory Fire Thief could eventually evolve into the Purgatory King. The second terrifying side of this skill was the theft of life. It could steal the fire of life of others without a trace. Unlike the overbearing swiftness of a dead cocoon, this skill worked silently. If it was not discovered in time, the opponent was doomed. After being hit, the opponent would feel lethargic and delirious but would not know the reason why until the time of its death. However, this skill was not without its shortcomings. As long as it was discovered, the opponent could be treated in time. Also, the skill was almost ineffective against beings with too high levels. However, even this kind of purgatory fire thief was very rare. Because it was difficult for ordinary purgatory tyrants to evolve in this direction, there was naturally only 1 in 1,000 in the world. The apex of the tyrant of this evolution direction was the starry sky devourer, of which the existence could even swallow stars. He guessed that this was why the dino had been stuck in this stage of evolution for so long. It would really be a bit too abnormal once it became a purgatory fire thief. He now looked forward to the completion of its evolution. After resting for a while, when the cub had almost adapted to its current strength, he got up and rode it back. Howl Tilda the cub let out a howl which scared away the vultures hovering in the sky and the surrounding predators. Now, Subai could ride Purple Jade on this wasteland without taking a detour because nothing was worth avoiding for it anymore. He was not afraid of high-level commander monsters anymore. At the cub's current speed, it used not more than 2 hours to cover the same distance it usually took half a day to. Arriving at a familiar spatial door, he got down from the cub's back and kept it in his contract book. He walked out disguised in a different appearance. Taking a step out, he appeared outside the door of Blood Moon Bar again. He took a look at the bustling downtown area around him and called for a flying service to bring him back. Fortunately, there were no dangers along the way. Once the flying service reached Carp Town and he got off it, he prepared to walk back home by himself. The road leading to Bayou Manor was between their village and Qingshui village. Instead of visiting the villa in the village, he would go back directly to the manor. On his way to the manor, he chanced upon a group of people who were talking at a fork in the road. He did not bother about them and continued on his way. "Hey, Subai, don't go forward, it's very dangerous." A commander monster appeared there out of nowhere and killed several pets. Seeing him still walking forward, the village head quickly reminded him with a smile. "Commander monster? What kind of attribute is it?" Subai asked curiously. Usually, commander monsters did not dare to run into human settlements. Moreover, commanders in monster wildernesses were already rare, so why would it come here specifically? It's a 6-clamped 3-tailed scorpion at the commander grade. It's extremely poisonous. Several high-ranking pets in the village were directly killed by it when they went up. Now, we can only wait for the Pet Management Bureau to deal with it. "You should wait a while before going up," the village chef said. "Yes, that thing is terrible. It has terrifying strength and is more than 6 meters in length. I don't know when the people from the Pet Bureau will come. I really don't know how a commander managed to enter this area. What is the Pet Alliance doing?" The villagers talked a lot, with fear written all over their faces, complaining with their mouths. "It's okay, I'll go up and look." Subai shook his head and walked forward. "Hey, What are you doing? Come back right away, it's too dangerous. The village head wanted to pull him back, but when he saw that Subai had gone so far, he walked back with a trace of anger on his face. This greenhorn did not know the horror of a commander monster. He had already reminded him, but he was looking for his own death. He cursed inwardly and backed away quickly. Hey, come back quickly. It's life-threatening. This is not a child's play. Don't anger the monster with your death and cause it to hurt us. Come back quickly. What show are you trying to put up here? The other villagers retreated as they cursed him loudly. This greenhorn thought too highly of himself and really pegged himself as invincible. F***ck. That was a commander monster they were talking about. Did he think that he was unstoppable? If he angered the monster, the entire village would be destroyed. Roar. Just when Subai moved a few steps forward, the ground suddenly shook, the earth cracked, and the dust scattered. A giant purple scorpion with 6 giant pincers and 3 tails rushed out of the dust, looking hideous and exuding a terrifying aura. Both of its mouthparts and powerful giant pincers attacked him. If the pincers hit him, he would be dead. Seeing this scene, many villagers closed their eyes, afraid to watch the bloody scene. They thought in their hearts, why bother? It's this boy's fault for not listening to his elders. However, Subai stood there without a hint of fear. His eyes glowed with indifference, and a golden contract book appeared out of thin air beside him. A big white cat rushed out from within, looking at the commander monster disdainfully. With a howl, a vine whip burst forth from its body. There was a puff, a burst of blood, and a low roar. What a pity that he died. Many people thought this way. However, at this time, someone suddenly shouted in shock, "Look, it's a gold contract book." He killed the 6-clamped 3-tailed scorpion in seconds. After hearing this, many people thought that the Pet Management Bureau had arrived, but what they saw was an unforgettable scene in their lives. The terrifying 6-clamped 3-tailed scorpion now had a 1-meter-wide hole on its body and was lying down in a pool of blood. On the other hand, Subai, whom they thought was a goner, still stood intact in place, accompanied by a gold contract book. As he kept the contract book, a trace of indifference flashed on his face and he shrugged. It's done. This scourge has been eliminated, you are all safe now. He then turned and walked toward Bayou Manor, leaving everyone with a handsome back view. The boy with a gold contract book killed it in seconds. He isn't even 17 years old yet, isn't he? Oh, my God. When did the Su family have such a devilish son? He has reached the status of an elite pet tamer at the age of 16. The villagers were speechless. Such a terrifying genius youth could only be seen on TV, could it not? It turned out that he had not overestimated himself. In fact, the scorpion was not worth a mention to him. At this time, several government officials flew over. Where is the commander monster? We belong to the Pet Management Bureau. I'm the village chief. I apologize for the trouble, but the monster has already been dealt with. Look, it's the scorpion over there. Killed. By whom? They walked over to examine the 6-clamped 3-tailed scorpion. It died under a wood attribute basic skill, Vine Whip? How could it be possible? Looking at the wound, those people immediately became more confused. Judging from the residual spiritual power, this was the damage caused by Vine Whip, but this was also impossible. How powerful must Vine Whip for it to penetrate the body of a commander monster easily? Who was it? Could it be that a big shot with a wood monarch pet passed by coincidentally? No, it's a 16-year-old boy who is still in high school. He's from our village, his name is Subai. The village chef shook his head in response. Oh, it turns out to be Subai. It makes sense, then. Alright, let's head back. The captain came to a realization upon hearing the boy's name. Captain, who is he? Can a high school student be so strong? The other members were puzzled. I suggest that you all go back and check the profile of this person. In passing, watch the video of his game. He is simply a genius. Not surprisingly, he will definitely be number 1 in the college entrance examination this year. The captain ordered his team members to return to their base. Only this genius could achieve such a feat with an elementary skill. On the other side, Subai had already walked back to Bayou Manor leisurely. Dad, Mom, I'm back. He called at the edge of the spiritual field. Hey, when did you come back? Didn't you say you'd be gone for a few months? Why did you come back in just half a month? Did you run out of money? His father stood up in greeting. The man was extremely surprised to see his return. Oh, my son is back. Are you hungry? I'll go and cook for you. By the way, how is Ruoshue? Didn't you bring her along? His mother's tone was completely different from his father's, and she was very concerned about Chen Ruoshue instead. I came back to put some things away and will be leaving again a day or two from now. I participated in an auction and bought some things for you guys and Suyu. As for Ruoshue, she has something else, so she didn't return with me. He answered his parents' questions briefly, saying thereafter, let's return home first, leave the spiritual plants for now. Alright, it's getting late, too. It's time for lunch. His mother nodded as she spoke. After cleaning up briefly, they went to the villa by the river. At the same time, he called his younger brother to come down. Today was New Year's Day, so Suyu was on holiday and was doing research in his older brother's laboratory. He rushed over upon hearing about his return. Big bro, why did you return so soon? Suyu came in and asked curiously. Dark attribute shadow hunting dragon, the purple thunderbird. His parents were shocked to see the pet eggs in their hands, and suddenly they felt a little shaky. These were very rare pet eggs which were often reported on TV. In particular, the shadow hunting dragon was an extremely fast dragon type. It was a pet egg difficult to obtain in the market if one was without any connections. You can keep this egg for your own training. I just want to grow old with your mother peacefully, without going out to fight and taking risks. What need will I have for a shadow hunting dragon? I'm very pleased that you gave me this egg. I'd have accepted it a few years ago, but now that I'm over 40 years old and am old, I don't have the drive to risk myself outside anymore. Father Su smiled in contentment but did not accept the pet egg given by his son. Yes, son, we really have no need for these eggs, it's not like we'll go out to fight. This purple thunderbird is worth tens of millions in the market, it would be a waste for the pet to follow me. Mother Su rejected it as well. I already bought them for you. Who said that you couldn't keep a good pet without taking risks? Also, it's useless even if you give them to me. I don't like these pet eggs, they don't meet my standards. You guys can't possibly give them to relatives, right? Hurry up and accept these eggs. With such powerful pets accompanying you, I can be rest assured of your safety. Subai spread his hands and explained. You're really a spendthrift. Couldn't you have kept the money to buy materials? If not, just marry a wife to manage your finances. His mother chided him. Naturally, it was impossible to give the pet eggs to their relatives, so they could only accept these. Upon hearing this, he could not help but rub his nose sheepishly. If she knew that he had spent more than $1 billion in just a few days, she might even beat him out of anger. Big bro, I won't be so courteous with you. I like this green spirit queen ant very much, so I will accept it. Thank you. Suyu held the pet egg in his hand and beamed. Yes, it's originally meant as a gift for you, so there's no need to be courteous with me. I still have a lot of spiritual plants, help me plant them later, he said. Leave it all to me, big bro. If you don't have time, you can just leave the planting to me. Suyu smiled. I should have some time before I leave tomorrow morning. Here are 3 incubation manuals, take them. Subai handed them the incubation manuals. Because the pet eggs had not yet hatched, he could not write the cultivation manuals. However, he estimated that his parents would not use these because the formulas were too expensive. Go ahead and talk first, we will keep our pet eggs. I'll cook for you later, said Mother Su as she looked at them. Wait a minute. I have something else to say. I have about 600 million spiritual plants that I don't need. Do you want me to help repay the family loan? Asked Subai. All 3 were stunned upon hearing this. His father picked his ears and asked again in disbelief, 600 million? Did I hear you right? Yes, I recently made a small fortune and found a treasure trove, he nodded. It took a long time for the 3 people to accept this fact. It's all right. The manor is already on the right track, so we should be able to pay off the loan soon. You don't need to worry about that, just keep your money and don't be a spendthrift. We'll ask you for help if we really can't afford it, but you can keep the money to yourself for now. His father firmly shook his head. All right then. He nodded helplessly. He would keep the money for his own use then. His parents went to whip up a delicious meal while he stayed and chatted with Suyu. They talked about trainer knowledge as well as his experience in the monster wilderness. Soon, the meal was ready. Mother Sue's cooking was of high standards, and Subai ate with gusto. Halfway through dinner, Father Sue's phone rang. After saying a few words, he looked up at his elder son in shock and asked, "The village head just called and said that you had killed a commander scorpion monster on the way back. Is it true?" "Commander monster? Did he make a mistake?" asked Mother Sue. "Is that true, big brother?" Suyu also asked curiously. "Yes, I killed it on the way back. Jade has been a peak high-level warlord for a long time, it's only normal for her to break through." He shrugged. Normal. His parents were speechless. This was called normal? What about those who were stuck for a year and a half? They realized that their thoughts could no longer keep up with their son's strength. They asked you to give them instructions on how to deal with the corpse. "Do you want it?" Father Sue asked, dumbfounded. "No, let them take it if you guys don't want it, either." Subai shook his head. "Then we definitely can't give it to them. We'll retrieve it in the afternoon, it's worth millions at any rate." Mother Sue instructed. Naturally, her husband did not want the village people to take advantage of the situation, so he directly told them that their son wanted it and would retrieve it this afternoon. After lunch, Subai took his younger brother to Azure Dragon Mound on a bike. Since his parents did not want him to help repay the loan, he would directly sell the spiritual plants and conveniently exchange them for money. He called Ju Lingen of the Whitebeard pawn shop, since she could provide convenient door-to-door service. After the phone call, they started planting spiritual plants. The plants they planted were precious and rare, just like the spiritual seeds they included. When they were about done, Ju Lingen called and said that she had arrived. Subai directly sent a message to his parents and asked them to let her in. "Your manner is so magnificent," Ju Lingen commented once she reached the Azure Dragon Mound. She was still wearing thin layers today, with only a set of sweatshirt and sweatpants, as if it were summer. "It's all right. These are the things I want to sell, give me a price." Subai took her into the laboratory and pointed at the things he had sorted out for sale. "So many spirit plants. Did you ransack some spiritual plant cultivation base?" She gaped at the scene in front of her. Subai rolled his eyes. "Even a fool could tell that I obtained these from the wilderness. Hurry up and settle the amount. Don't worry, since you trust me so much, I'll definitely not let you suffer," Ju Lingen promised, patting her flat chest. "Then do it slowly and come to me to settle the bill after you're done." He released the cub to keep an eye on her, then waved his hand, and went out to continue planting spiritual plants. "Hey, there are so many. Can't you help?" shouted the girl. "That's not my job." He shrugged. Ju Lingen gritted her teeth angrily. "Couldn't he help on account of my beauty?" While supervising her, the cub showed a trace of disdain. "Forget about it. Even though Chen Ruoxue is a goddess, it's still useless in front of him, so what more of a delusional flat-chested girl like this one?" 2 hours later, Subai finally finished planting spiritual plants. Ju Lingen also finished counting the mess of materials. "Everything's worth 530 million yuan, she said. "How about 550 million yuan, he asked. "That won't work, I won't make a dime if I give more than 20 million. I'd rather not collect these. Then I won't send you off, I'll open the shield for you to leave." "You." "Fine, 540 million. Take it or leave it," Ju Lingen said. If it had not taken her 2 hours to count the materials, she really did not want to give face to him. This was mainly because she felt sorry for herself. "No problem, transfer the money over," Subai said. "Wait for me to make a call." Ju Lingen snorted coldly. Soon, the money was transferred to his card. He nodded and said, "I've received it. You can take them and leave." He sent the girl away. Meanwhile, his younger brother returned to the White Tiger Mound after planting the spiritual plants, leaving him on Azure Dragon Mound. Subai closed the door and poured himself a cup of marrow gen tea. He then released his pets and took a book to read as he lay on the sofa. Long familiar with the place, the pets quickly and very skillfully found their favorite corners in the room. Only the ice phoenix practiced quacking like a hen for a few times, proving to the outside world that it was a hen. It then hit Subai with an ice hockey shot. After seeing that it had no way of causing damage to him, it fully confirmed that this was the real Subai. It then searched all around the sofa for a place to sit, finally finding a well-connected place to escape and stay away from the other pets. Roar. Are you kidding me? Roared the dino in disdain. Quack, quack. Elder brother tyrant, please don't start a row with me. Without getting angry, the bird nodded at the dino, determined not to change its principles. It was an ice phoenix, which would live forever unlike the little tyrant. The little tyrant ignored it and squatted to read a book on oars while chewing on one. As for the dragon and the fox, they did not target the bird. Although it was very cautious, it had nothing to do with them. Quack. Bye, thank you for the skills today. Don't worry, I'll definitely protect you at the critical moment. It nodded at him. He waved his hand, indicating that it was all trivial matters. Afterward, the phoenix cautiously studied the room to see where it could escape the fastest in case of an attack. Soon, it was night time. Subai fed the pets dinner and went to bed after they all fell asleep. At this time, having observed all the exits of the villa early in the morning, the phoenix flew out from the window of the small house where it was. It quietly came to a section of the river upstream of the reservoir. After carefully observing the surrounding situation, it began practicing its skills and breathing aura. Early the next morning, Subai opened his eyes and saw the cub sleeping sprawled on its back, having sneaked into his bed in the middle of the night. Shaking his head, he got up to shower. When he returned to the living room, his pets were still fast asleep. After waking them up for breakfast, he glanced and said, "Let's go, it's time to leave." Leaving the cub behind, he temporarily kept all the other pets into his contract book. He then rode Purple Jade, bid farewell to his parents, and set off for the Scarlet Wilderness. What surprised him the most was he did not receive any ambush along the way and entered the wilderness rather smoothly. It appeared that those people had given up on his pet dragon or had been pressured by his master into giving up. Either way, they had seemingly lost the nerve to cause trouble in Cannes. This was a good thing for him, too. After entering the Scarlet Wilderness, he looked up at the blood moon hanging in the sky and raised his hand to release the dragon and the phoenix. Quack. Are we back in a more dangerous world now? As soon as the phoenix was released, it looked around vigilantly. This world is not as dangerous as you think. If you don't believe me, follow me and you will know, he said. The dragon wound around his wrist. He then rode the cub toward the bloody mudflat of the only emperor-level ruins in this Scarlet Wilderness. Of course, he was not courting his death but accomplishing one thing. Along the way, as long as it was a blood monster he encountered, he did not hesitate on letting the dragon convert it into its blood subordinate. Faced with these monsters, which were of much lower levels than it, the dragon's origin did not decrease by much. Roar. Bye. Are we going to infect all the bloodline pets in this monster wilderness? Asked the blood dragon curiously. Yes. If time permits it, we can do this. We shouldn't have enough time, but it doesn't matter. As long as we infect a few in each area, it won't take long for them to infect more monsters through mating and other methods. After a certain time, all blood monsters in the Scarlet Wilderness will be your blood subordinates. His goal was to have his pet dragon reach the monarch grade before the college entrance examination so that it could be his trump card. Because he would officially be in contact with the internal forces of the Alliance when he was in college, he had to have a life-saving last resort. It took 5.5 days to infect numerous blood pets along the way, and finally, they reached the Emperor-level relic of the Scarlet Mudflat. The Scarlet Mudflat consisted of 3 parts, the Sea of Blood, the Mudflat, and the island. The entire Sea of Blood was a vast inland ocean, but unlike ordinary oceans, it was light red and had no bottom. It was said to be hiding a terrifying sovereign monster. The Sea of Blood was surrounded by scarlet mudflats. In the midst of the boundless Sea of Blood were many scattered islands, which were numerous despite not being big. This place was said to be the center of the Scarlet Wilderness and also the gathering place for the strong. Existences above the commander grade gathered here even though there was a high chance of death. Quack. This place is too dangerous. There's a horrible atmosphere everywhere. The Ice Phoenix thought to itself that its mother was right. This world was too dangerous. God, it must disguise itself and be ready to escape at any time. Howl. What are we doing here? Asked the cub curiously. Follow me and you'll find out in a while. Subai glanced at the endless sea of blood. Subai also felt exasperated. Did the bird have to use so many skills just to defeat a mid-level servant? At the same time, he was shocked that it had become so proficient in the 3 skills despite it only being a single day. It could even control the power of the skill to kill only this monster, without unnecessary waste and fluctuations in spiritual power. Was it because of talent? Quack. It is safest to turn opponents into powder in case they have hidden strengths. The Ice Phoenix defended itself and hid beside its owner. Okay, stop making trouble. We have to find a good place to rest as soon as possible. Subai looked up at the sky as he spoke. Daytime was short in winter, so it would be dark in a few hours. They were still on the beach at the edge of the Sea of Blood, where there were more of his desired monsters. It was also less dangerous and could better hide them. After searching for hours, he finally found a nice place. It was a Scarlet Creek mouth, relatively hidden and completely empty. More importantly, various monsters came over to hunt at the entrance to the sea. Although they were not high level, there were many that came. After building a simple shelter by the creek, he took out 10 sealed scarlet flesh balls from his backpack. These were the subpar flesh devourers that he had packed and taken away from the sleeping dragon abyss. Howl! What are you doing, Arbai? Disgusted by the flesh balls, the cub stayed far away and asked. The phoenix disguised as a hen also ran under a distant tree, finding it too terrifying. Come here and shower these devourers with some hypnotic powder. Don't let them wake up, Subai said. He released the dino and the fox at the same time. Roar. Where's the enemy? Who do we have to kill this time? The little tyrant carried a 3-meter-long earth hammer on its shoulder and looked around for enemies. According to its experience, other than meals, its owner mostly only released it for battles, which was its favorite entertainment. Subai. Was it being serious with its big bully expression? Not at the moment, but if you want to fight, you can. Many monsters are lingering at the entrance. You can kill them with your sister dragon. The more you kill, the better, he instructed. Roar tilde leave it to me tilde the dino gnawed on an oar and went past him with its sledgehammer. Dragon, help me keep those blood monsters, too. Don't let them turn into blood curses. He released his pet dragon from his wrist. Without it, those bloodline monsters would turn into a blood curse when they died. Roar tilde leave it to me tilde the dragon turned into a bloody shadow and flew away. Mewling, you can come and help me hypnotize these 10 devourers. He motioned the fox. After letting it and the cub hypnotize the devourers to sleep, he took out 10 bottles of scarlet medicine from his backpack. He poured these bottles one by one into the stone basin dug out and then asked his dragon to get him more blood. Finally, he lifted the seal of the flesh devourers and put them into the stone basin. As soon as they were put in, they began wriggling frantically as if they were alive. Many scarlet tentacles grew in their bodies to absorb the scarlet medicine in just a few minutes. Their chaotic consciousness was still asleep, but they were devouring the scarlet medicine and blood by instinct. As they absorbed the medicine, the 10 flesh devourers quickly experienced drastic changes. Their bodies expanded crazily, and numerous scarlet pipes, along with oozing blood, grew out of them. Howl. What are you doing? It's so disgusting. The cub could not endure it anymore and raised its paws to pull him. At this moment, 3 of the flesh devourers exploded with a bang and died, but their flesh and blood were quickly swallowed by the other 7. With a bang, another one exploded. This continued until the blood on the body of the 3 remaining also began to dissipate. Subai grinned and watched as one more exploded. In the end, only 2 survived and they looked no different than before. However, he understood where the big difference lay. Previously, they were all subpar and could never develop into real flesh devourers under normal circumstances. Now, these two had a chance of doing so. They were regarded as flesh devourer prototypes as long as they could grow up. The potion made by him could promote their evolution and completeness by checking their information, but not all of them could be successful. The reason why he had cultivated them was to place them into the Sea of Blood. If it went well, they could eventually become emperor or even sovereign monsters by swallowing all the flesh and blood in this Sea of Blood. Nonetheless, no matter how strong the flesh devourers became, they would remain blood subordinates of his pet dragon and would have no way of hurting him or the ancestor blood dragon. With that, his entry and exit into the Sea of Blood would be as simple as entering an uninhabited state. If there was any treasure inside, it would all naturally belong to him. He called this the Sea of Blood clearance method. At the same time, the dragon would have a strong blood subordinate, of which the help was self-evident. Besides, he had a weird habit of fostering strange monsters like this. Anyway, this was not the blue planet, so no one could say anything if it destroyed the place at will. The premise was that these two flesh devourers had to grow up, though. If they were killed before they could even start, then he had no other way, either. You guys did a great job, you killed so many monsters. He walked to the entrance and praised his pets upon seeing monster corpses piled into small hills. Raw tilde, of course, I don't mess around. The smug dino sat on a big rock protruding from the water. A long bamboo pole was under its buttocks, and a bloody heart hung on the top of it. From time to time, monsters in the sea would jump out of the water trying to grab the food. At that moment, the earth hammer in the little dino's hands was dispatched to directly kill the monsters, before it threw their bodies to the shore. It gnawed on an oar while fishing with an extremely leisurely posture. Of course, the dragon, which was working more seriously, had many more gains than it. Without hesitation, Subai let the cub throw the two flesh devourers into the pile of corpses. Their instincts quickly activated and they devoured the flesh and blood. Jade, mewling, please be careful not to wake them up, he said. He must first raise these flesh devourers to high-level commanders before releasing them. 15 days passed in the blink of an eye, and he moved around 10 places before finally raising the flesh devourers to high-level commanders. They did not bump into anyone in the 15 days. The blood beach was too big, and although many people were here, the probability of encountering anyone was relatively slim. Looking at the flesh devourers, which were more than 5 meters in diameter and exuding powerful aura, he nodded in satisfaction. Good. His 10 days of hard training had not been in vain. These devourers swallowed more things than he imagined and needed enough flesh and blood to grow to this level. Howl. Do I throw this one here? The cub shook the two flesh devourers on a vine whip and asked. Yes, throw one here. Let's throw the other one to that side, don't let them be too close to each other. He nodded. After throwing one into the sea, the fox stimulated its consciousness so that the devourer would wake up in about 3 minutes. With a thud, the flesh devourer fell into the sea like a sinking stone. Its bloody breath caused a group of monsters to chase after it. Soon, a group of monsters had surrounded it on the seabed more than 10 meters deep, but as the flesh devourer's consciousness suddenly awakened, countless scarlet pipes grew out of its body to entangle those monsters directly. It sucked their blood and flesh in the blink of an eye and left only their skeletons. The awakened flesh devourer showed off its terrifying hunting ability, just like a deep-sea overlord. All nearby flesh and blood, which could be swallowed by it, was not spared. Subai nodded in satisfaction at the awakened flesh devourer. It had woken up and started working. Let's go and fly directly over to the other side of the Sea of Blood. Dragon, take me with you. He instructed his pet dragon. In this scarlet wilderness, where many people would frequent, just a layer of bloody mist could conceal them well enough. Otherwise, it would take too long to travel on land with the cub. Raw tilde with a flash of blood, the dragon's body grew to 100 meters. He temporarily kept the other pets and rode the dragon high in the sky. Only after reaching a high altitude could the vastness of the Sea of Blood be discovered. The place where they had been before was just a tiny corner in the vast sea. What a big whale! Subai was a bit surprised to see a huge whale drilling out of the sea in the middle of the Sea of Blood. Its body was more than 100 meters long, and it was probably at least a terrifying monarch. He discovered a few of such whales in the Sea of Blood. Many predatory birds flew in the sky, and most of them were commanders. However, they dared not to do anything upon seeing the dragon's size and aura and chose to circumvent it completely. If Passerby encountered a monarch monster, he would escape in advance. As long as he detected the monster before directly meeting it, he could avoid facing imminent danger. It took more than half a day for them to reach the other side of the Sea of Blood. He found a suitable place of growth and threw the remaining flesh devourer inside. With this, he had completed his task of coming to the Blood Beach. Next, he would travel around the Sea of Blood to improve his pet's strengths as well as his knowledge. Along the way, he would let his pet dragon infect more blood subordinates. After retracting his dragon back onto his wrist, he released Purple Jade and rode it in the direction he pointed to. Let's head over there. Moments ago, in the sky, he discovered a building in that direction. It seemed similar to a gathering place, which drew his curiosity to inspect. Howl. Okay. The cub nodded and sashayed forward. When it was getting dark, he saw figures of the buildings. Indeed, it was a gathering place for humans. 5 characters were written on the guarded gate, the gathering place of heaven. Seeing him approach, the guard said blankly, "If you want to enter the gathering place, you will have to pay 20,000 yuan. There's no time limit after entering the place. No paper money is required as long as you have the equivalent amount of spiritual plants, spirit crystals, crystal nuclei, etc." The guards did not stop him from entering after he threw them 10 spirit crystals. He walked in and it was like entering the downtown area in an instant. Passerby thought that this was a lively gathering place similar to the bloodthirsty Vine Bazaar, but he soon discovered that this place was much more chaotic and was a gathering place of gangs. In fact, most of the people gathered here were wanted criminals on Blue Planet. He was originally worried that the flesh devourers would ruin this place eventually, but now he thought that it was fine even if this place was ruined. After all, these people deserved to die. Hardly any good people existed in such a place. After finding a hotel to stay for the night, he left directly the next day. If he were strong enough, he would directly destroy the place before leaving, but as he was not, he decided to leave the place to its destruction. In the blink of an eye, Passerby had been riding his dragon in the Scarlet Wilderness for more than a month. During this time, the dragon had successfully expanded the scale of its bloodline. That was not the most important thing, though. The most important thing was that he had finally found a volcano. Looking at the small active volcano in front of him, he exhaled fiercely and said, "D***eminit. I finally found a volcano. It really hasn't been easy." The Scarlet Wilderness lacked geothermal heat, so there were only a handful of volcanoes here. However, the evolution of the dino required the special environment of a volcano. Although the fire attribute crystal with profound meaning played a catalytic role, its effect was too slow, especially after all the purgatory fire had been used up. After checking its specific data, he found that if it wanted to evolve rapidly, volcanoes were indispensable catalytic sites. Just when he was in a good mood, a wave of pure and strong scarlet light balls appeared out of thin air and merged into his dragon. This directly caused its breath to break through to the peak high-level commander, and it was now not far from becoming a monarch. "What's the matter?" He looked at his pet dragon. It had lost a lot of blood origin and power in spreading its blood along the way, and its breath had almost fallen to the lowest level of the commander grade. It was definitely not an ordinary blood subordinate's death which could increase its origin so much at once. "One of the flesh devourers died, and the power feedback evolved me," the dragon said telepathically, its gentle spiritual voice entering his mind like a gentle big sister. "One died. What about the other?" Passerby sighed. He had long predicted this result, and it was not surprising even if both of them died. "The other one is still alive. It survived being defeated and is now a sovereign monster," responded the dragon. "I see. That's not too bad. Dragon, slowly polish your strength, don't worry about it." He reassured his pet. Although the power obtained through the first dragon blood was extremely pure, there were still parts that could be discarded. What the dragon needed was purest power and not to feel distressed. In fact, it really did not have to rush evolving. As the ancestor blood dragon with the first dragon blood, its advancement was almost unimpeded in the early and middle stages. "Raw tilde I know, Don't worry, Tilda, it agreed and turned into a blood bracelet which wrapped itself around his hand. Wow, you're so caring. I followed the right person. The dino was very pleased to have secured Passerby as its master. It looked a little funny hugging him with its 2-meter-tall body, and since its front claws looked like that of a tyrannosaurus, the dino's posture appeared even more comical. It could not put its claws around him. Okay, let's go. Time is running out, said Passerby helplessly. Roar, Tilda. Okay, I will definitely protect you, Tilda. The dino patted its chest. It immediately set up an energy shield for him. Both then rapidly approached the volcano, where the temperature got higher and higher. However, this was nothing, for his destination was the depths of the magma, where purgatory fire and some treasures had all accumulated. With the additional shield, plus his heat insulation summoner skill, he did not have any problem entering the volcano. He also felt a bit excited because he had never experienced entering the depths of magma. After going for a certain distance, the two arrived at a crater. They encountered a few very ordinary fire monsters, but not much danger stood in their way. Roar. Passerby was about to speak when two terrifying roars came from the crater. Two monsters exuding a mid-level commander aura then burst forth with flame attacks on his side. They were actually two purgatory flame ladies with the blood of the purgatory tyrant. Their appearances were similar, and both looked like Godzilla. However, these purgatory flame ladies had 2 horns and 3 eyes. Although they were mixed blood monsters, their aura was terrifying. No wonder there were no other monsters near the volcano. He immediately released his pet dragon, ready to kill these two guys quickly, not wanting to waste time on them. However, the dino prevented them from interfering. After blocking the opponent's flame attacks, it looked at him and spoke mentally. Bye, no need for you to intervene, let me conquer them. I need to pass on my excellent genes. The blood of these two purgatory flame ladies isn't bad, I've decided to give them a chance to be part of my chamber of imperial concubines. Let me use my means to subdue these female monsters. Passerby. Little blood dragon. He was speechless, but he was in no hurry. Passerby just hoped that the dino would not be beaten down shouting for help. After all, it was only a peak high-level warlord, while these two purgatory flame ladies were mid-level commanders. Let's retreat and give Tyrant a chance. He rode on his dragon and flew directly into the sky to watch the good show. Roar. With a roar, the dino burst forth with lava purgatory. It beat its chest to show off its strength to the two purgatory flame ladies, its fierce small eyes looking extremely proud. I'll give you two a chance to help me pass on my excellent genes. The dino pointed to the two as it continued to roar. As Passerby moved further away, the two purgatory flame ladies did not attack again. Having received the dino's request to mate, they both observed it. After a short observation, they found that the purity of the dino's bloodline was simply amazing. It was even about to evolve into a purgatory fire thief. They exchanged glances, then flew directly to grab the dino without hesitation. They kidnapped it and directly brought it into the volcano. Not long after, Passerby heard violent vibrations and bursts of happy beast roars. In the middle, the dino gained the upper hand. Forget it, let's leave first. They won't end for a while, he said silently, originally expecting the dino to be beaten. Unexpectedly, the two purgatory flame ladies had actually given themselves to the dino so easily. It was a bore. Nodding in agreement, the dragon flew away. In the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning. Passerby appeared in the crater again with the dragon. After a short while, the dino came out of the volcano with the two purgatory flame ladies following him obediently. Roar. Bye, how was my performance? Didn't I say that subduing female creatures is an easy feat? I subdued these two with my powerful charisma, and now they'll only follow me. The dino patted its chest, indicating that its method was very effective. Passerby. B*LLSH*T. Don't think that I didn't know that these two monsters had given themselves to you. Since you subdued them, have you asked if there's purgatory fire inside? He asked. Roar. Of course, there's some. They said that there is still the essence of the fire, but I don't think it is necessary anymore. As long as I get along with them for 10.5 months, I can use their pure power to break through. The little tyrant responded with this. Subai, then we will set out to find the essence of the fire. There's not so much time for you to waste here. Raw tilde all right, what a pity, the dino replied helplessly. After setting up a shield for its owner, it took him into the volcanic magma along with the subdued purgatory flame ladies. The moment he entered the magma, Subai instinctively felt scared and squeezed his eyes shut. However, soon, he found that it was not dangerous, though the magma was not as fun as he thought. Outside the shield was viscous, boiling magma, and there was nothing else to see, which was completely different from being in the sea. However, the dino was able to move freely in the magma. They could see very clearly and also had perception, unlike him, who was completely moving in the dark. Of course, once his contract book was upgraded later, he could use perception sharing to gain his pet's perception or obtain the senses sharing summoner skill. With the two purgatory flame ladies leading the way, the journey ahead was very smooth. Subai and the others went into the deepest part of the magma where the temperature was the highest. Raw tilde Arbai, I found a fire spirit crystal. The little tyrant dug out a fiery red crystal from the magma. Eat it then, he said. Subai regretted entering the magma now because not seeing anything was undoubtedly equivalent to entering a confinement room. After about half an hour, the two purgatory flame ladies took the dino to the deepest part of the magma, and he also saw the essence of the fire. It was a sticky flame-shaped substance floating in the magma, its color much deeper than the magma, and the temperature even more terrifying. He felt that his shield almost could not resist the heat. Raw tilde they said that they're reserving this for their breakthrough to high-level commanders, but they'll give it to me now. The dino spoke ostentatiously. Eat it quickly and see if you can break through. It happens to be deep in the magma, so the fire element is also extremely rich in spiritual power. Subai examined it and said. As he stepped back a bit, his pet dragon added another layer of shield on him. This was in case the little tyrant lost focus while breaking through. The dino sat down, grabbed the essence of fire, and ate it directly. The two purgatory flame ladies next to him also opened their mouths and shared some of their origins to it. With this persistence, the dino's aura transformed. His body immediately began largening, and the black bone spurs on his back became sharper and more terrifying. Its size grew from more than 2 meters to 10 meters tall, and its breath also rose a lot. This was not over yet. A 3-colored spiritual vortex appeared around it, and it began to swallow the nearby fire attribute spiritual power. In the end, the dino successfully broke through the commander level and evolved into a purgatory fire thief. Are you able to shrink? Your size is too big. Subai groaned, looking at its 10-meter-tall height which was equal to 3 stories high. Raw. I think it should be doable. The feeling of evolution plus breakthrough is really good. Now, I feel like I can blast this volcano. The dino hammered its chest, very satisfied with its new strength. The two purgatory flame ladies bowed to it. Subai focused and checked his pet's updated data. It had only awakened the fire theft skill. It seemed that its luck was relatively bad. Becoming a purgatory fire thief, coupled with understanding the profound meaning of fire, the eruption of the dino today was simply terrifying. If it was in a place like a volcano, its bonus could reach a terrifying height. Raw. Arbai, do you want to leave? The purgatory fire thief gradually adapted to its strength and shrank its body to a height of 2 meters. Let's get out of the crater first, he said. Nodding, it quickly carried him out of the magma and finally stopped at the crater exit. What else are we doing? It looked at him questioningly. Unleash a blighted fireball for me. The blighted fireball skill could be strengthened further, so he would help bring it to the strongest state. Raw tilde the dino quickly understood what he was attempting to do. It sent the two purgatory flame ladies to the side and then immediately unleashed a fireball, waiting for his move. Subai directly grabbed a stone next to the magma as well as many fire attribute energy light balls which he pressed into the dino's fireball. Originally, he thought that the dino would be unable to control it, but soon he found out that he was wrong. The purgatory fire thief, which had fully understood the profound meaning of fire, had complete control over it. Raw tilde Arbai, come at me. I can still endure it. Tilde the dino fired another fireball with its other claw as it looked expectantly at him. Naturally, he would not be stingy. Using the abundant fire attribute energy light balls of this place, he increased the dino's strength as much as possible. The strength training lasted all afternoon. The dino shot out many fireballs until it reached saturation. He stopped fusing light balls and nodded at it. You've broken through already, it's time to leave. He still had a lot to do. Now that the dino had broken through, there was naturally nothing to miss here. Roar. Bye. Can you give me another half a day? I want to bid my ladies farewell, they've helped me a lot. The dino scratched its head with its claw and asked. I'll come to see you tomorrow morning and leave when that time comes. He glanced at the dino and gave it half a day to pass on its genes. Roar. Thank you. It repeatedly thanked him. He waved his hand at it and left on his pet dragon's back. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. When Subai came back, he saw the dino saying goodbye to its 2 concubines. Seeing him walk over, it met him halfway without hesitation. Bye, I'm done here. Let's go. Would you like me to give you some more time, lest you say that I broke you up with your women? He glanced sideways at it. Upon hearing this, it waved its claw nonchalantly. No, they're just tools I use to pass on my genes. The road ahead is still long, I'll find more female creatures to pass on my genes. They're destined to be mere passers-by in my life. Subai. He felt that the dino was definitely the type of scumbag who would eventually be hacked to death. No one else could say such pretentious stuff about concubines besides it. He definitely would not let it read strange books anymore. Shaking his head, he kept it into the contract book and rode on the dragon to continue traveling. Except when flying in the sky, he would release the pets to exercise, challenge some monarch monsters, or let them practice in pairs. While doing this, the dragon also sprinkled its blood across the entire Scarlet Wilderness. Subai was also steadily accumulating spiritual plants and wealth, with some suitable for his pets and the rest for sale simply because they were expensive. Although he had 500 million in hand, he would never let go of spiritual plants which could be picked. This was because he knew that after leaving the Scarlet Wilderness this time, he might not come for a long time and would have no time to come, either. Although he could not go anywhere he wanted to in the wilderness based on his strength, he could still visit most places. 2 months had passed this time. In the end, he failed to visit the entire Scarlet Wilderness, but he did manage to explore 3/4 of it. His gains were not small, and the strength of the pets had also improved to varying degrees. However, one wish did not come true, and it was the dragon having enough strength to break through to the monarch grade. It was stuck at the peak commander grade. Thought it was not impossible to force a breakthrough, as long as part of the power of the blood was recovered. This was definitely not cost-effective. The blood had finally been sowed out, so the best time to harvest it was naturally when it had become stronger. Hence, he would wait until after breeding. Even so, he believed that his pet dragon would break through in a few months' time because it now had a lot of blood subordinates. There would always be a few who would die due to various reasons, and their blood power would be returned to the dragon, causing a qualitative change and allowing it to break through. Moreover, there was no blood defeat for his pet because it was blessed by the blood moon upon transforming into a dragon. It seemed like, due to the broken blood moon world, it was difficult for the blood pets on this wilderness to break through to monarchs, and they must experience blood defeat before they could be promoted. Only pets like the dragon, which had been blessed by the blood moon, could remain unaffected. In addition to the regret that the dragon had yet to break through to the monarch level, Subai discovered one thing. The promotion of his contract book had become more difficult. Previously, only treasures containing the lore of wood could promote it, but now he needed treasures of the lore of life. Treasures containing the lore of life were thousands or even 10,000 times scarcer than the treasures containing the lore of wood. This incident made him feel very distressed, but there was no other way as the contract book could not be degraded. All right, let's go. The City League will be over if we don't go back soon. He sighed. It was March 2018. He had been in this part of the world for 1 year, and it had been a year since he became a pet tamer. In general, his harvest this year was very impressive, and he also obtained some self-protection and trump cards. He stepped out of the space door and kept all his pets into his contract book, leaving only the dragon disguised as a bracelet around his wrist. It stayed on his right hand, protecting him closely. Out of the Blood Moon bar, he called a flying service and then went to a nearby KFC for a cup of hot Coke. He drank it as he waited for the mount. The night gave me black eyes, but I used them. At this time, the familiar ringtone of his pocket phone rang, and he took it out to see a call from Tang Long, the director of the Can team. "Hello, Director Tang. What's the matter?" He answered the call. "Where are you and Chen Ruoxue now?" "Hurry to Anqing immediately. The semifinals of the City League tournament is tomorrow. We can't hold on anymore, the opponent is too strong," said Tang Long anxiously on the phone. "Semifinals? This year's game is ahead of schedule. Doesn't it usually start at this time?" Su Bai asked, a little surprised. He had returned just in time to take part in the City League tournament after planning the schedule. Chen Ruoxue was still practicing and had gone too far away to return in time, so only he would go. However, he did not expect that this year's competition would be held ahead of schedule. "Yes, this year is ahead of schedule. Where are you?" "Come to Anqing." Zhao Li and the others barely survived the accumulated points match and reached the semifinals. Now, they are unable to withstand their opponents at all. The teams in the semifinals are too strong. "We will definitely lose if you don't come back tomorrow," said Tang Long anxiously, actually feeling a little angry. Having given them so many resources, the two strongest players were actually absent at this critical moment. "Don't worry, I can rush to Anqing in the afternoon. You can send me your location." Su Bai responded. "Where is Chen Ruoxue? Isn't she coming?" Tang Long asked. "She can't come as she has something to do, but it's enough to have me alone. Trust me," he said firmly. "All right, then. Hurry over first." After hanging up the phone, he called a long-distance flying service. He originally wanted to go home first and then report at the club, but who knew that the City League tournament would suddenly be started in advance? Logically speaking, this was very unlikely. The time had been fixed for several decades, so how could it suddenly be pushed ahead of schedule? "Hello, did you call for a flying service? You're going to Anqing?" Not long after, a woman riding a four-winged white bear swooped down from the sky and asked him. "Yes, that's right." He nodded. After scanning the ID, the woman relayed instructions to the four-winged white bear and signaled him to go up. "Thank you." He rode the four-winged white bear to Anqing. The warlord four-winged white bear flew at quite a high speed and took 2 hours to send him to Anqing. After checking Tang Long's location, he rushed to June Hotel, which was near Kaiyuan Stadium. "You're finally here. I called you several times, but no one answered. Where have you been?" The director walked over and looked at him questioningly. "In the depths of a monster wilderness, my phone had no signal there. Anyway, you didn't notify me in advance that the league tournament was ahead of schedule," Su Bai replied calmly. This was not his problem. "We also wanted to notify you in advance, but you were deep in a monster wilderness, so there's no way to do so, was there?" Tang Long sighed. Although he was very anxious and angry, there was really no way to blame the youth for this. "All right. Let's not talk about that. Which teams are in the semifinals? How strong are they?" Su Bai asked as he walked into the hotel. After a year of growth, coupled with the backfeeding of his pets, he was now 1.87 meters tall, well-proportioned and slender. He even had a broad and strong chest. His chiseled jawline now looked even more like a sharp knife, and his pair of brown-black pupils were bright and energetic. His stride exuded confidence and calmness, and he was sunny and handsome, making people be full of disbelief that he was just a 17-year-old boy. This was one of the reasons why the world had adjusted the age of adulthood to 16 years old. The 4 teams are us, the host Anqing, Baihe City, and Shuyuan City. The strength of the teams in these 3 cities isn't to be scoffed at. The pets of the team members are all mid- or high-level warlords. The captain and deputy captain have commander pets, of which the strength is extraordinary. They're all geniuses that their cities nurtured. Do you have confidence in facing such types of opponents? Tang Long briefed him over the strong opponents this year and how he did not have much confidence. However, having not seen the boy for half a year, the youth's astonishing change surprised him a bit. It felt like he was now a completely different person, and walking by his side gave him a sense of oppression. If the competition format is still the same, then there's no problem, I can win it. Subai nodded. Haha. I'm relieved to hear you say that. It seems that you've gained a lot in more than half a year. Tang Long smiled. Go and meet Zhao Li and the others, then we will give you a welcome banquet. No need for that, let's just follow the usual way. He shook his head, showing little interest in a gathering. Let's talk about this later. Come on, I'll take you to meet them, said the director with a smile. He then took out his room card and opened the door of the suite where the others were. Stepping inside, he shouted, Look, everyone, our team's ace is here. Subai, wow, you've changed so much. You have grown taller and also become more handsome. I almost didn't recognize you. Zhao Li was the first to stand up and greet him. Although they had not seen each other for half a year, he felt like they only saw each other yesterday. The others also looked at Subai and were shocked by his amazing changes. Although they had also changed a lot, there was not a big transformation as his. In particular, Li Xing, Li Hai, and the other girls were a bit stunned to see him, and they could not help being attracted to him. That kind of masculinity and that kind of calm and self-confidence were very attractive. In addition to his development, the most likely reason for such a big change was that his strength had qualitatively improved, and the pet's large amount of backfeeding had given him much power. Although he did not have a pet by his side, everyone would never underestimate his power. You're finally here. We would lose if you were any later. Li Xing looked at him and smiled. Yes, your strength should have improved a lot. There's such a big change in you. Are you interested in revealing the secret behind it? Li Hai also looked at him with a smile. Welcome back. Yu Lingyu warmly welcomed him, too. Welcome, welcome, everyone else welcomed him with warm smiles. Even Wang Dao and the Waterfire duo, who had always hated him and regarded him as opponents, no longer had the precious disgust and resentment on their faces. It was probably because they had matured, let it go, or were concealing it well. Thank you. I'll try my best to win the competition. I'm sorry for coming late. It's because I didn't receive the notice. As for Ruoxue, there's something she can't get away from for now, so she won't be back this time. I'm really sorry. Subai looked at them and spoke. Having not seen them for half a year, everyone had changed in various ways. All in all, they had become a lot more mature, and their physical condition was also rid of the youthfulness. They had now entered a vigorous adolescent stage. The twin sisters had also become more attractive. Their bodies were like blooming flowers, attracting the eyes of other boys nearby. Haha. Are you interested in revealing your strength? Let us know how far from you we are. Qian Shan looked at him and smiled. The others also nodded, very curious about his specific strength. I'm not very strong. I guess I can be regarded as an elite pet tamer. He shrugged. An elite pet tamer meant having a gold contract book and a commander pet. Sure enough, the speed of your progress is really beyond our reach. Zhao Li showed a wry smile. It's amazing. I don't know how you managed to break through so fast. Can we go to the wilderness with you after the tournament? Can you let us see how you improved so fast? Li Xing walked to him and issued this invitation with a smile. Yes, I haven't been to the wilderness with you yet. Li Hai also spoke enthusiastically. I just got lucky, I don't have any tricks. After the game, I must prepare for the college entrance examination, so I won't be going to the monster wilderness before the college entrance examination is over. He took a small step back without a trace and shook his head. Oh, what a pity. Faint resentment flashed in Li Xing's eyes. It's really a pity. If there were a big boss with a low-level commander pet to protect us, it would be much safer to go into the wild. Wang Li laughed beside Zhao Li. The Waterfire duo, as well as Wang Dao and Wang showed grudging expressions. They had originally let go of their resentment, but the appearance of this guy made them feel very annoyed again. All of a sudden, their limelight was stolen. Li Xing, if you don't mind, I can accompany you. My lava salamander will soon break through to the commander level. Wan Shui thought for a while and offered with a smile. Sorry, I thought about it and decided to prepare for the college entrance examination, too, so I won't be going to the wilderness for now as well. Li Xing shook her head, feeling embarrassed. Su Bai ignored their affairs and sat on the sofa to listen to manager Yu Lingyu and the coach explain the rules of the game, including some opponents' playing routines, pet attributes, and other relevant information. However, these data were just estimates and had only been revealed at the moment. As for their real strength in combat, he still had to see their real tricks on the field. "Alright, it's almost noon. Let's go down to eat," Yu Lingyu said. Tang Long had already left. "Okay, we can welcome Su Bai as well. How about we go to the bar next door and have fun after dinner? Anyway, we have a long day today, so there's no problem." Zhao Li proposed. "I don't really want to go. I'm tired after coming back from the monster wilderness. You guys can go if you want." Su Bai rejected them with a very suitable reason. "Alright. Take a good rest, all of us will go for a stroll." Zhao Li nodded. After eating in the restaurant next door, he came back here and opened a room by himself. After entering the room, he opened the contract book and released the pets. Seeing that there was no fight, the dino asked for multiple ores and sat down in a corner to eat it. The fox and the cub also lay down in comfortable spots, enjoying the leisurely time as they waited for him to feed them. Only the ice phoenix came out as if it were ready to face an enemy. It first struck Su Bai to ensure that he was its pet tamer, then it carefully inspected every corner of the room. Shaking his head, he took out the medicinal cakes to feed everyone. "After you finish eating, play in the room and don't go out, I'll take a rest." He looked at his pets, which were eating the medicinal cakes, and instructed. After speaking, he went to bed to sleep. In the afternoon, Li Xing and the others came and knocked at his door. They invited him along to visit scenic spots, but he ignored them and continued sleeping. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the semifinals of the X-Provinces City League tournament. After the elimination of the previous points match, the game had now reached the fierce semifinals. Kaiyuan Stadium, the largest one in Anqing, was packed with audiences, and the number of people who came to watch was as many as 60 to 70,000. He followed his team inside the stadium in a low-key manner. The entire Kaiyuan Stadium was circular, with a 500-meter wide battlefield in the middle, which was protected by a huge transparent shield. On the battlefield, the ground was very ordinary clay and there was nothing special about it. There were auditoriums all around the venue which were almost full today. Seated in the four directions of the battlefield were the four teams participating this time. Their opponent today was Shaoyuan City. It's really fate that Can and Shaoyuan are sworn enemies. We are in the southernmost part of X province, while they're in the northernmost. Yu Lingyu spoke with a wry smile. Yes, but we should not underestimate their strength. In the previous game, their team never took a shot, only their deputy captain made a few shots. The commander Red Lotus Fire Demon Spider is too terrifying. A mouthful of Red Lotus Fury from it is enough to deal with the opponent. As for their captain, he hasn't revealed his strength at all, but his pet is at most at the mid-level commander. According to the data, it's likely that he has a low-level commander. The head coach Zhao Kong introduced. Su Bai, look at the other side. The yellow-haired man is their teammate Wang Dalong, and the flat-chested girl in black next to him is the deputy captain Ren Shui. Li Xing pointed to the two people standing on the platform opposite them. Although they could not hear their conversation from 500 meters away, their appearances could still be clearly seen. Looking up, Su Bai saw that they did not have their pets by their sides, so he did not have a chance to examine their information. However, it seemed that they noticed his actions, for the captain of the Shaoyuan City team showed them a provocative smile. There seems to be one more person on the Can side. I heard that 2 of the 5 people they used before are substitutes. This new guy is their actual ace. He looks pretty handsome. Ren Shui glanced at Su Bai and told Wang Dalong who was next to her. So what if he has a commander pet? We both have commander pets, we can take him down no matter what. A slight smile appeared on this team captain's face. Exactly, I don't think you even need to take a shot. You can easily handle him with your Red Lotus Fire Demon Spider, Ren Shui. Although Can has risen this year, it isn't to be feared. One team member smiled and said, completely disregarding Can. You're right. We should pay more attention to Anqing's team. We've already won the semifinals. The opponent in the final round will definitely be Anqing, so we can't underestimate them. Another team member smiled. It won't be a problem to beat Can at all. After all, my Red Lotus Fire Demon Spider has a potential score of 82. I just don't want to be forced to use more skills, or it'll be troublesome when I fight Anqing. Ren Shui also nodded, feeling very confident about her Red Lotus Fire Demon Spider with a potential score of 82. Although she spoke cautiously, she really did not regard Can as anything important. In fact, most of the audience felt the same. No one had much hope for last year's penultimate Can. They were even surprised to see Can make it to the semi-finals because no one had ever thought that they could advance. Which of you will be the first to go up? The coach Zhao Kong looked at Zhao Li and the others. The defense system was very unfriendly to the first player, who could be easily restrained by the opponents. Only Su Bai, Zhao Li, Chen Shan, Wan Shui, and Wang were eligible to play. The others were reserves and were not eligible to play without reporting. Since Chen Ruoxue was not here, her position was filled in by the reserve player, Wang Li Xing substituted for Su Bai before, but the moment he arrived yesterday, they reported it. I'll go. Wang stood up and walked onto the arena. Following the successful selection of a defender, Xiaoyuan City quickly identified an attacker Luo Lei. Hurry up. I wanna watch the showdown between the strong. The group of chickens in Can are too boring. Xiaoyuan City, I'm rooting for you. Hurry up and fight fast. Xiaoyuan City is invincible. Can is last every year, but now it's like their team is holding a fake match in the semifinals. Did they bribe the organizers? Exactly, our G-City didn't even make it to the semifinals despite being third place last year. Their last place last year. How could they enter the semifinals now? There was a lot of discussion among the audiences in the auditoriums. They all felt that Can had paid their way through. Few people were optimistic about them and felt that they were too fake. However, it was true that it was a bit false for the ever last place Can to rush to the front all of a sudden. Not only were there few fans on the Can side, no one even was sitting there. Some people who were from Can dared not admit it, for fear of being implicated by the discussion next to them. No one shouted or cheered for Can's team at all. Sigh. Our Can team is so pitiful. Not only did we fail to receive NES, no one's cheering for us, either. Even people from our city aren't optimistic about us. Everyone even thinks that we paid the organizers to enter the semifinals. Li Xing spread her hands sadly. Sigh. Can has always been last place or second to last. No one would believe such a sudden change. Zhao Li smiled bitterly. The others were also expressionless. They were not angry over being scolded. The most annoying thing was that the results of their hard work had been devalued by everyone. Let them say whatever they want, don't pay attention to it. Once we win the championship and prove our strength, they will naturally change their minds, Su Bai said indifferently. Expecting the audience to have the ability to distinguish their strengths was hopeless since all they did was blindly follow the crowd and trend. Start. Following the announcement of the host, Wang opened his contract book and released his electric python. It was well trained and was already a high-level warlord with an impending evolution. On the opponent's side was a mountain-moving rock restrained against the electric python, rendering its lightning attack completely useless. Give up struggling. Mountain-moving rock, use mountain-moving strength and get rid of it. Luo Lei let out a sneer and shouted. The mountain-moving rock, which had already approached the electric python, exploded with powerful spiritual power and gathered huge force to grab the latter and slam it to the ground. The electric python's electric shock did not work. Although its dragon teeth and other skills could cause damage, as long as the rock monster's crystal nucleus was fine, it would suffer no injury. The commentary on the side could only chalk this up to attribute restraint. Expectedly, Wang was defeated and walked down with his injured pet. Luo Lei stood in the middle of the field and smiled provocatively at Su Bai and the others. I'll go next. My flame crow is a flight pet, it'll be useful against an earth pet, Zhao Li said. Don't worry, you can slowly exhaust it, the coach said. Zhao Li quickly went to the field, relying on the advantage of the flying flame crow. It exhausted the mountain-moving rock and bombarded it with attacks, showing off really good effects. Soon, the mountain-moving rock's spiritual power was almost exhausted. Zhao Li instructed the flame crow to launch its decisive killing attack, the cross-flame burst. The huge explosion landed on the mountain-moving rock, and the result was already clear at a glance. However, at this moment, Luo Lei's contract book lit up, and a mid-level warlord water enchantress flew out. It directly controlled the flame crow with a burst of water circulation before the latter could dodge, and ended it with a water cannon. How is it? Are you happy? Are you surprised? Luo Lei laughed provocatively. His water enchantress had been his hidden trump card that he had never revealed before. He had prepared it just to show off his skills in the semifinals. F***CK. Luo Lei actually has another warlord pet. His F***king showing off. Sigh. The ticket to watch this competition isn't worth it. Can's team is so weak it feels like a counterfeit match. Both of their players were killed so easily, it's really boring. The audience, who felt a little bored, complained that Can's team was too weak. Sorry, I've let you guys down. Zhao Li apologized to Su Bai and the others in embarrassment. Although he also had a second pet, it was only a high-level servant and he could take it out to fight. It's not your fault. His water enchantress was specifically contracted for this competition. It isn't well trained at all, he probably caught it in the wild. Yu Lingyu shook his head. Next up was Chen Shan. He had carefully cultivated his diving crocodile, so he easily got rid of the water enchantress, which had been caught in the wild. However, the opponent's goal had already been achieved, and it was the turn of the next player to defend. Moreover, the second player had a wood attribute rabbit which restrained the water attribute, so Chen Shan was badly defeated. So far, only Su Bai and Wen Shui were left on Can's team. 3 people lost on their side, but only 1 person lost on the opponent's side. The audience and the live comment section in the broadcast room scolded them for buying spots in the semifinals. Wen Shui's appearance not only failed to alleviate the complaints but also aggravated it and made people even more convinced. The opponent not only had a wood spirit rabbit but also a swamp monster. The two directly defeated his lava salamander. What is wrong with this year's game? The standards at the semifinals are still so low. The difference in strength is too big, isn't it? They're rubbish. Don't even think that they can win the championship after paying their way through. I think even I can win against them judging from their lousy states. People laughed. Is this the level of the top teenagers in their city? It's really shocking. Isn't it nice to place last every year? Did they have to come up and be abused? Are they more comfortable now? Hurry up and send the last rubbish forward. I want to watch the battle between Anqing and Baihe City. This is the worst match I've ever seen. Wen Shui returned to the team and apologized with a sunken face. I'm sorry, I was too lousy. I've let you guys down. It's all right. Just treat it as an experience. The coach shook his head. The opponent indeed had very good methods. He had sacrificed a contract page and directly contracted a high-level wild monster. This was why they were defeated so badly, but the audience did not care about it and simply looked at the result. I've had enough of the abuse from the audience and the live broadcast room. There's obviously a problem with the opponents, but they're putting the blame on us. Instead, Li Xing said angrily. It's okay. I'll win the match for us. Just sit down and watch. Su Bai stood up from his seat and walked toward the center of the arena. The player who is playing now is Su Bai, the one Can made their starting player today. He's probably his team's ace. Let's see how he will perform. Now, I announce the start of the game. Su Bai, fight against Li Shui. Upon hearing that he was the ace, the audience focused a little more. You're the ace. Let me see how good you are. Swamp, Wood Spirit Rabbit, you two attack. Li Shui was merciless. With a snap of his fingers, Su Bai's gold contract book appeared. Immediately, the Purgatory Fire Thief appeared on the ground with an earth hammer over its shoulder. It swept the entire arena with its mid-level commander aura. Roar. Wait. He has the legendary gold contract book. His pet is such a powerful mid-level commander. Did Can's team hire outside aid? He's an elite Pet Tamer. Did he come to the wrong place? Where did Can invite such an outside aid? Is it even possible? Not only did they buy themselves spots in the semifinals, they even invited an outside aid just to win the championship. Wow, Can is really too shameless. On the contrary, the scolding in the auditorium became even louder. Can team's performance had been too terrible, so their first reaction upon seeing him was to consider him outside aid. At this time, the commentator, who had been in a daze for a long time, finally found Subai's information and quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, it is strictly forbidden to invite outside aid in this competition. From the information we obtained, Subai is not an outside aid but rather a genius trainer of Can. He is an official member of Can's juvenile team. He was unable to participate in the points match because he went deep into a monster wilderness and failed to receive a notice. Now, he has officially returned. There is no problem with this. Please don't question his identity." Really? Such a fierce person exists in Can? I don't believe it. Subai doesn't look like a teenager. He's probably in his 20s, right? It's impossible for him to defeat 4 people all by himself, though. After all, there are 2 captains with commander pets on the other side. It's getting interesting now. We can finally watch a decent battle. I hope that he can change Can's fate. Although I'm not optimistic about him winning, I still look forward to his battle. That's a purgatory tyrant, a super rare pet. I'm rooting for him. I'll be his fan if he wins. With the explanation, coupled with Subai's appearance and pets, the discussion in the audience gradually changed. Although it was difficult for him to defeat all 4 people, many people began encouraging him with fairly friendly attitudes. Some people even dreamed of the unlikely chance of one god defeating 4 people and brainlessly bet on his victory. However, the synchronized live broadcast room was full of complaints. Some people accused him of being outside aid, while some said that the broadcast would explode if he won. On the battlefield, when the Dino saw the 2 enemies in front, it looked at him suspiciously. "Raw-RBY, do you look down on me? Aren't they too weak? Some people looked down on me. Just kill them," he said blankly. "Raw-OK." The Dino hit the ground with the earth hammer, causing 2 terrifying spiritual shockwaves to hit the 2 pets. This process was repeated 3 times, rendering the pets completely unable to withstand its attacks. Finally, Ren Shui, the deputy captain of Xiaoyuan City, came on the court. She looked at him with a dignified gaze. "Your purgatory tyrant is very strong, but my Red Lotus Fire Demon Spider isn't weak, either." She released her Red Lotus Fire Demon Spider, which was an 8-meter-long ferocious monster with a fiery red body and red lotus patterns. Its claws were red, sharp, and cold. Flames burned on its body as it exuded the domineering aura of a low-level commander. In the wilderness, they could both be regarded as overlords. This battle between the Red Lotus Fire Demon Spider and the Purgatory Tyrant might be interesting. Both are overlords of the fire attribute. Let's look forward to their performances. After explaining the data of the 2 pets, the audience's interest was aroused and they looked forward to the game. They liked watching this kind of evenly matched game, where moves were exchanged back and forth. Once the game began, the Red Lotus Fire Demon Spider took the lead in attacking and launched a tentative flame jet at the Purgatory Fire Thief. Glancing at it, the Dino raised its claws and sent its blighted fireball. The stupid spider actually unleashed a fireball. "Can you make it hurt? Why does it tickle, instead?" This is the last match of today's first game. On one side is the Purgatory Tyrant, who unleashed an atomic bomb-like fireball, and on the other is the giant spirit god elephant with rare light attribute. Let us look forward to the fierce offense of the Purgatory Tyrant, and the unparalleled defense of the spirit god elephant. Following the commentator's announcement, the audience focused on the match. The spirit god elephant is known to have unparalleled defense. I don't know if it can defend against such a powerful Purgatory Tyrant. I think the giant spirit god elephant should be fine. As long as the fireball does hit the center of its heart, it should have no problem. After all, its defense is extremely terrifying. It's really scary. On the contrary, I think that the Purgatory Tyrant will win. Blindly defending itself will only result in its loss. Subai wants to win the game by defeating all 4. The audience had different opinions and continued their discussions, but it was no longer as one-sided as before. Many people were now supporting Subai, wanting to see him counterattack. On the battlefield, Subai looked at the giant spirit god elephant without much trepidation. He glanced at the dino and said, "End the battle as soon as possible. I believe in you." Watch and see with a loud roar, it rushed over with its golden earth hammer and struck with death collision. The giant spirit god elephant did not seem afraid of this attack. It lit up a golden shield on its body, which the dino slammed against, causing a loud bang. Its 2-meter-tall body knocked the 10-meter-tall giant spirit god elephant back by 2 meters, but the former did not cause injury to the latter. Seeing that it was useless, the dino raised its claws and smashed the enlarged earth hammer over. This time, the shield broke into pieces, but it still did not cause any damage. The dino scratched its head in embarrassment. The opponent's skin was so thick, it made it feel quite embarrassed. Look, the purgatory tyrant rushed over and tried to injure the giant spirit god elephant, but it received a massage instead. The giant spirit god elephant did not react at all, which shows its terrifying defense. The commentary passionately described the dino's failed attempt. He's really a massaging expert. Where's the explosive skill from earlier? Bring it forth again. Stop massaging it. Let's see something more stimulating. The audience felt a bit exasperated yet amused by the 2-meter-tall little tyrant. Unaffected by the dino's attack, the giant spirit god elephant waved its long trunk with laser jets and turned toward it. This laser was so powerful that it dug a large pit several meters deep wherever it hit, which was comparable to ion cannons. The dino quickly dodged while launching an attack, and a pale breath of blighted death erupted from it. The bleak breaths of all living things condensed on its body. White light circulated on the small single horn above it, and a pale white light cocoon formed and turned into a streamer to attack the giant spirit god elephant. As soon as Wang Dalong felt the terrifying breath, he immediately let the giant spirit god elephant condensed a light shield as defense, but in the blink of an eye, the light shield was broken by the dead cocoon. The power of death was too terrifying. Looking at the fast-approaching dead cocoon, the giant spirit god elephant directly activated its guardian. A powerful golden shield enveloped itself right away. The dead cocoon appeared depressed when facing this shield, and although it still penetrated the latter, its power slowly faded away. However, the dino was just getting started. With a roar, 3 blighted fireballs smashed over at the same time. Wang Dalong was shocked to see this scene, but these fireballs flew too fast, almost instantaneously, and it was too late for his pet to resist. Coupled with the restraint of the terrifying dead cocoon, he could only let the giant spirit god elephant unfold its strongest spirit elephant shield in hopes of it withstanding the attack. In a flash, the fireballs reached the giant spirit god elephant. Like an atomic bomb, the endless flame burst forth and quickly swallowed everything. Accompanied by a fiery red mushroom cloud which was more terrifying than before, a deafening explosion sounded and then a shockwave spread. The shield, which had just been repaired and strengthened a few moments ago, shattered again in an instant, rendering the audience speechless once more. There was more than one horrible atomic bomb-like fireball, and they could even be launched almost instantaneously. What kind of monster was this? After the explosion, the dino quickly restored the scene, letting the smoke and dust fall to the ground. Soon, the scene cleared up again. The audience looked up and saw that it was still standing on the spot, but the giant spirit god elephant opposite it had already fallen down. Its huge golden shield had disappeared, and the withered breath of defeat exuded from it. "I admit defeat. F***ck, you almost killed me." Wang Dalong crawled out from behind the giant spirit god elephant and shouted. After the shield of the giant spirit god elephant was broken, it was attacked by the terrifying flame and was also engulfed by the dead cocoon. Its vitality had constantly declined, and it would be a waste of time if it continued fighting. Subai wins. The first winner of the semifinals is Can's team, announced the referee loudly. The audience returned to their senses and let out dumbfounded, stunned cheers. F***ck, that expression was too terrifying. What kind of fireball technique was that? It's really like a hacked move, it flew so fast and too fierce. Stop talking, I'll go back today and let my pet practice its fireball skill. This move is too cool. He's really like a god of war. Not only did he win 4 fights in a row, he even only relied on a beginner fireball skill to defeat all his opponents. The audience was extremely thrilled now. The explosion, the thrill of defeating an opponent in a flash, all of these were too exciting. Rising against the trend, defeating 4 opponents all by himself, and doing so in seconds with the basic fireball skill, everything was really inspirational and bizarre. It was simply terrifying. Coupled with Subai's handsome face, countless fans were really obtained in an instant. On the battlefield, he asked the dino to close the dead cocoon and temporarily kept it in his contract book before returning to the lounge. He also figured out that instead of letting the dino play slowly, its fireball bombing was much better. Anyway, it was fine as long as it did not bomb the volcano. In this way, others could not make fun of the real strength of it, and it would also maintain a sense of mystery, making it impossible for people to judge his pet. You big liar, you said that you just became an elite pet tamer. Forget about the purgatory tyrant being a mid-level commander, its fireball skill is as powerful as a monarch monster's unique trick. You're such a cheat. Li Xing glared at him as she complained. That's right. We wouldn't have worried so much if we had known that you're so powerful. You're really mean. Li Hai and Wang Li were also very dissatisfied. Last time, it was the vine whip skill, now it's fireball. Subai, you really hacked it, right? They still deeply remembered the pain of being dominated by Purple Jade's vine whip back in Anqing. I just acquired the special skill out of luck, it's not as strong as you think. He shook his head. The others were speechless and in disbelief. They just felt like every word that came out of his mouth was no different from a lie. The most reassured were Yu Lingyu and Tang Long. Subai's strength made them feel at ease. Winning the championship would be guaranteed if this continued. Following the end of this match between the two teams, the second battle between Anqing and Baihe City began. However, people's expectations for it were not so high anymore, and they were constantly searching for information about Subai on the internet, wanting to know the source of the fireball skill. Soon, they found videos of his other contest participations in Cannes and realized that he was only 17 years old but had become so strong within a year. Moreover, he was also a junior trainer. The most terrifying thing was that his family did not seem to be wealthy. This made people even more curious about how he did it, but there was no more information on the internet. In addition to those who wanted to explore the secrets of him, more people became fans of his inspirational growth experience. They could not imagine how much effort it must have taken for him to grow up to this point in just 1 year. In fact, Subai had spent almost all of this year in the monster wilderness. It seems that our win will be secured tomorrow. Anqing's captain has a mid-level commander fire pet, but it definitely can't defeat Subai's purgatory tyrant. After watching the battle between Can City and Baihe City, Li Xing and the others felt very happy. Subai, don't worry, we won't disappoint you like today. Zhao Li promised. It's okay, just do your best. He waved his hand, turned to look at Yu Lingyu, and asked, can we go now? He wanted to leave early because he was feeling a little sleepy and was in a hurry to do so. Yes, everyone is hungry, let's hurry back to eat. Yu Lingyu nodded. Yeah, we have to retreat quickly, or else our teammates will be surrounded by fans. Li Hai also nodded. After leaving the stadium and eating, Subai returned to the hotel to rest. First, he let the pets out to feed them and then lay in bed to call Chen Ruoxue with the special phone. After chatting for more than an hour, his girlfriend said apologetically, I'm sorry. I can't go back for your birthday tomorrow. I'll definitely compensate you when I do return, so don't be mad at me. It's okay. When you come back, we can celebrate our birthday together. The birthday presents I prepared for you have been kept in the backpack. Subai responded gently. He had not celebrated Chen Ruoxue's birthday with her previously because they had been too far apart as well. The two talked for more than half an hour before reluctantly hanging up. Howl. Bye, what gift do you want tomorrow? I will buy it for you with my money. The cub pounced on him and pressed him under it, staring at him with its big purple eyes. Anything will do. I will accept whatever you give me. He glanced at it helplessly. Although it was a cat, Was it not a little ashamed to keep pressing him under its body? What about when it evolved into a limitless beauty? Just when he pushed the cub down, the fox ran to his bed to sleep with him. Shaking his head, he took off his coat and lay down to sleep. It was already the next morning in the blink of an eye. After breakfast, he and the others set off for Kaijuan Stadium. There were more people watching the game today than yesterday. The main thing was that a large group of ladies had come to cheer for Subai. The momentum of the finals was still very large, and there would even be an exhibition match before the start of the game. Eventually the game officially started amid the cheering of the crowd. Now, according to the result of the lottery, Ansheng's team will first send a member to defend the ring, while Kan will attack the ring, the commentator announced loudly. The player they sent owns a high-level warlord Iron Ant. Go ahead, Wan Shui. Take care not to let the Iron Ant get close, its melee attack is too strong, the coach ordered. I understand. Wan Shui nodded and walked up. With attribute restraint, Wan Shui's lava salamander defeated his opponent with little effort. However, he was quickly defeated by the next opponent. The first 3 rounds were completed, and both sides had wins back and forth. That was until the other party sent their deputy captain. In front of the commander water spirit, Qian Shan quickly lost. The next one is Kan's ace, Su Bai. He is a godlike figure, who brought the team to the finals with only the aid of his purgatory tyrant. No one can handle its fireball skill with that power output. But what's interesting is that his opponent possesses the water elemental spirit of a commander monster. This is a very rare monster which has no shape and can be transformed into the sea. It is said to be the nemesis of fire monsters. Under the restraint of attributes, the purgatory tyrant may not be so useful. With the voice of the commentary, the audience could not help but wonder about the result of this game. It was well known that water overpowered fire, so fire pets were really not good for water pets. Go on. Let me see if your fireball is really so powerful. The deputy captain of Ansheng shouted at Su Bai. His pet water spirit turned into a water giant which stood in front of him on the left. Then you might have to be careful. Su Bai smiled faintly and released the dino. In fact, to deal with the water spirit, the cub was the most suitable, but he was not bothered about it, since the dino was not a pure fire attribute pet. Roar. As soon as the dino landed, the water spirit on the opposite side moved and attacked it with dozens of water cannons. Roar tilde letting out an angry roar, the dino quickly condensed an earth shield to resist. However, the opponent's attack was too fierce, and it knocked it far away. Its body was injured by the surging wave of water. Roar. D***mn. I'm going to burn you to death. The little tyrant broke forth with an infuriated roar and raised its claws to launch 2 blighted fireballs. Water overpowered fire. It wanted to see how much water could overcome its fire. It launched 2 more fireballs after the previous ones. He did not want his water spirit to suffer more serious injuries and originally bet that this fireball technique would be extremely exhaustive or would have many restrictions, but there was no such thing at all. Su Bai emerges victorious, the referee announced. The audience was quite speechless and lost. This trick was really impregnable. Some fanatics cheered, and some viewers expressed their hopes of Su by changing his fighting style. Only using this trick made people think that he was a one-trick pony. The deputy captain of Ansheng returned to the team to complain, this Su Bai is too shameless, he's a complete bumptious fellow. He can only use this fireball skill to bombard his opponents, he has no standards at all. If his pet didn't have this fireball skill, I could easily send him begging for mercy on his knees a long time ago. That's right, it's boring. Don't use fireball if he's got the ability. He doesn't have any competitive spirit. The other players also complained. No, I don't think he lacks competitive spirit, but he's too lazy to waste time and just wants to end the game quickly. You see, he hasn't commanded the pet from start to finish, it's the pet playing by itself. Impossible. He probably thinks that they're too weak and doesn't take it seriously. Who does he think he is? So unrestrained. The deputy captain, who had just failed, was in a state of disbelief. He did not believe that Su Bai was really as strong as the captain said. The other players did not believe it, either, thinking that the boy was just a bumptious guy whose pet could only use fireballs to smash their opponents. Without this fireball technique, he would have no chance of jumping ahead at all. They all held the same views as some people on the internet. Wang Jie is right. He really just doesn't want to waste time with you. He's not even thinking of being the champion. As long as he has taken part, there's a high probability for him and low hopes for us. The coach smiled wryly. This kind of situation where one person would dominate the entire game happened from time to time, and this year was particularly scary. Are you for real, coach? Is he so scary? The deputy captain and the others raised their heads. Of course, you can watch an analysis video just released on the internet. Don't think that his pet is so small. A cultivator with vicious eyes can tell that it's not in its complete form at all. From his analysis of the total spiritual power density, etc., it has evolved twice, once each at the servant and warlord grades. Its evolutionary direction should still be the most terrifying direction among purgatory tyrants, the purgatory fire thief. If you look carefully, you will find that it launches a fire attack that can spur the fire aura between heaven and earth. This means that it has completely comprehended the profound meaning of fire. This purgatory fire thief has never shown its real strength from beginning to end. The coach shook his head and sighed. The gap was too big. It's that terrifying. The expressions of the several players changed instantly. As soon as the coach analyzed it, they immediately realized that the gap was much more than the difference between heaven and earth. Actually, that's not the most terrifying thing. Do you all think this purgatory fire thief is his first pet? Asked the coach with a wry smile. Yeah, isn't it? It's really not. Judging from the fighting videos involving him before, his first pet is a feline-like creature with a wood attribute and purple pupils. It even has a terrifying thorns domain. At that time, when the wood pet was a warlord, this purgatory fire thief was only a high-level servant. In other words, he still has a high-level commander and even a monarch pet hidden. The coach knew that there was no hope of winning the championship anymore and simply revealed all these things to his players. Sometimes, after realizing the strength of the opponent, they might be more relieved in the fight. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. It turned out that Su Bai really just wanted to end the battle quickly, and his true strength was far more formidable than they thought. After a long time, the deputy captain said, "Coach, where is that video? I want to watch it." They understood the hawk eyes of the coach and had mixed feelings in their hearts. This was the first time that they had felt such a big gap between people. The captain, Wang Jie, did not speak and walked into the arena silently. He released a mid-level commander fire unicorn with windfire dual attribute. Have you watched that video on the internet? Is the analysis in the video correct? He turned to Su Bai and asked this. What video? The latter was a little puzzled. It's a video about you. The analysis in the video says that you still have a wood attribute high-level commander pet and even a monarch pet. Is that true? Wang Jie asked. Su Bai was shocked upon hearing this. Someone had analyzed it so soon. It's just to sway people. I don't have such a strong wood pet. He shook his head. The cub was indeed not that strong, but it was not far away. Very well. I'll let you see my strength then. Wang Jie nodded. He naturally would not easily believe what the other said. The fire unicorn shot 3 flame tornadoes at the dino. With the fire taking advantage of the wind, the fire tornado raged and increased in power. Roar! The little tyrant threw 2 blighted fireballs and detonated the fire tornadoes. Then the white light on its horn flickered. It condensed dead cocoons, which turned into streams of light that hit the fire unicorn. Use wind shadow. Wind grew at the feet of the fire unicorn, and as blue light flowed, many unicorn shadows appeared all of a sudden. Its body avoided the attack of the dead cocoons at an incredible speed. However, the dino was in no hurry. According to the usual routine given by Su Bai, it raised its hand to seal the path with fireballs. One by one, the mushroom clouds exploded on the fire unicorn, making it quite breathless, but fascinatingly, the fierce attack did not cause any injuries to it. Only the withered power of the fireball weakened its breath a little. Let's go with dead cocoons again, then use the fire theft skill. It's immune to fire attacks, so don't waste any more spiritual power. He instructed the dino telepathically. This fire unicorn actually had a rare fire immunity characteristic and could be regarded as a very powerful pet. Roar. I see. No wonder it's so hard to injure. Letting out a roar, it burst forth with blighted light and condensed 3 dead cocoons above its head, which it launched on the fire unicorn. The fire unicorn once again attempted to dodge the attacks by moving with the wind, but this time, the dead cocoons followed it like tracking missiles. Having been hit by the withered power of the blighted fireball before, the dead cocoons could now track it. In desperation, Wang Jie could only let it turn around and attack and destroy the dead cocoons, or the threat would be too great. It turned around with an ultra-high temperature flame to destroy the dead cocoons, but at this moment, the dino took the opportunity to activate its fire theft skill. The fire unicorn was unable to dodge it and was hit. Tiny flames flew from its body over to the dino and was eventually swallowed by it. Dumbfounded, the fire unicorn could only watch as its flame disappeared into thin air. There was still plenty of fire spirit in its body, but it was as if they had been solidified and could not be mobilized at all. While it was still in a daze, the 3 dead cocoons rushed over and directly burrowed into its body. With the fire theft skill, its vitality began to drop quickly. Roar. The dino roared arrogantly and provocatively hooked its claw at the fire unicorn. Come on, why don't you continue spraying fire on me? It chased after the fire unicorn with a fireball. Oh, my god. This is actually the fire theft skill. Subai's pet's evolutionary direction is actually a purgatory fire thief. This is too terrifying. The fire-immune fire unicorn has actually encountered a purgatory fire thief which has the ability to steal fire. There really is always one mountain higher than another. The commentator was shocked by this interesting development. F***ck. I heard that fire theft is even better at restraining fire skills than any fire immunity skills. It can directly prevent the opponent from using any fire skills and is much scarier than all fire immunity skills. The fire unicorn has really met its doom. It's too unlucky. It turns out that Subai is really so strong and formidable. I thought that his pet could only hit its opponents with fireballs. Who knew that it's actually in that terrifying evolutionary direction? I'm now convinced that it's too ferocious. So the analysis video on the internet is true that Subai also has a high-level commander wood pet? I'm afraid he might be the reincarnation of a true god. The audience was shocked to see this scene. In particular, those on the internet who said that Subai could only smash people with fireballs were speechless for a while. The powerful performance shown by the boy turned out to be just the tip of an iceberg. They thought that he would have a hard time fighting with the fire unicorn, but who knew that it would be over so soon? On the battlefield, the fire unicorn was immersed in dead cocoon and completely lost its combat power. The only way left was to surrender. I admit defeat, Wang Jie said dejectedly. He thought that he could build a name for himself and become famous. Who knew that such a terrifying opponent would defeat his pet so soon? The guy was even with unfathomable strength. Subai wins. Let us congratulate Cannes' juvenile team for winning this year's X-Provinces City League tournament. It is worth mentioning that today is Subai's 17th birthday, and it is his first anniversary after becoming a pet tamer. Let us send the most sincere blessings to this talented young man. Happy birthday. Oh ho ho. The background music sounded, and the falling colored papers accompanied the audience's hoarse cheers. Subai had established his position and successfully won the Provincial League Championship. Everyone felt that he would definitely be able to win the National Championship on behalf of Province X, the National League, in July. He could even participate in the highest competition held by the Pet Alliance, the King of the World Round-Robin Tournament, and win the title of King of Pet Tamers. When Subai returned to the lounge, Li Xing rushed forward. He quickly prepared to dodge, but at the turn of his head, all 8 teammates had surrounded him. He then was hugged in the middle by them and thrown up in celebration. Happy birthday. Thank you for taking us to the championship. Thank you. The group of people shouted in unison despite the fact that they had experienced many contradictions among one another and had not seen eye to eye. That was just a passing moment and was normal for teenagers. Now that they were out of Cannes, they felt grateful and glad because they were all from the same city. The previous competition in their city seemed to have become a trivial matter, just like a small conflict between brothers and sisters in a family. Thank you. It's actually not my credit alone. If you guys didn't survive the points match, no matter how strong I might be, it would be impossible for me to win the championship. Subai smiled and nodded at them. He originally felt indifferent about winning the championship, but after feeling the audience's cheers and hearing his teammates' praises, he understood what it meant to bask in glory. You're not allowed to refuse today's party. It's to celebrate our win and your birthday at the same time. You've already rejected us several times and stayed to sleep in your hotel all day long. If not for Sister Ruoshua being absent, we would suspect that you're doing something mischievous. Li Xing rebuked him. Yes, even if you run today, we will carry you out if we have to, so don't even think of running away. Zhao Li grinned. That's right. Don't blame us for carrying you away if you try to escape. Wang Er booed. After leaving the city and the province, he realized that the previously distant schoolmate relationship had become more precious. In fact, being able to meet with others, be it a friend or an enemy, was extremely precious. After all, meeting among billions of people was also considered destiny. Relax. I won't run today. Subai smiled. Soon the rostrum was ready for him and the other 5 in the team to come on stage and receive the award. He took the golden trophy and looked at it. It felt pretty good. In addition to this trophy, everyone had a prize of 10 million, and all monster wildernesses in Province X would be open to them for free in the next year. Subai did not care about these rewards. He just wanted to get first place in the National City League so he would have the qualification to enter the King of the World round-robin tournament to see how strong the world's top competitors were. Let us congratulate Can for winning this championship. Amid cheers from the audience, Subai and others retired with the trophy. At a restaurant table, everyone raised their glasses for a toast. Happy birthday, Subai. Thank you. He raised his wine glass and thanked them. He was genuinely grateful. Everyone clinked their cups lightly and then downed the content in one go. Haha. Why don't you drink more? Li Xing walked over with a glass of red wine. Exactly. Shouldn't the birthday celebrant drink more? I suggest that everyone drink 1 glass with him each. Zhao Li laughed. That's not good. He shook his head. What's so bad about that? Let me pour it for you. Drink, or are you still harboring grudges against me? Li Xing poured wine for Subai and looked at him. No, I'll drink it. He reluctantly raised his glass. Soon after, the party was over. Li Xing and the others walked toward the hotel with flushed faces. Zhao Li and a few of them were also slightly dizzy so they could not walk straight. Only Subai, the coach, and some others were normal. He spread his hands out and shrugged. With the backfeeding from 5 strong pets, his alcohol tolerance was much stronger than the others. Shaking his head, he silently returned to his room and released the pets. His pets bought his birthday present online, but it had yet to arrive. Early the next morning, everyone took the same old train back to Cannes. See you guys again in July. He waved to everyone. Goodbye. Li Xing glanced at Subai a little bitterly. She then finally let it go and waved goodbye before turning to leave. Goodbye. The others waved their hands to bid farewell as well. Well. Taking out the key and opening the gate of the manor, what greeted him was a colorful scenery. Various spiritual plants in spiritual fields exuded faint lights as they gently swayed in the breeze. On the hillside in the distance, a group of flower-scented dairy cows were freely eating fresh pasture. Howl. Purple Jade loved the environment now. Green light radiated from its body and spread in the surroundings. Right away, the growth of the plants became more vibrant. Together, they walked toward the Azure Dragon Mound. He would take the next 3 months to review properly. As for his pet's strength, there was no hope of improving it in the meantime, so he would take his time slowly. The catalyzers needed to be guided by energy agents gradually, and the speed would be accelerated bit by bit, so it was expected to take several months. As for their food, he needed not worry about it, either. After spending so long in the Scarlet Wilderness, his harvest was quite rich. There was no need to worry about his pets at all. Son, you're back so soon. His father waved at him from a spiritual field. We thought you'd play in Anchang for a while after winning the championship. We didn't expect you to return so soon. Have you eaten? I can cook for you if not. His mother smiled at him questioningly. It was obvious from their happy smiles just how proud they were of him winning the championship. In fact, even though they looked so calm right now, the two had been shouting in excitement when they watched the live broadcast. Especially when they saw his big victory, they were happier than anyone else. Their son's strength had been even more shocking. They really could not understand how he managed to improve so fast. Could it be because he picked spiritual plants in the monster wilderness? It did not seem like it was so easy to enter the monster wilderness, though. They had been stunned for 2 whole days but still failed to understand it. I already ate. I'm not hungry now. Su-bai shook his head. Alright, there's one more thing. Yesterday, the village head came and said that they want to organize a banquet for you. It's to celebrate the birth of such a young and powerful professional pet tamer in our village. We have yet to give our response, said Mother Su. Ever since Su-bai showed off his strength as an elite pet tamer, the people in the village had become like licking dogs and would come over to ask for their opinions on everything. It felt like they were looking to them for leadership. No need, I find it troublesome. There's nothing to celebrate about becoming an elite pet tamer as it's only the beginning. He shook his head and refused. Okay, remember to come down for dinner tonight. We'll celebrate your birthday by then. Okay, I will. He nodded. Back on the Azure Dragon Mound, he first noticed a beautifully designed spiritual garden. Su-yu, you've done very well. Su-bai nodded in satisfaction. His younger brother not only grew all these spiritual plants but also cultivated them very elegantly and stylishly. That kid is very diligent, he thought in his heart. Howl tilde bai, this spiritual soil is very special tilde. The cub examined the spiritual soil and howled. It should be the special spiritual soil produced by Su-yu's green ant. He spoke while examining the dark green granular spiritual soil. He entered the villa, but his younger brother was not in his laboratory and had probably gone to school. However, the laboratory was full of various test tubes, and inside the test tubes were all kinds of medicines with varying colors. Su-bai took a look around and found that Su-yu's level of potion production was quite terrifying. There were already several kinds of potions that he had researched. Alright, play by yourselves, I'll go to sleep first. When he arrived at the 2nd floor, he released all his pets and let them play by themselves while he slept. By the time he woke up, it was already afternoon, and the sun was setting. Howl, you big lazy pig, hurry up and feed us lunch. We are so hungry. Loudly howled the cub at him, clearly very dissatisfied. Turning around, he saw the 5 pets waiting to be fed in the living room. The only one which looked slightly better was the ice phoenix. It was exercising by itself but still gazed at him with hungry pupils. Sorry, I overslept. He quickly took out medicinal cakes to make up for the pets. Upon seeing the food, they all ran over numbly. While the pets ate, he went to wash his face. The pets had already finished eating by the time he finished washing his face. I'm going for lunch, anyone wants to come with me? He asked. Other than his pet dragon, all 4 shook their heads. Okay, then. Little dragon, come with me. Su-bai raised his hand for the dragon to wrap itself around his wrist. Big bro, you're too impressive. I watched the game. How did the little tyrant do that with the fireball skill? At the dining table, Su-yu patted him on the shoulder and exclaimed. Oh, it's a secret. Actually, I'm not quite sure, either. He shrugged. Okay, but you're really too formidable. You became an elite pet tamer in a single year, complimented his younger brother. I'm all right. There are numerous people of similar age as me in the Pet Alliance who already have monarch pets. He shook his head. In our eyes, you are already very formidable. His mother laughed. In order to celebrate his birthday and him winning the championship, she whipped up a table full of dishes. Yes, our family has reached this point all because of your talent. You're full of potential, his father exclaimed. To think that, just a year ago, he had still persuaded Su-bai not to take the path of a professional pet tamer. Who knew that he would grow to this point within a year and also come to possess such indomitable strength? Not only did he develop such indomitable strength, He even brought huge changes to the whole family. Big bro, if you used all your money to buy beginner materials, would you reach the sovereign level now? Suyu chuckled. Considering Jade's potential score, do you think it's possible? It's fate that I bought a Queen of Thorns' crystal nucleus. He shook his head. You're right. It's probably too expensive to incubate materials with a potential of over 90. Strength flies so fast, I can become a pet tamer next year, too, gushed Suyu. By the way, Mom, Dad, have you two hatched the pet eggs I gave you? Asked Subai curiously. Of course. The two opened their contract books and out flew two pets, a black dragon and a bird with electric lights shining in its purple eyes. Looking at their data, Subai nodded in satisfaction. Although they did not have the best features, they were still pretty good. They're great. I'll give you the two cultivation manuals tomorrow. You can cultivate them accordingly, he said. Your brother has written a copy for us. I'll show it to you, said Mother Sue as she got up to retrieve the manual. After getting the training manual written by Suyu, he looked at it seriously. It's not bad, but it's not detailed enough. According to the detected data, this isn't the optimal cultivation plan, but it's not bad. I just need to change it a bit. Subai took out a pen and quickly corrected it. It's done. He took about 10 minutes to finish writing. Suyu took it over in disbelief and then exclaimed in admiration, "It seems that I still can't compare to you in terms of pet cultivation. You can do it, you just need more experience. Your level of medicine production has already surpassed me." He smiled in praise. After eating, the two went back to their residences. Early the next morning, Subai rode the cub to school. As soon as he was out on the street, a black Audi stopped beside him. "Get in the car," someone said. Nodding, he put the cub inside, then opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. "Teacher, why didn't you ride your pet? Isn't it faster?" he asked Hujie. "I like to experience the feeling of driving occasionally." The woman chuckled. "By the way, have you eaten breakfast?" "No. Would you like to go together, or is Chen Ruoshua bringing breakfast for you?" Hujie blinked at him. "Let's go together. She is still in the monster wilderness and may not be back until April or May," he said. "Huh? Didn't you go together? Did you guys fight?" asked Hujie, puzzled. "No, she felt like a flower vase next to me, so she went on an adventure with a female senior." Subai shrugged helplessly. "Ha ha ha, then are you not very sad, right? You obviously wanted to become stronger to protect her, but in the end she slipped away to stop being a flower vase." Hujie smiled widely from ear to ear. "Subai. Ha ha ha. Young lad, as your teacher, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't keep your girlfriend as just a pretty face. Even if your girlfriend accepts it, you won't be able to stand it for a long time. A couple must be able to help and support each other throughout, and only then can they get along for a long time. If only one party sacrifices blindly, it will definitely become a pathological relationship." Hujie drove backhand and patted him on the shoulder with one hand. "Subai, teacher, you don't even have a boyfriend and have even had a relationship before." His retort immediately hit her sore spot, and she glared at him with clenched fists. "Do you think I can't find a boyfriend? Teacher, how could you possibly not find a boyfriend? Thank you for your reminder. I'll treat you to breakfast." He quickly smiled. "Since you're sincerely treating me, then I won't stand on ceremony." She nodded. They stopped in front of an eatery and walked over to have breakfast. Subai ordered sweet bean curd and fried dough sticks, while Hujie ordered salted bean curd and fried dough sticks. "The sweet dish is bland, you should try this salty dish," she said. "They're both good, I like either sweet or salty." He shrugged. As the two chatted, the waiter quickly brought their breakfast. "Are you still going into the monster wilderness next?" asked Hujie. She then took a bite of her fried dough. "No, my pets need to settle for now. It's meaningless to go to the monster wilderness. I'd rather take the time to study." He shook his head. "You're right. Your progress is too terrifying, it's time to adjust first." Hujie nodded. "By the way, I have yet to congratulate you on winning the championship. Come, let's down our bean curds." Subai. After bumping bowls with her, he downed his bean curd. Once breakfast was over, She drove him to school. His classmates all froze for a while upon seeing him enter the classroom, but after remembering that he was already an elite pet tamer, they smiled helplessly. No one was jealous of him anymore, not even the picky Shalei or the persistent Guodong. They breathed out deeply upon seeing him, envy and despair rolling in their eyes. He was too formidable to have become an elite pet tamer in a single year, and a strong pet tamer, too. All of them had just cultivated their pets to warlord grade and had not even been able to evolve them. F***ck, you're finally here. I watched the game, you were too fierce. Yang Ju rushed over and patted him on the shoulder fiercely. You carried your teammates and were really too formidable, especially the little tyrant's fireball skill. Now, many people are studying the principles behind it. Chen Tingting chimed in. You didn't even look at your online account, did you? It has increased by more than 100,000 followers, Jiang Yang commented. Their current pets had been bred to the warlord grade. Among them, Chen Tingting was already the most powerful. She had successfully evolved the blade-praying mantis independently into a double-blade praying mantis, and now she possessed the restraint skill Immortal Soul of War. These three were originally elated, thinking that they were finally about to catch up with Su Bai, but they received a heavy blow upon seeing him slaughter his opponents in the City League tournament. It's okay. You all have made great progress. Su Bai shook his head. In the 2 days of the game, he chatted with them and learned about their progress. Compared to you, our progress isn't worth a mention. Who doesn't know that the more pets progress, the harder it becomes? Yang Ju complained. Then you can continue working hard. Once the little conch evolves one more time, it's basically a done deal. I can tell you its secret then. Su Bai laughed. What's the secret? Can't you tell me in advance, Brother Bai? The boy's heart was itchy. No. He shook his head as he sat in his seat and opened a book. Yang Ju was temporarily speechless. By the way, where's Ruoxue? She won't be back for a while. Su Bai shrugged. Soon after, class started and he temporarily returned to a peaceful campus life. He seldom took pet training classes now and usually read a book while listening to the teacher. Occasionally, the teacher would come over to discuss with him or ask him for help in demonstrating to the class. This was because his current strength was not weaker than the teacher. After school, in addition to staying home, he would go to the Blue Moon Cultivation House to work as a trainer or play with Yang Ju and the others. He spent 1.5 months in such a silent manner. One night, when he had already fallen asleep, the old hen-like ice phoenix opened its eyes in the bedroom. After making sure that everyone was asleep, it crawled out of the window silently. Quack. I'm going to break through to the commander grade today. I must find a good hidden place where our Bai or the others can't find me. Thinking like this in its heart, it looked around, chose a direction, and disappeared into the night. Actually, it had done this several times before. Although its strength on the surface was a low-level warlord, it had actually quietly reached the high-level warlord and had evolved into a mysterious ice phoenix. Today, it would quietly rush toward the commander grade. Quack. I suddenly feel a little excited. After my promotion, I think I'll have some self-protection abilities. At these joyous thoughts, the ice phoenix became more excited. Just as it was preparing to drink the medicine, there was a sudden noise not far away. Shocked, its head jerked up suddenly and it launched a 1,000 miles freeze attack without hesitation. Although it controlled its power, the terrifying strength still iced most of the river valley. This was not over yet, though. Right after, it launched another instant ice seal and an ice flame. The flame-like breath instantly dropped the temperature of the entire river valley by 40 or 50 degrees. All the ice arrows and ice balls were also smashed down. In the end, in the middle of an ice burst attack, all the ice exploded and turned into ice powder. Quack. You dared to sneak attack me? Do you know who I am? The ice phoenix stood proudly on the large bluestone with disdain all over its face. Did the other really think that its strength was only as weak as it showed on the surface? Quack. Heh. You're not dead. Upon hearing movement again, it quickly prepared to fly away. Of course, I'm not dead. If not for my immunity to your attacks, I would be dead already. Su Bai walked out gloomily, glaring angrily at the phoenix. Ah, It turns out to be my cutest master. Your lovely phoenix really didn't know it's you, or else I would never attack you. Upon seeing its owner, the phoenix quickly lowered its head and admitted its mistake. B*LLSH*T. You think I don't know that you can sense me? Subai felt the urge to choke his pet to death. Quack quack. I thought that it's an impersonator. After all, my lovely master, you've been sleeping all the time. It must be a fake if you appeared here suddenly. Rattled, the phoenix explained a bit awkwardly. Do you really think that you can hide your little trick of coming out to exercise every night? If I hadn't secretly replaced your potions with more advanced ones, would you have broken through so fast? Subai angrily threw a bottle of potion over. Thank you, master. Thank you, my dearest master. The phoenix quickly picked up the potion and thanked him crisply. Without even looking at his pet, he turned around and walked off. As soon as he exited the river valley and came to a hillside, an icy blue spiritual vortex exploded from below. A gigantic ice phoenix illusion, noble and elegant, beautiful and gorgeous, appeared in the river valley. Before he had seen enough, the illusion quickly disappeared along with the spiritual vortex. Quack. My dearest master, wait for me. A crisp sound rang in his head as the old hen chased after him. Quack. Bye. Can you keep my breakthrough a secret for me? It looked up at him. Yes, Subai replied blankly. Can't you change your appearance? An old hen looks too ugly. The ice phoenix thought for a while, then activated its camouflage skill, and transformed itself into a baby duck covered in yellow fluff. It looked quite cute. Quack. Bye, how does this look? It glanced at him and asked. As long as you're happy. He shrugged. Great. It had really become a quacking duck. He already held no expectations for this ice phoenix, which was in the late stage of paranoia. Its disease would not get better, and the only thing he was grateful for was that it worked hard day and night because of paranoia. Hence, its breakthrough speed was second only to the dragon out of all his pets. Its senior sister fox was still a peak high-level warlord, and was even working hard to evolve into an alluring demon fox. Even with the teaching speed of the 12-tailed magic fox, its progress was not as fast as this phoenix. Regarding this, he did not know what to say. He looked at the data of the evolved ice phoenix and discovered that it had unexpectedly awakened a new skill, Ice Snow Ray. It was a powerful single damage skill, and combined with its Frostmound characteristic, it could kill opponents of the same grade. Shaking his head, he walked home quickly to sleep. He woke up early the next morning even though it was Saturday. Howl Tilda the cub flipped around and hit his stomach with a paw. Why was Purple Jade in his bed? He had obviously locked the doors and windows to his room last night. He was speechless to see the big white cat lying down next to him and reached out to remove its paw. The cub suddenly embraced him in a bear hug and blinked at him with its big, round purple eyes. It stretched out its pink tongue and licked his face, seemingly licking its beloved toy. Stop it. Subai glared at it. I refuse to. Bye, you smell so good. The cub showed an incredibly gluttonous expression. Other people examined themselves on 3 points daily, but it liked licking him 3 times daily. Subai asked why the cub liked licking him, and it said that he was fragrant and smelled so good, but he was convinced that that was not so. He was so clean that there was no scent on him. However, as if the cub was addicted, it would lick him so much that he suspected it would devour him if not for it being contracted to him. Enough. Are you going to eat? He broke free of it and went to wash his face and brush his teeth. The cub got out of bed unhappily. After washing up, he came out to feed the pets breakfast. He also took out some ingredients from the refrigerator to make a simple meal for himself. The other pets did not react much to the phoenix having changed into a duck. Actually, it was more like they did not care. Let's go, we have to set off soon. Subai motioned. He was going to his master's place today. Gao and had some things to tell him. He wanted to greet his master while he was there, too. After keeping the dino, the dragon, and the phoenix into his contract book, he set off on the cub's back. Soon, he arrived at the training base of his master in the city. You're here. Liu Xinghe opened the door and smiled. Hello, brother Liu. Let's go. The master is planting flowers inside. He took him into the backyard and nodded at him before leaving. "Hello, Master. I personally made this purple sparrow tea for you. You can drink it when you are free." He bowed and handed the elderly man a can of tea. Gao and finished watering the flowers and put it down to accept his disciple's purple sparrow tea. He opened it and took a sniff before nodding gently. "It's not bad, I'll accept this." After speaking, he took the tea and sat in the imperial tutor chair at the center of the yard. He looked at the boy carefully and then at the cub. "How far have you cultivated the ancestor blood dragon? Let me take a look at it." Gao and motioned. "It's now a peak high-level commander and will probably break through to the sovereign grade in a few months." Su Bai released the dragon as he explained. Roar! The blood dragon appeared and glanced at Gao and vigilantly. It then looked back at its owner questioningly. "It's all right, this is my master." He caressed its head. "It's very good, beyond my expectation. It seems that you're indeed suitable to be a professional pet tamer." His master nodded in satisfaction. "I asked you to come here because I have something to tell you." Gao and paused before posing a question. "Do you know the divine skills of summoners? A senior told me about divine skills before, saying that they're special skills bred from origins of broken worlds and infinitely powerful." Su Bai responded, feeling a little puzzled. Why was his master suddenly mentioning that? Was it related to the Scarlet Wilderness? That's right. Every pet tamer's divine skills are hard to come by and are very difficult to acquire. Gao and once again went over the details of the pet tamer's divine skills. Every time such a divine skill appears, it's a target for all the pet tamers to fight for. The Scarlet Wilderness, which you often visit, also has such a divine skill and it is almost incubated. Anyone with blood pets above the monarch grade can compete for it. Did you know about this? Su Bai shook his head, shocked. I've never heard of it at all. The Blood Moon's original divine skill was successfully conceived probably this year, but I can't estimate the specific time. One of the important reasons they want to snatch your ancestor blood dragon is that, said Gao, and then what should I do, Master? Should I suppress my dragon so that it doesn't break through? Asked Su Bai. This kind of divine skill competition would probably involve title holders, emperor grades, and even stronger pet tamers. For example, those summoners with monarchs were simply expendable, and they could not handle a single move in front of pet tamers with emperors or sovereigns. Not to mention his dreams, in the face of such a situation, even though he has a plug-in, he must still be self-aware. If he goes there to compete, he'll surely die. I called you today to talk about this. Gao and nodded with satisfaction. Su Bai had not been mesmerized by the pet tamer's divine skill. He first opened a shield and then continued speaking. You don't need to suppress the ancestor blood dragon's breakthrough, it doesn't matter. It's up to you whether or not to compete for the divine skill, but based on my research, I have another guess. Would you like to give it a try? If it succeeds, there's a high probability that everyone else will be wiped out. What guess? Asked Su Bai curiously. Was there really a way to snatch the divine skill from those with emperor and sovereign pets? This method will depend on your pet dragon, no one else can do it. To obtain the original divine skill of a world, the premise is that you must possess such a monster and have a certain world origin existence. The original divine skill is the reward of life in the world when that world dies, so outsiders need monsters of the corresponding level when they enter. However, in addition to that, some powerful monsters in this world have the opportunity to obtain the original divine skill. In the Blood Moon world, only those with monarchs have a chance of entering the land of origin. That's because the world origin contained in the body of this level has reached a certain grade. The origin is condensed from the essence of a world, but what do you think is the root of a world? Yes, it is the beings living in that world. They are part of the origin of the world and are also the existence of life. That's why a world can grow slowly. The origin of those dead stars will only become thinner and never grow. If you can transform all the monsters in the Blood Moon world into your ancestor blood dragon's blood subordinates, then you can even indirectly control the origin of the world. Because all the creatures in the world are under your control, it means that the origin of the world is also at your mercy. Even if there's no way to convert all monsters into blood subordinates, as long as the majority is achieved, it means that the origin contained in the ancestor blood dragon is second only to the origin of the world. You don't have to vie for it with other people at that time. As long as you enter, the whole world will pave the way for you, and the origin of the world will cheer for you. Gao and slowly relayed everything. Really? Subai was shocked at such an underhand method. According to my research, as well as some data in the Alliance, the probability of success is very high. Even if it fails, it doesn't matter. Having many blood subordinates is good for the ancestor blood dragon. What you must do now is spread the bloodline of your dragon across the Scarlet Wilderness as soon as possible, instructed the elderly man. Thank you, Master, I understand. Subai quickly thanked the old man. Okay, there is nothing more to do after talking about this. You can go plant spiritual plants with me. Gao and stood up. He had only told his disciple the method and had not provided him with extra help. It was completely up to the youth whether he could achieve this feat or not. If he could not do it in the end, he could quietly make a move to help out. Either way, he could not let this original divine skill fall into the hands of the Alliance's families or the 12 dragon slayers. Gao and thought happily inside. Okay, Master. Subai nodded, knowing that it was impossible to get rid of working for his master. Master, how is your process of transforming another world? He asked this as they walked, always curious about it. No progress. It's been stuck at 70% for several years. Gao sighed. I see. It seems like it's quite difficult to transform another world. He also sighed. Of course, the space cracks and monster wildernesses you enter now are still suitable for humans to venture into, but in fact, the environment in most places is extremely harsh. Not only is there no oxygen, there are also extreme cases where there's supergravity, sulfuric acid, and volcanoes. Only experienced elite pet tamers can barely enter such places, as those rookies won't be able to handle the environment at all. Gao shook his head. A senior pet tamer needed at least 3 high-level commander pets to be considered highly experienced. Subai nodded. He also knew the dangers of such places, and ordinary professional pet tamers would never dare to enter them. After working for a few hours and having lunch with Gao, he left the place. In the afternoon, he would go to Hu Jie's Blue Moon cultivation house in Carp Town to work as a cultivator. At the same time, he would read a book and assist her. However, on his way back to the village, he found a group of villagers gathered together, discussing wildly, their expressions full of trepidation. Uncle, what's the matter? Subai asked the village head, Jin Shunshui. That wild boar is now attempting to enter the village. Please help me solve this problem as soon as possible, it's really too terrifying. Jin Shunshui pleaded with Subai. As if he was a straw to clutch at, he said everything in one anxious breath. Yes, you have the ability to kill that wild boar in the village. We'll have to trouble you. Please take action and save my spiritual plants. It's such a pity, they've been planted for 3 years and are about to be harvested soon, but they're now being completely dug out by that boar and the piglets. A group of villagers quickly requested him to take action. Where did they come from? Is there a new space crack nearby? Subai was quite puzzled. It stood to reason that there could be no commander monsters near human communities. Jade, let's go and take a look. Subai temporarily put aside the doubts in his heart and walked with the cub to the 6-winged flying pig. It was a great chance to kill a boar and eat its delicious meat. Howl. When he walked to a spiritual field, he saw a big wild boar, which was snowy white, was more than 8 meters long, and had 6 black wings on its back. 2 sharp black fangs were hanging out on either side of its mouth. It was digging the soil of a spiritual field, and behind it was a dozen piglets. As if it had felt the aura of the cub, the low-level commander 6-winged flying pig turned around and escaped. Howl. Hash. Purple Jade glanced disdainfully at this adult pig. How could the cub give it a chance to escape? It instantly chased the big one with Grass Sword Storm, determined to drain its blood deliberately for Subai to eat pork. It wrapped this 6-winged flying pig, drained it of blood with its vines, and prepared to drag it home. Leave it here first. Let's follow the tracks to see where they came from. Subai instructed. Howl. Bai, over here. The cub hung the six-winged flying pig on a big tree nearby to drain it of blood, then sensed the aura, and walked beside him to lead the way. It took a quarter of an hour for him to find the wild boar's nest, but when he saw the nest, he was a little confused. This wild boar seemed to have just broken through, but it stood to reason that that kind of wild boar, which had only given birth to piglets, should not break through so easily. However, it was not an absolute rule, for it might have eaten some treasures. Bai, what's wrong? The cub glanced at him. It's nothing. Let's go back and take the wild boar carcass. We'll cook suckling pig in the afternoon. Subai licked his lips gluttonously. Roasted suckling pig was too delicious. He had roasted it once in the monster wilderness, and still found the crispy browned pig skin unforgettably delicious. He returned to the manor with the six-winged flying pig's corpse. He gave the small ones to his parents to deal with, then cut a few pieces of meat from the big pig, and threw the rest into the bloodthirsty spear. Because of this delay, he did not want to go to the Blue Moon cultivation house anymore and started roasting suckling pig at home, instead. At 4 p.m., a spicy and delicious roast suckling pig was ready. It smells so good. He tore a piece of pork with skin on it and exclaimed. The skin was browned and the pork meat was tender and smooth. With the aroma of cumin chili and black pepper wafting up, he was already drooling badly. When eaten with a glass of ice cola, it was considered supreme enjoyment. Wow, big bro, your technique in roasting suckling pig is amazing. Suyu pulled a large piece of meat and popped it into his mouth. Yes, it's pretty good. His parents also gave positive evaluations. Of course. Subai nodded proudly. Having stayed in the monster wilderness for 4 months, he had grilled all sorts of monsters which could be eaten, and that had greatly improved his barbecuing technique. However, his pets were not interested in this and could not understand why they would eat spicy things like cumin and chili. They preferred energy medicinal cakes and potions more. The next day, he went to the Blue Moon cultivation house in Carp Town. The business was not good here, and there was not a single customer in the morning. At noon, Yang Ju and the others came over. Are you busy now? If not, can we go hunting for monsters? Yang Ju patted him on the shoulder. No, killing some weaklings is just a waste of my time. Subai shook his head. Are commander monsters also considered rookies? The other was a little speechless. Yes, I guess, and the monster wilderness is also too far away, so I won't go. He glanced up at his friend and then resumed looking down. No, we're not going to the monster wilderness. Recently, the number of monsters around the town have increased, so the Pet Administration Bureau urged us to help kill them if we have time. Jiang Yang explained. Yeah, I wonder why many more powerful monsters have appeared near human communities. The town's Pet Management Bureau doesn't even have enough manpower. Chen Tingting chimed in, feeling puzzled. That's why I advise that you accumulate theoretical knowledge first. At your current speed, it'll be difficult to improve your pet's strength to another level in 1.5 months. It's better to work hard on the theoretical part and score higher marks in that section. Subai advised. He could learn more about the increase in monsters through a website that only professional pet tamers could access, and found that this phenomenon had occurred all over the world. Some people speculated that, just like before, another large-scale space crack might have appeared. However, nobody was sure of what was actually going on. Anyway, this kind of situation was not uncommon, so everyone was used to it and did not take it seriously. All right, since you're not going, let's take a stroll around and prepare to make some money to buy potions. Otherwise, we'll be too poor to even improve our pets. Yang Ju sighed helplessly. Remember to call me if you can't defeat the monster. Subai waved to the 3 of them. All right. Let's go then. They waved goodbye to him. His friend just came over to invite him along, but he did not want to join them. After all, the monsters they hunted were indeed of low levels. Half a month passed again. Although the monsters everywhere became more and more powerful, no other changes occurred, and no space cracks or the like appeared. Subai himself spent the past half a month in peace. His pets increased in strength little by little, especially the dragon. It was now approaching the monarch grade. He was still thinking about how to enter the other parts of Scarlet Wildernesses. He usually entered the Scarlet Wilderness that Wei was in charge of but had not found a way to enter the others. At the beginning of May, when there was only more than a month left before the college entrance examination in June, everyone became busy preparing for it. Subai was not particularly nervous. Everything that needed to be learned had been mastered, and the rest would depend on how he did on the spot. At noon on Saturday that day, he took the cub to Carp Town to pick up Chen Ruoxue. When he arrived, he saw the two from a distance. "Boyfie, over here." Chen Ruoxue waved to him from afar. "Hello." He smiled and walked toward them. At this time, Chen Ruoxue had also undergone many changes compared to 5 months ago. First of all, her height had grown from just 1.6 meters to 1.7 meters. Her body had completely blossomed, and her figure was now curvy and voluptuous. She was wearing a white short sleeve and a pair of denim shorts. Her short sleeve shirt was held high by her bulging breasts, revealing her snowy white willowy waist which was almost too small to hold. Her denim shorts revealed her straight and slender jade-like legs. With her delicate and dewy oval-shaped face, her pair of bright and big eyes which seemed to contain stars, her soft pink lips, and her long hair which had not been cut for a year, the changes in her were considerably big. Her figure and appearance was comparable to a mature adult woman like Hu Jie. Subai was a little dazed upon seeing her changed appearance and even felt a little unfamiliar with her. Similarly, Chen Ruoxue was quite surprised and unfamiliar with his new appearance. In the end, they exchanged shocked glances. As he approached, she smiled sweetly and slipped into his arms, hugging him tightly. "Long time no see. Long time no see." The familiar feeling returned to their hearts again, bringing everything back to normal. "So how do I look? Have I become particularly beautiful?" she asked, holding his hand and giggling. "Yes, you're especially beautiful." Subai chuckled and nodded. "I wanted to give you a big surprise with my changes, but I didn't expect to be surprised by your changes. It seems like the childishness of a young boy has disappeared in you." She examined him carefully. Cough, cough, cough. Wei coughed loudly, unable to stand it anymore. "Hello, Senior Wei. Have you two had lunch yet?" Subai quickly returned to his senses and bowed to the older woman. "Not yet. Take us to the town for lunch." Wei raised her chin and spoke coldly. "Okay." He nodded. While chatting with Chen Ruoxue, he took them to the hotel in town. After ordering, he turned to Wei and asked, "Senior, may I ask if you know how to enter the other 11 parts of Scarlet Wilderness? Are you trying to compete for the original divine skill that is about to be born?" Wei glanced at him. "Yes." He nodded, surprised by her accurate guess. The battle for the original divine skill isn't that simple and is especially dangerous. You're in over your head. Those fighting for it are title-level pet tamers with emperor or sovereign pets. Are you sure you want to participate? Chen Ruoxue touched his forehead in case he had a fever. "Don't worry, I don't have a fever. My master told me of a special method that will give me a high probability of obtaining the divine skill without competing with others." He shook his head. "Ruoxue, don't worry, he's not lying. That method is indeed feasible, and he has a chance with his current strength." Wei excused him. "Yes, I'm not surprised that Senior knows about it, too." He remembered that when Wei first saw his pet dragon, she had told him to transform more blood subordinates. It was obvious that she had already known this from the start. "Here, this is for you. With this thing, you can enter the other 11 parts of Scarlet Wilderness, but you'd better hide this thing and not let others find it." Wei took out a scarlet ring and threw it to him. "Thank you, Senior." He quickly accepted the scarlet ring. "No problem. I just don't want the original divine skill to fall into the wrong hands. Although you have a natural advantage, whether you can succeed or not is another matter." She shrugged. Soon, the food arrived, and the three of them chatted while eating. "I watched the City League tournament. Your progress really surprised me, but after gaining experience for so long, and with the help of Senior Wei, my strength has also improved very quickly," Chen Ruoxue said. "What's your current strength?" Subai asked curiously. Just by looking at her changes, He knew that her strength had definitely improved tremendously. After all, it was only normal for her to become stronger under the guidance of a master with an emperor pet. "I'll tell you later." She blinked at him. After the meal, he took the cub home after sending the two back first. The next day, Chen Ruoxue came to his house. "Here, this is my birthday present for you." She handed a pale green crystal of profound meaning to him. In order to obtain this crystal of profound meaning, she had remained in one place for more than half a month before finally killing a pet which was about to advance to a monarch grade, thereby obtaining this treasure. "Wow, your gift is so precious. Compared to this, what I prepared for you seems to be a lot worse." He looked at the crystal of profound meaning. "What did you prepare for me?" His girlfriend looked curiously at him. Su Bai took out the gift from the bedside table and handed it to her. "This is the perfume and lipstick that I personally made according to your preferences from spirit flowers and plants in the Scarlet Wilderness," he said a little embarrassedly. Compared to her gift, his felt really insignificant. Without saying anything, she opened the box and looked at the cosmetics. She put lipstick on her pink lips and gently sprayed some of the perfume. She then gently leaned over and put her arms around his neck, blinking flirtatiously. "Do I look pretty? Do I smell good?" Su Bai nodded quickly. Chen Ruoxue was currently much more attractive than a few months ago. "Then do you want to taste my lipstick?" Blushing slightly, she leaned in closer and maintained eye contact with him. "Of course." When she closed her eyes, he leaned in to kiss her. 10 minutes later, she looked up at him a little breathlessly. "Do you know how it tastes now?" "It tastes sweet, just like you," he said, looking at her red lips. "This is the best birthday present I have ever received." "I like it very much," Chen Ruoxue said with a smile. Su Bai grinned. It was his greatest honor that she liked it. After sorting out the underwear and short sleeves that he had tossed to the side, the girl got up from the bed and said, "Let's study hard over the next month and strive to be accepted in the university that we like." As for which university they wanted to enter, the two had already decided on one long ago. It had to be that university. "Oh, I see. Wait for me. I want to see it evolve, too," Chen Ruoxue exclaimed. "Okay, come with me." He reached out to hold her hand and then took her to the living room. In the living room, the cub was playing King of Glory, but its paws were too big now. Even if Purple Jade bought a large customized tablet, it would still be very inconvenient. Su Bai watched for a while and saw its character get killed by 5 people over the tower. Did this have anything to do with him? Su Bai wanted to cry without tears. If you want to evolve, just finish this game as soon as possible, or else forget it. Rolling his eyes, he shook the crystal of profound meaning in his hand and then took Chen Ruoxue to sit on the sofa beside him to chat and read. "Howl. Evolve. Did you just say evolve?" The cub slapped the tablet to the side and rushed over to him. "Of course, but you should finish the game as soon as possible and come back. Don't screw the other players." He rubbed his pet's head, hating those who suddenly hung up in games. "Howl. Asterisk, asterisk, wait for me, it'll be solved in a few minutes." The cub happily perked up its ears and returned to start its refined operation. After a few minutes, it walked back to him dejectedly. In a 5-player game, it was useless how good it was if the other 4 teammates kept screwing up. "Hey, Jade, adjust your mood. It's not conducive to breakthroughs if you're feeling low." Chen Ruoxue took the energy medicinal cake from Su Bai and fed it to the cub, rubbing its head. "Howl." The cub ate the medicinal cake dejectedly and slumped into her arms. It rubbed its head vigorously against her chest, almost deforming it. Su Bai, he had reason to suspect that his pet was doing it on purpose. After being comforted by Chen Ruoxue for a while, the cub finally returned to its senses and howled at him telepathically, "Ah Bai, I want to evolve. I want to evolve." "All right, everything is prepared for you." He took out the prepared energy potion, which was to supplement the spiritual power to catalyze and guide the role at home. The most important thing was, of course, the crystal of profound meaning of wood, which was given by Chen Ruoxue. Although the cub had a deep understanding of the profound meaning of wood, it was still some distance away from the complete profound meaning of wood. This crystal of profound meaning could make up for the gap. "Howl. Sigh upon smelling the fragrant potion, the cub opened its mouth eagerly and waited for him to feed it. He opened the potion bottle and poured all the content into its mouth, which it gulped down in one shot. Come on, swallow this, too. He popped the crystal of profound meaning of wood into its mouth. The cub's throat moved and it swallowed it in one mouthful. Soon, the rich potion and the crystal of profound meaning came into play. Spiritual power exuded from the cub, and its aura steadily improved. Slowly, it closed its eyes and it felt the profound meaning of wood contained in the crystal. It seems like its evolution is steady. Chen Ruoxue took Su Bai to the side and whispered this. It should be. It's not far from an evolution and breakthrough. He nodded. By the way, what is the cub's next evolution? She asked. It's limitless beauty, he replied. A humanoid spirit. She gripped his hand tighter and smiled slightly, looking up at her with big eyes. Don't get me wrong, you know that it's a mutant pet. I don't know what it'll look like when it evolves into a limitless beauty, and it's a humanoid spirit, too. I won't do anything perverted, believe me. Su Bai shrugged. When he chose the Queen of Thorns crystal nucleus, he just wanted to have a beautiful spirit and had not given it much thought. It was just like how every Pokémon player wanted a beautiful Gardevoir. Most of the humanoid spirits were also part human, usually in the first half. The Queen of Thorns was similar to the human female in the upper part, and the lower part was completely composed of countless thorns. I never said anything about not believing you, so don't be scared. Humanoid spirits aren't rare. Chen Ruoxue could not help but laugh. I'm afraid that you'll think of me as a pervert. He shrugged. While they were conversing, the cub had already undergone a complete evolution. Countless green rays surged and turned into a huge green light pupa, which exuded bursts of incomparable life fluctuations, absorbing all the wood aura in the sky and earth. This situation lasted for about half an hour before the vision disappeared and everything returned to normal. The cub finally revealed what it had evolved into, which was the appearance of a limitless beauty. This, Su Bai was shocked. Chen Ruoxue was also shocked. The real form of the limitless beauty was too unexpected. Its form was almost 80% human. In fact, it was almost indistinguishable from a female human from the upper body, except that its two lower legs from knee down were composed of rotating green vines. On the whole, it had long golden hair which draped over its shoulders, a green wreath on top of its head, and a set of leaf-like green grass skirt covering only the key parts. On the other hand, its willowy waist, fair and fragrant shoulders, and slender arms were all exposed. Its ears were pointy, exactly like that of elf ears, with a pair of purple pupils on a nearly perfect face. This limitless beauty was just like a real elf. In addition, its original horn pendant had changed again and turned into a dark green staff. Coupled with the strong breath of life emanating from its body, people could help but feel drawn to it. Bai, I've become a human, too. Purple Jade's spiritual voice sounded in his mind. It danced about and waved to him before carefully examining its current appearance. It first reached out and touched its puffed chest before curiously lifting its grass skirt to take a look. No, Jade, girls can't do that. Chen Ruoxue hurried over to stop the limitless beauty. It did not matter what it did as a pet, but it was too shameful to behave like that as a human. Howl! The elf-like pet looked at her suspiciously. Although it had turned into a human form, it still could not speak. Girls can't make these indecent actions casually. She held its hand and explained. While Chen Ruoxue was explaining more stuff to it, Su Bai quickly checked his pet's information. After reading it, he took a deep breath. This was just a form of the limitless beauty and it could transform back into its previous form, the sanctuary wood spirit. In addition, following its evolution, the limitless beauty gained a new skill called the forest cluster, which could turn other plants into puppets. The older the year, the stronger the power of plants with better spiritual power when turned into puppets. Howl! Bai, do you not like my appearance? Upon sensing his mood, it howled sadly. It had always harbored great expectations for its evolution into the limitless beauty, but its master did not seem happy at all after it finally succeeded. No, I don't dislike it. It's just that the changes are too drastic. I haven't had time to get used to your new appearance. Su-bai quickly responded with a smile. Don't worry. He really likes your current appearance. Chen Ruoxue promised. Yes, you're much stronger than before, how could I not like it? He walked over and chuckled. But since you have become a humanoid pet, you can try learning to speak or something. The bad part of the elf's appearance was that he could caress it anymore, but it had indeed become more pleasing to the eye. Thus, there were both gains and losses. Fortunately, he could still play with the fox when he wanted to caress a furry friend. Truth be told, he really did not have any perverted thoughts. Not to mention that he already had Chen Ruoxue as his girlfriend. Even if he did not, he still would not have naughty thoughts and only treat Purple Jade as a pet or a daughter. Many people had the same feeling toward their pets. Upon hearing this, the elf immediately cheered up. It hugged and caressed him, wanting to reach out to kiss him. No, you can't kiss me. Men and women can't kiss randomly. Su-bai stopped his pet. I'm not a human being, I'm a pet. The elf hugged and kissed him carelessly, even wanting to lick his cheek. It was so terrifyingly strong that he could not get rid of it at all. Chen Ruoxue was also speechless. She could not even get angry with a pet. Pets did not have the ethical concepts of human beings and could rub and lick people affectionately. I'll come teach her what girls should pay more attention to. We can learn along the way, she said. No problem. I wanted to ask you for this long ago, and it just so happens that it has to practice its fighting skills after changing form. Su-bai nodded quickly. He was very glad that only Purple Jade had a humanoid form among his pets, or else it would really be a headache. Howl. Thank you. The elf happily hugged and kissed the girl before licking her cheek again. Chen Ruoxue was speechless. More than 10 days passed in this way, and in the end Chen Ruoxue gave up the idea of completely cultivating the elf into adulthood, but at least it was much better than before and was not doing some indecent actions in public. The two also understood that, although it was in humanoid form, it was still a pet by nature in habits, physical fitness, etc. It was not appropriate to treat it as a human being. It did not understand the messy feelings of humans at all. Its feelings for Su-bai were similar to a child's dependence on their parents. It was pure and uncomplicated. Thus, gradually, the two did not have such high demands on it. They usually let it hug and kiss them. Time passed by, and it was already June in the blink of an eye. The elf steadily moved toward the high-level commander after its evolution. The dragon was approaching the monarch grade and seemed to be able to break through at any time. The dino was also advancing toward the high-level commander but still had no evolutionary trend for the time being. Under the guidance of the 12-tailed magic fox and Su-bai's generous douses of potions, the baby fox succeeded in evolving into the alluring spirit fox queen. Its body size had grown slightly to the size of an adult husky, and it seemed to have evolved from the original 3 tails to 6 tails due to the influence of the 12-tailed magic fox. Looking at its evolution trend, it seemed likely to evolve into 9 tails. Although it was still a warlord pet, its strength was not weak, especially with its intelligence and the teaching of the 12-tailed magic fox. Hence, its strength had indeed improved very quickly. As for the phoenix, it still maintained its vigilance toward the world and worked hard all the time. Every time after taking its potion, it would return to its little nest and try to spit out aura. At night, it insisted on sneaking out to exercise itself. Its strength improved quietly, and it could even surpass Purple Jade if given some time. Its talent was already terrifying, but it still continued working hard day and night. Su-bai himself did not stop training, either, and continued working hard in preparation for the college entrance examination. What surprised him the most was Chen Ruoxue. She currently had 4 pets. In addition to Super Big Demon, the thousand-face fox Chio Chio, and the ice dragon he had given her, she also had a dragon pet, the Black Flame Dragon. This pet was a gift from her master, Wei Ya. Although the ice dragon and the Black Flame Dragon were not strong yet, she still had a bright future with such a royal lineup. Of course, if compared to his, her pets were much inferior. June 5th, 4th Middle School. Wang Wenyi stood on the podium and looked at the group of students she had been teaching for 3 years. At this time, They had already gotten rid of their immaturity and confusion and had become mature students from their ignorant selves. Okay, the class meeting is over, you can disband and go home. Pack your things and report to school tomorrow morning before heading to the hotel for the written test on the 7th and the 8th. This is also our last class meeting. I wish you a bright future and to soar like the rising sun. In the end, Wang Wenyi announced all this sadly. For a while, everyone in the class was silent. The students, who were anxious to leave, and those who were sick of school, also sat in their seats and remained silent. With the dismissal of the class teacher, they realized that their youth was over and the best high school time was also over. Satisfied or dissatisfied, fulfilled or wasted, melancholy or hesitant, what should be finished was over once and for all. Be it while crying or laughing, time was like torrents of water and could not be turned back once it passed. Everything in the past 3 years had come to an end, and all that had happened were simply small memories stored in their minds forever. Su Bai looked at the person next to him and gently took her hand. This time, he had no regrets. He had won everything he wanted through unremitting efforts and cheating via prior experience. It was different from the time he remembered when he lowered his head in frustration, with his heart full of regret. This time, he raised his head with a smile on his lips. Chen Ruoxue looked at him and held his hand tightly with a sweet smile on her mouth, too. She did not have any regrets in these past 3 years.